empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to
Des. Halo adik-adik, selamat pagi. Apa kabar semuanya, bro? Alhamdulillah, saya sudah pulang. Saya bisa lolos dari rumah Pak Denugi ya. Apa kabar adik-adik? Kembali dengan ruangan gelap ya, non estetik anjay. Apa kalian sudah siap menonton Valorant Champion hari pertama, bro? Langsung liquid Navi ya kan? Kita absen dulu seperti biasa, tapi kita pelan-pelan aja. Udah subuh ya. Halo, ini aja deh. Halo Fajan Najrey, halo Maulana, halo Faja, halo Jen, halo Raihan, halo Onigiri, halo gak skip dulu. Jangan. Halo Kak Kristi, halo Han, halo Jaraja, halo Peniel, halo Opal, halo Gilang, halo Ayam Guru, halo Sayo, halo Ikram, halo Han, halo WAP skip dulu juga. Lo pikir gue gak nonton WAP, diem lo. Halo Lux, halo Chandra, halo Akrom, halo Chongjek, halo Dikiaan, halo siapa tuh? Amma Bandu, anjing. Halo Gary, halo Alvan, halo Ismail, halo Dimas, halo Widodo, halo Tegar Pamungkas, halo Putu, halo Penita, halo Coklat Keju, halo Oreo, halo Naka, halo Farid Muhammad, halo Ray, halo Dava Aldian, halo Insalam, halo Erlangga 77, halo Dewangga, halo Axel, halo Mas D, halo Aditya Maulana, halo Siro, anjay, Bang Siro Lul, halo FL Bu. Cukup absen gaming ya. Halo JJ, halo Yuliawan. Sungai di like adik-adik biar FVP. Konyol like-nya cuma 4. Kita sekalian pin in dulu kali ya. Link gacor hari ini guys. Sampai tahu ya kan subuh-subuh. Link gacor. Emot apa ya? Oh ini pakai emot ini. Pin, oke mantap. Udah turu, udah. Aku tadi tidur dulu bentar ya kan, biar nggak lemes-lemes amat. Nontonnya nonton RP si Mas, udah sampai tidur. Aku belum di absen. Ya yang telat langsung aja pakai 1000. Enak aja lu pakai 1000. Tar dulu. Barangan harga PCT nih bos. Ngentot. Gila. Bahaya nih PCT. Oh goblok harga per detik. Harga PCT bos, sabar bos. Enak aja. Net. Media share mana ya guys ya? Sabar. Refresh dulu. Oke mantap. Enak aja. PCT murah-murah. Dah. Poin gak reset. Hade. Capek juga ngomongnya gue nih. Naik mulu kayak BBM.
Kayak pernah download tuh Lutfi dia ya.
Lu tuh cuma hijau di sini. Ini nih si hijau 1000 bikin acara, entar diam lo. Kamu apa tuh? Jamu batuk pilek. Oh buat pilek atau flu apa? Jamu apa ya? Aduh gue lupa namanya. Aduh lupa. Gue pernah minum jamu buat batuk pilek. Aduh apa namanya ya, gue lupa. Lupa bang asli. Buyung upik bukan buyung upik. Beras kencur mah buat bayi baru lahir aja. Anjir. Aduh sumpah ada, gue cuman lupa guys. Aduh apa ya namanya ya, asli lupa Gue pernah dulu, ini jawaban serius ini ya. Kan kayaknya kalau jamu itu apa? Gue lupanya nama jamu lah, babi. Belum connect guys, masih setengah sadar. Anjing CF keren gini guys. Udah pada masuk utiwi ini. Tar dulu apaan? Like-nya belum 100 loh. Bang, apa mamer? Brotowali bukan, Brotowali mah pahit gua tahu. Makan jam segini sehat gak Ben? Tanya ke dokter ya. Gua kebetulan cuma anak yatim bukan dokter. Halo normal age. Kok langsung sembuh? Lah itu mah bukan jamu dong. Itu mah kamu. Oh. Piatu juga gak usah ditambahin. Ntar kalau udah piatu juga nangis. Lu banyak kerjaan nangis ntar. 10 menit lagi guys champion. Iya. Ntar gue mau cek handphone dulu guys. Wah anjing baterainya habis cok. Putu makasih 6 bulannya ya. Kasan gue kenapa sih? Kok nyangkut bah? Lah si Meng udah pulang. Adik-adik, ini yang Instagram for lovers who hesitate siapa? Entot, makasih 1 bulannya, bakal full sampai pagi tergantung milestone. Siapa ini? For lovers who hesitate. Lab bang, orang udah lab ya, goblok banget. Siapa ngaku? Ding, alay. Aduh, Mimi cakep banget guys, pakai merah putih kia. Indonesia kah cuy? Kan aku. Lo orang kenapa pada TTD? Gue belum ngomong apa-apaan. Orang like-nya belum 100 ngapain gua? Berapa emang? Itu nyuruh-nyuruh lab bang, padahal kan kita udah lab. Ya enggak? Malam Ben, malam Wan. Terima kasih 1000-nya. Gak ngomongnya 1000-nya ya orang champion. Sembarangan 1000 mau ngomong di champion guys. Konyol. Bang, enggak Hilda enggak ngomong dulu. Lu pikir gue cowok apa anda? Jahat banget aku ngapain? Kalau cewek mah nggak mau ngaku langsung.
Wajib pose kalau bilang Diki gendut. Kenapa? Hilda spinnya mana? Wajib pose kalau bilang Diki gendut. Kenapa? Hilda spinnya mana?
Mamer kentot. Ajarin yang baik-baik lu. Aduh, anjing. Rebek gini berbangun babi. Itu Malmer sama Pom. Ini siapa itu? Enggak kenal. Absen lo road bayi. Gue nunggu like-nya di atas 100 dulu guys ya, baru kita kasih layarnya. Mereka yang ajarin ya, lu lagian dada. Aduh. Ini pose dulu cepetan. Pose cepetan. Selamat pagi warga Instagram. VALORANT Champion sudah dimulai. Langsung aja ke YouTube ya adik-adik. Di tappingnya seperti biasa. Terima kasih. Nah gitu jing, disuruh pose baru. Yep. Anjay ada yang ngetok pintu kamar GG. Apakah itu hantu guys? Udah 100 like. Ah, tipu. Gua nggak akan tipu daya lo. Izin mode full screen bang sambil ngaso bobo. Oke bro. Tuh. Bentar. Goblok ke screenshot anjing. Ntar nih anjing. Anjing Suzuki Swift hancur bah, kecelakaan. Ajure, terima kasih udah rejoin member. Welcome back Ajure. Halo Kak Marwo tuh. Tidur dulu Ben, nonton yang jam 5 sok, boleh. Ntar jam 5 balik lagi boleh. Udah FYP Ben di channel Dunia Binatang. Apa? King of Golf Gang kah ini? Wah, ada pure content. Halo pure content, respect. Halo Rapi. Berapa pulang ke Bandung? Jam berapa? Gue lupa, sorean lah pokoknya. Abis makan. Ben pagi berembun. Predik Ben. Apa? Enaknya kalau di rumah langsung ambil mic-nya. Apa? TL Navi. Judulnya Paper Rex sih memang ini, ya. Tapi yang main Liquid sama Navi. Predik udah ada di stream sebelumnya ya, dicek aja stream sebelumnya ya. Sabar. Karena turnamen internasional kita seperti biasa ya. Profesional sedikit, jadi kalau kita apaan lagi nih Jing? Ah, lu dah, selera lu dah. Namanya 50.000 ngilangin channel ngentot. Tang-tang lagi banyak duit lu ya Subaton. Gue doain gak habis-habis, amin. Yaudah, makasih gocapnya ya. Nanti dicium. Munculin nggak boleh. Ini lagi ini bang. Aduh, Trinity lagi kan, matilah channel nih. Lagunya copyright gak apa-apa dah, kalau visual udah gak main-main bang, ampun bang. Sabar. Sampai gede banget kentot. Gue terus streaming kapan sih? Oh, patah saja. Sain, terima kasih 15 bulan Sain. Itu Ben, dia pengen nobar bareng. Ntar kesehatan channel lu aman gak dah? Gue mah gak tanggung jawab aja. Tong teng. Ini mbak ada kodoknya, iya skip dah. Parkirnya bang, nitip motor mau tidur. Iya Dian, makasih 2.000-nya Dian. Nah 2.000 gak bisa ngomong, mampus. Ntar kita cek dulu guys, yang was party udah sape aja nih. Jangan di sini ngeceknya. Gue lupa guys. Set. Nah di sini ngeceknya. Mana makasih Ildanya? Mana ya kupingnya dipakai? Valorant. Ntarik, ngesligi, Maxwell. Ya. Maxwell. Maxwell, well. Dibuah di Valorant. Banyak juga anjir. Indo siapa guys? Indo. Bentar, streamer Twitch dulu. Wah, ini ada ayang freckle guys. Jadi apa deh nih? Ini jadi anak kampus gitu. Mantap. Bentar. Mulai guys. Ben ikut dong entaran boleh gak? Ikut kemana bro? Gua aja di Discord. Gua jadi di Discord bro. Buset, kagak kemana-mana gua. SS. Takutnya lo keganggu. Oh udah pasti keganggu, nggak apa-apa bro, aman aja. Aman aja bosku. Oh ini video openingnya nih. Gue tadi lihat di upload tapi belum gue tonton nih guys. Apakah akan menjadi treble winner guys? Bang fanatik nih.
Dua aja paksa kuat. Nothing.
Halo Bang Beben, sudah lama tidak live. Konyol. Si Abu bilang sudah lama tidak live. Kelihatan nggak follow Instagram, sama nggak join Discord. Terima kasih Abu.
Everybody is
halo.
the best shape,
Apa
best
kabar?
sentinel in the world, best flex player in the world.
Chronicle has 3 trophies.
Versi barunya fanatik. Ya cocok lah buat makan-makan di kondangan, itu asik.
There is a most important tournament ahead of us, right?
Aku Abu.
The
Ali
dynasty to
Abu.
be fully justified, they need to win
They have
champs.
to win champs. For me, champs is more important than any masters.
Yo jelas lah.
Have a
Champion
chance
bro.
Be remembered even more than I think.
Apaan tuh? Anjing Bang Boster.
Is that where my hotel is in there? Because we're winning Tokyo.
New
Looks
Jersey.
really comfortable, but actually we're almost there. Ideas were cooking. I think this event has to be the same. We're not going to win this event on this rooftop.
Asik transisinya.
I think when it comes to European playstyle,
Wow!
I think it's
Mas
something that
Ilya!
Asian teams are not used to it. You know? It's like they are good at punishing all this.
Ini nih yang lagi meledak-ledak ini sekarang nih. Jadi dingin kia.
DRX, they are the fun team. They're the team that everybody loves to watch. But what is more fun than winning?
Yeah, I mean it's really nice to have like full team now. We had something, I think we are stronger. I have no doubt to him.
Loh, Bang Udut kok nggak ikut video guys? Kenapa itu Bang Udut gak diajak? Kan amat. Itu rambut gua kayak kon. Asik LA ya. Anjing. Laze. Akhirnya si Ban pulang ya ke Amerika. Jadi vlogger sekarang Bang Udut. Cocok memang dari awal Bang Udut. Buka pelawak. Anjir itu keren.
We went to 8 lands together. Me, you, Vic.
Nah, kalau ini mah udah homegrown buff ini guys. Main di kandang dia.
Close, they should have won, but
Yeah.
Idol.
redemption this year.
DB Gaming.
Squad that has shocked the world.
Ini videonya lama loh, ini 7 menit guys.
They had no second chances at the start of this tournament. They've redefined, rewritten the history books.
Igual, bueno, después de tanto que estuvimos acá tanto tiempo, después del 0-9, boludo, estar acá ahora grabando esto, boludo, y estar en
Pamu tahun depan. Pasifik Tarada. Beuh, mantap.
작년에는 3위를 했잖아. 쉽지 않은 성적이긴 하지만. 그러니까 조급해지지 말고 천천히 급할수록 돌아가란 말이지.
Ini nih susah di DRX bro. Di grup neraka bro. Tommy lu halo-halo mulu udah dari tadi di sini lu. Rewel benar. EDG. Ya Allah si Kengkeng.
没有什么是完美的，那种开放式结局才是最完美的。
多在几个国家捧捧。
Udah panjang rambutnya ya.
热血男主的剧情不就真正的带到 LA 了吗？太霸气了，真的。先碰，我都想好了，要不就先碰一下Fnatic进了小组赛完，打到淘汰赛，再干一下那个Fnatic，让他们见识一下什么叫做 Chinese Power。
Anjay.
哦
Chinese 功夫。
高兴。我们先
干
掉巨人，好吧？然后再复仇一下 PRX， 不要让这件事情4不过3，好吧？要让这个事情。3、2、1，一击！
Ayo. Ini siapa ini? Boost dia. Oh EG.
We're the only team at Tokyo that took a map off.
Anjing. Jauh gemoy.
They beat them in a best of 5. How is that possible?
They can lose.
They can lose.
IGL yang sedang perform ini adik-adik ya.
We're born to do this, guys.
But let's not forget, we've never had a reigning world champion before. So Loud, they could also be the team that break a couple of records this year.
I say our last
Joki
game was pretty
Pardede.
close. And I think you want to get some revenge.
Lock-in was good. Japan is really important. But after winning like one after another one, it's kind of hard like keeping focus. We need one more. This is the important one. Champion is champions, you know, man. I'm really happy that you guys are succeeding, and I want a rematch for sure,
Kenapa
man.
pagi bet? Untung hari ini libur ya. Kalau LE-nya Lenteng Agung nggak mungkin subuh dong Ali.
Somewhere in playoffs.
Let's have it. Yeah.
Jin. Apakah Aspas menggila guys nanti jam 5? Sebenarnya bukan era lo lagi. Kalau kalah sama DRX sih udah GG guys.
This year,
Laud.
absolute dream come true for all of us.
One more. Let's go.
Aduh jokes LE Lenteng Agungnya mau apa lemah abang? Bisa gua lemah abang. Tahu gua lu lemah abang di mana nggak tahu kan? Lah kalau kata gua mah, nah kalau ini alay nih, ini alay. Nah. Anjas. Asik monokrom gitu ya.
All right, first of all, congratulations as champions.
Pick
It's
and
somehow
ban
already
ini
here,
namanya.
so congrats to you both on making it. Let's
Yang baru
kick it
join
off.
jangan lupa di like ya
So,
adik-adik,
you are
kirim
higher
PP,
seed,
terima kasih
team
banyak.
A or team B? So Navi, you'll be team A, and we will start with your first band. Your band. Pearl. Okay, so bands are Haven and Pearl. Map number 1. Fracture. Side on Fracture.
Oke, Fracture.
Okay, and then map number 2. Bind. Side on Bind. Defense. Okay. So we'll go with the next set of bands, starting with Navi. You have
Bind.
Ascent, Lotus, and Split. Band Lotus. Okay.
Nuts Viper. Fracture Nuts Viper. Apa Killjoy ya? Ada Fracture menang Navi sih, kudunya ya. Iya, mapnya pagi-pagi ginian, Cok.
Okay. So
Agak ada tuh dikasih Heaven
Split,
dulu,
Navi side
bukan,
on
oi?
Split. Okay.
Kocak kembar ya. Aduh, salah gua.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we're both good to go.
Suigetsu akan menggacor. Ya, Suigetsu juga bisa pakai ini sih. Bisa pakai apa namanya?
First set of
Cypher.
bands, we have Haven and Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with
Halo
Teal on
Mondo,
attack.
terima kasih 2 bulan ya.
Map number 2 is Bind with Navi on defense. Next set of bands were Lotus and Ascent.
Oh, like-nya
Map number
setak
3
ya
is
guys,
Split with
100 berapa
Navi
itu?
on defense.
101.
Yeah.
Wah,
All right,
konyol.
good luck to you both.
Dari tadi masih 101. Opening, kayak gimana nih openingnya nih? Oh, ini masih stage kecil lah ya, belum gede banget ini. Kok ada suara bot anjing? Lumayan merinding dikit. Anjing si udang gagah gitu. Oke, simple. Ya Bang Ade.
Love on the stage, but you best believe there will be no love on the server as we have two teams.
Iqbal, terima kasih udah jadi member. Welcome back, Iqbal.
But have also those 10 players, as well as their coaches, have defined professional Valorant for what it is here in 2023. This is going to be an excellent matchup between two hungry teams, Mimi.
Navi has always been considered the best or second best in EMEA. That was their title up until this year. Team Liquid beat them in EMEA, overtook them, won in that tournament. But now coming into this event, there's a chance to change that score, to flip things back in the favor of Navi in the tournament that matters most.
Yeah, and like you said, GB, there was love right there at that hug, but man, these map beaters told me there's blood at stake right now because the picks, they both went into the weakness of the other team. Liquid has just been blown out in the recent Fracture games. Navi, on the other hand, got blown out on Bind. I mean, they've looked very sketchy with Angel on the KO. I expect to see some comp changes. I mean, obviously out of Navi, but even out of Liquid throughout this series.
And that's really the question surrounding Navi. What comps are they
Kemarin
going
kemana
to
nggak
play?
live
What
band,
is the
tanda seru
Navi
IG,
that's
tanda
gonna
seru
show up
Discord
here
ya,
at
Argi
Champions?
langsung aja
It's
di
a
follow,
team that's still
join ya.
Changing back and forth, making
Saya
really
dari hari
strange
Selasa
decisions.
sudah di
Or will it
Karawaci.
be that Navi
Dan saya live
finds
juga loh
their
di sana.
style, are hard to predict and can be a
Kamu nggak
contender
nonton,
for top
kecewa deh.
spots.
This is a team that has won Copenhagen, that has had so much success in their journey here in professional Valorant. And on the other side, again, the same can be said for Liquid. These are two teams that
2-1 apa 2-0 saja. Ini sih nampaknya akan map 3 ini.
here, up and down, but the ups have been, or the highs rather, have been incredibly high. So now you have to wonder, you know, who really wants it more when they walk into that server and start this game.
I think we're going to find out pretty quickly on the pace Navi sets. I think they're going to want to get CNED a little bit more active than what he's been in his recent games. And I think we're going to see a lot of CNED going up against Safe throughout this series.
We absolutely will. Those two players have defined their respective teams. But on map 1 here, which will be Fracture, I think this will be an interesting style clash. Because for Navi, they were the first team, back when they were FPX last year, to start playing Viper Omen, to institute kind of a new idea here on Fracture. They've carried that through, and it's become super popular in EMEA. And Team Liquid have actually been playing a very similar composition to them as well. But the implementation has been nowhere near the level that Navi has had.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Navi has stuck with it for so long after the Omen nerfs to the one-ways. I think he got a little bit hindered on Fracture, more so than any of the other maps. So the fact that Angel is still comfortable picking Omen on Fracture says a lot about their confidence in this comp. I am expecting Navi to stick to that comp. Liquid, on the other hand, they've had a lot of time to pivot off of this.
Yeah, well, we'll see the compositions come up here in a moment, and there's your Prime Gaming Agent select.
Nggak kaget.
Yeah,
Emang masih sama ternyata pikannya ya.
I love this idea from Liquid. They're taking a page out of EG's
Gak ada yang
book. We
beda.
saw how good the ult
Neon,
combinations can be when you implement these Breach Sova compositions, but they have their own spin on it, playing that Neon instead, which I think has always been
Mereka
a super
tahu Navi
strong
nggak bawa
role
Cypher,
for Safe.
pakai
It
Neon
allows
deh.
you to be super proactive with defensive side aggression, and it pairs really well with this double initiator comp.
Yeah, and taking Nats off the Cypher, putting him on the Viper, I think that's a pretty good shout, given that
ini harusnya
Navi has been running the raids. I mean, I think they've made the right comp adjustment here. Navi on the other hand,
jam segini mulainya Bang Dik.
Iya Bos Rehan, terima kasih CP-nya. Emang jam segini soalnya ini apa di LA ya acaranya. Masa gua ulang jokesnya enggak dong. Los Angeles. Masa gua ulang ya jokesnya ya. Konyol. Ben, oi Diko. Waalaikumsalam bro. Anjing ada si kreak mau ngebet Navi. Menarik Ben, Redgar Sova. Sebenarnya nggak kaget, cuman gue pengen tahu aja kalau Sova di sini ya. Kalau dia pakai Sova udah biasa. Udah berapa jam Ben Indomail? 14 harusnya. 12 sampai 14 jam. Pagi Apis.
I think it's the most unpredictable group that we have at Champions.
Oh, lihat bikin kaget, udah mulai ya, tutup dulu bosku. Nggak dikasih ancang-ancang kita, tiba-tiba udah main aja.
Bizarre composition.
Kok sponsor gua kurang kanan ya?
Taking liberties over here on his own towards Arcade.
Fast lane up, it's going to be a fall onto the side. No stun connecting.
Great seize though onto Yampi.
Yeah!
Look at that, Yampi nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Dart a little bit
Pas
late.
lane habis.
Wow! To the corner.
Bisa champion di champion.
Numbers. Rest of his team helping to support him out here. Team Liquid forced to really readjust, set their sights onto a different goal maybe.
So Sean was saying that the Neon is going to try and get past the Killjoy utility repeatedly.
Iya,
but
di
here you
kita
see
soalnya
they
kan
have
Bang
more tools to
masih
be able to
subuh.
work with that.
Di mereka
The
mah
siege is gonna
pagi
be
siang.
excellent for dealing with Yampi, and that's got to be something that he baits out early or tries to find a way around. Now,
Ini
Team Liquid
masih mau rehit
stalled
ke
out
B
a
ini
little
gila
bit,
juga.
still with a ton
Tapi
of
nggak ketahuan
utility.
sih.
And a call is made for a
Kaget deh.
reclearance right into the
Redgar,
ball. Team Liquid still holding is a triple
untung ada
face.
Nuts itu. Menang. Oke, mantap.
Beautiful. Nuts. So cheeky with a three-piece.
Bang-abangan langsung.
Beginning after a rough start with a pistol. See how it really gets going though. Plan. We'll get it going. Still a fight to be taken by Navi. It's really just trying to take tempo into their own hands. But that's the pistol.
Penasaran gue doang apa emang 480 maksud?
Off a huge play by Nats. Came into it with only a classic in his hand, and such patience demonstrated there too by Liquid, waiting for Na'Vi to peek into them. If you think about how both of these compositions are going to play on the defense side, Na'Vi should have more passive information. They have the Killjoy set up. They can be throwing out Haunts and Prowlers. Team Liquid, without the Killjoy, are going to have to be fighting and using that recon information constantly when the sides swap. But for now, it was Na'Vi that got a little antsy and punished for it. All sheriffs on the Na'Vi side. And both of these teams have been deadly in eco rounds across this year.
Untuk jam segini nantilah gue pagian bro sarapan kita beli nasi kuning lah.
No, I don't really think that's been the issue with Na'Vi this year. It hasn't been the individual form of the players. It's been finding a team system that really works, compositions that fit them.
Gue udah nggak ngerasa ngantuk sih gara-gara tadi tiduran bentar ya. Wah, bos Real terima kasih dibagi pampernya abu-abu. Ayo di hub dulu di hub itu, hey. Bangun Abu. Jangan lupa bilang makasih yang dapat ya.
It's a game of timings.
Angel.
All up smokes propped up.
Ih, kalau misalnya di F itu mati si Angel.
Does he suspect the reposition?
Mati Angel. Ya, kocak.
Wades right into it. Aftershock on top. The stun.
Mana sih Navi?
Sending it flying with the util as well. Looks like Team Liquid looking to try and clear this one, but again, too much emphasis being placed now through.
Terakhir Navi Liquid di sini menang siapa guys ya? Gue lupa.
Landing it. A better weapons for the job.
Menang Liquid apa ya?
Choked out of this one still. Reveal, I believe, Shao would have claimed that one through the smoke.
Gila Zipan. Wow!
Potentially dangerous, but leave it just up to Shao.
Hampir, Cok.
Not likely to win that one, not against the rifles.
Masih menang Liquid ya?
So they say Phantom the Bulldog here.
Menang Navi, menang Navi ya?
And Team Liquid have not been particularly successful at converting these bonuses. This one doesn't look like it's going to have too much behind it. Redgar only bought a Ghost in the prior round, so he could invest some of that economy, build it up. But it's going to have to be fast and explosive for Team Liquid to carry this momentum forwards. Still, a much better start than the last time we saw Liquid on Fracture. The previous iteration, coming out at Tokyo playing against EG, they got destroyed. This map pool, incredibly close between all of these teams. And Angel looks like he wants to fight really early on.
Itu Sei, cewek, cowok. Hah?
He wants to take the initiative for his team. There's a flash blinding them all up. Haunt. Back.
It's an excellent start. Great bolt from Yampi. It pushes everybody back from Na'Vi.
PRX kapan main? PRX itu hari Kamis harusnya.
Soulcast has been playing on his own here, arcade side, pretty much the entire time, all three of these rounds.
Kocak nih, Rockfield, anjing.
That's the danger. Yeah, that's the punish. If you get a read on that.
It really doesn't seem like a safe place for Soulcast to be holding. He doesn't have the ability to get out on the ropes, doesn't have too much utility to be able to hold on to either, and no support. You know, it's not like playing a Killjoy on the north side where your turret gives you information if there's a crunch going on, or, you know, it's some way of escaping, for example, if you're playing Chamber or something like that.
Call was made here for Liquid. Redgar trying to fake some presence over towards B with the dart and the drone. Making it feel like Again, a lot of tension is placed there, but nobody's given up their positioning right now to hold it down. It's Segetsu. Fast lane in his face. Ripping all the way through, can't deal with the turret. Still a lot of angles to watch for. Segetsu, yeah, caught so unaware. Trousers down by his ankle. Still seen it. The back of the site, got to anchor it, cannot adjust the
Salah
aim
tuh
in
nggak pakai flash
time.
DBangkong. Kalau flash DBangkong pasti kena di situ.
Timing! Now with the pit down as well as more than likely that they just steal away the round. It's a scramble from Na'Vi, desperate to try and get in.
Sore berat anjing. Nanti ini besok kita review guys ya. Insya Allah VP-nya besok udah masuk. Besok nanti siang. Ya kita review sore aja lah.
No reveals.
So difficult to get a
bonus bah.
Yeah.
Nah sudah ulti ya kan.
Kicking in lower and lower. Yeah, single bullet will do it with a crossfire setup. Plenty of safety there. This is Team Liquid.
Bang Ganteng udah ulti.
Really setting the tone, I think, of this map here. Like you're saying, Josh, you know, they've changed up quite a bit with their compositions, but
bagusan skill power champion 2021 atau 2023 lah. 2021 mah ya efeknya be aja. Namanya juga pertama kali.
On top of that, major mistakes from Segetsu. It's an interesting wall setup that he was using over towards the A side. And he's gone for it again here in the next round, but he was just caught wide out in the open. Had no way of really dealing with the neon fast wall in his face.
Sekarang mah kalau boleh jujur mah di mana-mana juga cepet. Kalau gua makan support teman gua. Support bos gua di pip gua. Iya, ketahuan lu Cine.
Checking the right corners.
Lagi nih bagi
map control gain. There is a push out from Na'Vi on the north side of the map, and look, they seem to be ready for it. There's two players holding that direction already.
Kalau 2021 tuh mirip Vandal biasa jatuhnya.
And this is the way that Na'Vi
like to play. If they're pushed on defense like gitu this, aja. Tiap nembaknya.
Zipan and Angel are going to try to flank. I mean, Sean was forced to break down a version of that play actually, where Angel went for a bit of an ambitious TP.
Yeah.
But Team Liquid look like they're ready for it, and you've got to remember that this is going to be a battle where both teams are familiar with the other's playstyle. And now it's all down to Angel and Zipan coming through on Dish. Soulcast has already spotted them. He can just back up and play with the rest.
Purposely not planting the spike. Maybe to farm some orbs or what? Not too sure, but they're collecting the kills anyway, and now they get the plan
Ace pertama di VALORANT Champion, let's go pakai jampi.
Well, that's going to boost up the energy and the confidence. Team Liquid are a very momentum-based team. They constantly talk about it, bringing energy into the matches, feeling like they're putting their best out on the server. And when Yampi's 9-1 coming off the back of an ace, sure, it's an anti-eco. You know, he's not facing the most stiff resistance in the world. But even before this, he was still 4-1 winning massive duels for his team and helping them get into good spots on the bonus round. That's how you know things are going well for Liquid.
Feeling good.
Redguard very close to his ultimate here. We'll see if Team Liquid have any ult plays cooked up. This is one of the major powers of the Breach Sober compositions, but Yampi's just sending it
all the way through as well, and the bullets.
Lagi nyerodot tuh matinya tuh.
Concatenated on top there with the nano swarms.
I think they could have come up with a better strategy there.
Udang!
Very all in.
Si Udang nembak apaan, Cok?
Another first kill going away.
Si Udang kayaknya sekarang udah nggak terlalu udang ya, nggak terlalu dongak dia mainnya.
Still Soulcast on his own towards Arcade, now getting reinforcements from Safe. There was an opportunity for Sinet to duel it.
Belum nih. Kalau NA ya baru lo.
Take it.
Tolong kayak Jepang
chose the
dong.
more safe of the options.
Kurang woof nanti.
Gathering up here, Redguard still not really playing for the orb, not playing for any kind of Hunter's Fury idea in this round.
There's danger in this as well. The more tick the clock down, that showstopper in the back pocket of Zipan becomes a round-winning ult.
But recall what Na'Vi did on the pistol. Same kind of situation as this. Team Liquid cut noise, Na'Vi peeked into them, going for information, got punished.
30 seconds left.
Let's get to the jiggle there. I think he did see something. Angel had to let the paranoia fly as well. There is that trade. Zipan is quick with it. Now the showstopper. Let loose on the staircase. And Yemi finds his mark. This time, Team Liquid not able to battle back. Into that defense, Na'Vi were very prepared.
Oke, akhirnya pecah telur guys ya.
Mimi was saying that these Silver Breach compositions can be excellent on Fracture, and they can.
Gue lupa PRX EDG ya.
Evil Geniuses cook up tons of different ultimate plays to carry the momentum forwards and win rounds just like this one. But here, you don't have the Brim ultimate, you don't have the Killjoy lockdown, you don't have the Showstopper, all massive
kayaknya kalau yang
tim
EMEA ya, bisa jadi pakai akun sendiri, bisa jadi.
If you have a Sova that's one away from getting his Hunter's Fury online, I think that's got to be the priority. And that maybe can be a gap that Na'Vi can exploit. If Team Liquid haven't done the prep into cooking these big ult combos up, maybe Na'Vi will get some easier rounds here.
This is a bread and butter move. The Na'Vi composition, the one-way smoke, a bit of a prowler to set them up on a line. It gives them that A horse control, but they've given up drop. As a result of it, put their attention towards it. 3 players grouped up, and I believe that's a stun being held. Yeah, along with the dart. This is definitely a set play. Hunter's Fury, right from the spawn. All the kills being collected. Combined up, beautiful turn of events, right when they needed it.
That is absolutely wonderful. Choosing to invest it here in round 6 rather than round 5, but Redgar had the perfect angle to catch those players as they went back into sight. That was wonderfully done. An A split with a Hunter's Fury that was excellent for Yampi to be able to capitalize on. So, just as I was having doubts about whether Team Liquid had done their prep work on the attack side, they come out with that one. And now they're starting to build up to Breach Ultimate as well. Things that can keep Na'Vi constantly on the back foot. Remember, this is Na'Vi's map pick. It's probably their second best map. The way that the vetoes went, Team Liquid got rid of Pearl, which Na'Vi have been incredible at.
Dicari.
Hayo. Well, still close to the corner. Trying to hunt down these kills. Sugetsu is holding his ground and still the aim.
Woi, hati-hati bos, Sui ini bos.
Good form towards the end of the round. We'll do some economic damage, but still enough money to buy. It feels like, yeah, in the back pocket, plenty of it. Team Liquid.
UI-nya gimana, Bang?
Look at how well coordinated it is. And look at the angle. I mean, as Zipan is caught in the corner, it also catches Xiao, who's trying to escape into sight. The reaction from Safe is exactly what I'm thinking too. That was very clean. And Na'Vi take a timeout. Bren, I thought it was so interesting listening to the press conference before Champions began. Much has been made of Emil going up against Doombros, the 2 identical twins battling. But one of the things I found to be most incredible is that they said whenever a tactical timeout is taken like this, they can almost tell exactly what the other brother is going to be saying to the team. These guys are physiologically identical, and they've also gone down almost the exact same career pathway, coaching a Valorant team, finding themselves in this kind of spot. They just know what the other's thinking, and it makes these tactical timeouts such a mind game. They were saying they often have to ignore what their first impetus would be and go to plan B or plan C of how they would adjust things, just to try and win the mind game over their opponent. This is not just a matchup of 2 EMEA teams that know each other really well. It's a battle of 2 IGLs that have a ton of experience. 2 brothers in the coaching slot that whenever they have input, have to second guess everything.
Yeah. Secondary plans. Plans on plans as well, on actions, just in case the other side is going to predict what you're going to do.
And now they have swapped things up here. They've completely rotated the Killjoy to the other side of the map. So Viper Killjoy playing on A. The more info-finding aggressive component of the Raze Fade and Angel fighting Arcade.
Yeah. Dart, Flash, Stun, all combined. Try and net them some early control towards Arcade. It was a nade that pushed them back, but do have that ground. Now the drone a little bit further. Angel tagged. Only open, but skips across back to safety, and there's a pit laid down. Lots of bolts online for Na'Vi.
Sugetsu presumably putting that down because Nats made some noise over here.
Bahaya juga dia dirinya di tengah guys ya.
Nats is not favored. Gonna have to creep through a pit if he wants to create any space on this side of the map. So for Team Liquid, it looks like another slow round that's just this pinch on B. These have gone well when Na'Vi have peeked into them, but otherwise Team Liquid don't seem to have that ability to get into the site. Perhaps the Breach Ult can make the difference here.
Nats mau nyari timing apa lagi nih?
Time running short, down to 40 seconds.
Sabar gila.
This Viper's pit again, it just pushes Team Liquid to
the
B side. Should be expecting this one. Zipan still has to watch multiple angles, and here's a Nightfall. In response there, Breach Ult going straight wide into their spawn as well, just trying to take the fight straight to them as well. There's going to have to be containment on various areas of the map. Onto the site, Zipan falls though. Sokas now with a late lurk and not expecting that angle. Xiao from behind the box just popping out, out in the open. Heads on a swivel, Team Liquid. Caught Sodam unaware. Redgar still wins his fight out, and Yampi looking as well to get that backstab attempt. Xiao still alive, but it is just left up to Yampi. It's a 1v2. Very wide swing. Xiao Still alive, 9 bullets, make it 7. Has to skip across and try and deny it. Yeah, immaculately played by Xiao to get to. Always safe pair of hands in that scenario.
Ya, Keija, terima kasih udah join member. Welcome Keija.
Team Liquid's slow attacks into B have just simply not been successful. They're not able to get the same value, and here's what happened over towards
Tapi nice try sih, gue tahu.
Nats caught Cnet, who was trying to push out through the pit, meet up with the rest of the players on B, and it just ended up being a 1-for-1 trade, where Nats was essentially out of the fight the entire time. So Na'Vi have another, in very similar fashion to how they got round 5. They're going to look to try and take some tree control as everybody on Liquid sets up for an A split.
Lari Neon.
On either side of the map there, there's not going to be any contact.
Look at that recon dart too that Red Guard's throwing. It's all the way from the south side and it lands to clear out Dish.
It's cheeky.
Clearly a lot of prep work been put in here. This rotate though is incredibly early from Na'Vi.
Akun gue yang satunya kok nggak bisa panjang membership? Ah masih sih? Paymentnya kali coba diganti dulu aja payment method terus balikin lagi.
Making it feel like they could be pushing if there was players there, but no, Na'Vi are stacking this, and Team Liquid, do they still choose to pull the trigger? Yeah, there's a stun coming through, gliding down, but Yampi's caught.
Itu namanya fitur di dunia, namanya kembar guys.
Maybe do some work here. He slipped himself into the back line.
Si Nats masuk ke sini anjing. Mati lu Sao. Sao. Si Angel ngapain itu? Mau nyemok. Buset timingnya. 2.
The comms go to miss.
Kok Angel lihat belakang?
Leaves things in a 2v3. Team Liquid still have Safe and Soulcast and Astro Wall potentially to get out onto a site somewhere. As Xiao still feels like he needs to commit to the B site. They don't exactly know where these Team Liquid players are, but the time, Team Liquid's worst enemy.
It's working against them.
Lagi dah, males. Error di akun dia udah, kamu kodoknya ulang dari 0 lagi ya.
Bit more palpable potentially. Flash into the corner. Cnet though not
caught. Enak Cnet.
Look at the transfer. Even if he wasn't good for it, the rest of his team hot on the trail, able to put a stop to it.
Angel.
Some of that momentum definitely petering out here for Liquid after an explosive start. You still have Yampi and Nats up at the top of the scoreboard, but Yampi is getting caught on more of these entries. You see the adaptation from Na'Vi. As soon as the fast lane went down for Yampi to get into sight, 2 of the Na'Vi players jumped into it. They blew the smoke, ran inside the fast lane to catch Yampi. They are putting a lot of resources into shutting down this Neon early, and there isn't enough support. Same play again here, same recon dart. The orb to take a little bit of Hall's control. And Na'Vi look like they're recognizing it. Angel and Zipan are fast out through the north side, and red pings light the map up.
Onto the north side, yeah.
Liquid knows
been called, expected now, and Liquid
Bang Jampi, timing!
Ya,
deket dia
good. Angel's made to look like an absolute bloody genius. Impeccable form, even with him. The space has been created, and the spike is dropped in the middle of nowhere.
This one is going to be an almost impossibility for Redgar and Nats to recover. Everybody on Na'Vi controlling that area. The drone, I mean, it clears a part of the map that Na'Vi have no interest in standing in. Those are the kind of moments where you have these IGLs, Angel playing against Redguard, both of them love making aggressive, hard reads of their opponent. There's going to be wild plays where sometimes they look like they have a need to feed, but in certain spots like this, they can pull out the exact play that they need to. The X factor.
Orang yang sambil tidur aja guys ya, aman aja.
For Redgar and Nats here, I think
gua ngerti kalau kalian tidak aktif
they'd love to save
tenang bro.
These weapons necessary, but also if they could get some kind of ult orb, I mean, even with a kill or a death, they're going to be able to have
kalau gua teriakin bangun deh.
They don't need to prioritize that too much. A lot of these orbs are attacker-sided. But this next round is going to be a very important one. Only Soulcast without the ability to buy.
Hari ini maksimal sampai jam berapa? Maksimal sampai jam maksimal ya, jam 7 lah.
This is Na'Vi, string of rounds now, almost dragging it even. One more round will do it.
Kontrol aku kaget udah merem.
I mean, again, the aggression is there, isn't it, from him? Doesn't shy away from it. When he has an idea and a read on the map, what's going on? Always going to be the first one to take that contact. This is where we're really starting to see how deep does that Team Liquid playbook run. It's a new composition. What else have they cooked up? Because The idea is starting to run dry ever so slightly. Preparation in order with this one. Dart down to the side, making it feel like, again, that A presence, but this time it's Team Liquid trying to work over towards Arcade. Don't have tree control.
And previously, this haunt has not really been followed up. So Team Liquid may disrespect it. Redguard's using his drone over towards halls instead of using that to re-clear trees, so Angel's got himself in a spot where he may well get value. And even if he does get pushed, punished, he has his ultimate to be able to escape. Great awareness from Yampi, checking the high ground there for Zipan.
And is that the opening that they were hunting for? Well, that and more. With Angel falling 3v5. Has to be heroics and shout. He can't do it.
1 SP, guys. 1 SP.
Opting now into the retake. I mean, seeing it with the operator in his hands, not a chance in hell. Not going to be doing that with a player disadvantage. Have to get out of there and save. So, well set up round from Team Liquid.
It is, but almost in some sense, just a slow contacting and clearing out the players from Na'Vi who are in spots that, you know, were a little more dangerous. You can't really say that about Zipan. Holding on top of generator, very common, but also great awareness, I think, from the other side of things. For Team Liquid to have crosshair placement trained in that specific spot, it's often an area that ends up catching people out. And I think one of the reasons that they can afford to do that is that there just hasn't been aggression coming from tower. When CNED's been playing in that spot, he's been playing passively, holed up inside tower, not looking for aggressive swings. So they're not worried about it as they get through Arcade. They can only focus on one of those angles. Speaking of CNED, he's had this lockdown for a long time. We saw him recently make the move over to Killjoy, and I think he's still adapting, picking up the operator now, and he's kind of playing hard anchor, which hasn't given him many opportunities to use the lockdown in some kind of retake setup. So they're missing the value that that ultimate could provide as we head deep here into this first half.
Anjir, satu darah loh itu.
Will it just be in wait? Yeah. And so a steady lead being held in game by Team Liquid, but here we go. There's a response. Util being used, and they are backed all the way out of there. The showstoppers.
Ya, nggak laku loh Jipan.
Close to the corner, but no value at all. It's a full evacuation, Team Liquid, but right into the operator this time. That's getting caught on the lurk, but still that arcade control is Liquid's.
This is going to make things very difficult for CNED, right? They want to try and maintain some level of presence over towards the site, but Team Liquid have arcade control. They're trying to get up into tower at the moment too. Thankfully, CNED does actually have that alarm bot that tells him if people are trying to get deep into tower onto site. So it gives him and Xiao just a little bit of safety as Team Liquid back off from B. Regrouping with their IGL who's taken Hall's control.
Tidak menerima jokes Dreyan.
Looking like they wanted to go towards A, but no.
Oh, they're
guessing it, yeah, committing over towards it again. Redcar faking the presence with the drone. It's been a regular theme so far, this attack side of Team Liquid. But it's not pulling many of these players away. Some of them are starting to move away. CNED doesn't know if they've crossed. It's all over the place, isn't it?
I mean, CNED doesn't know if they're in tower right now, too.
With the operator out in the open, I mean, he's got nowhere to run, nowhere too high. He's got to back away.
Awas.
His back. There's the shot landed.
Flashes
not connecting. And Xiao pushing right through the smoke, catching every single player that might be lurking, trying to put a stop to it.
What a round by CNED with his op. Put in really uncomfortable spots and delivered every time he was asked to take a shot.
Maksimal ya jam 10 pagi kita baru tidur.
I think that's been one of the biggest issues actually with Na'Vi this year, is trying to put CNED in positions where he's comfortable. And here, I'm not sure that in terms of his positioning it particularly was, but he's got so much skill.
Ikan pepes, ikan teri.
His ability to read where his opponents were coming from in that situation, immaculate too. He doesn't need the lockdown. Save it for round 12.
Revealing area.
Now Redgar has the Hunter's Fury as well, so there is a counter available as we head into the final round of this half. And Na'Vi have been constantly exploring. Angel has kept them very proactive on the defensive side. And if Soulcast tries to take space in Arcade, he is going to be met with resistance once more. He evacuates.
Tolong muhasabah diri 5 menit Dito ya.
Across the ropes this time, doesn't want to get caught out.
Macamnya tetap bakal daily live story apa ribut dulu. Sebangunnya ya, sebangunnya.
Tunnel as well, looks like that's where Yampi's setting his sights, but that is being watched as well. If he decides to push deep into it, Angel
ya lihat aja nanti sore ini
locked onto it. So safe, so slow.
Badan gue sih ini masih rungkat guys ya. Punggung sama paha nih yang sakit. Parah.
This time the drone coming in. Actually, there's a lot of players behind this one. The Haunt is good though. That's going to be a tag onto the one. What a kill. Right onto Yampi. Rolling Thunder sent flying. Viper spin into the show. Hunter's Fury. They are chucking the kitchen sink at this. Are they going to be able to get through? Still time. 30 seconds left. Have to see that plan coming down. The extension. We're just following the Prowlers. Right to the prize. Zipan is collecting. Guy's an absolute monster, but finally shut down. That's taking matters into his own hands. 20 seconds left. Spike has grabbed it. There's a player watching. And the lockdown finally getting that value. It's all up to Redguard. Not a chance.
Okay, 6-6 bener ya.
Na'Vi ties up at 6-6 in the first half of Champions 2023. It's a tight game, a close one, a slow one too. And a bit bizarre. If you thought this was going to be defined by the big battle of Safe against CNED, it hasn't quite gone that way, with that being a Breach v Killjoy matchup. But the first quarter dominated by Yampi and Nats until Na'Vi found a way to respond.
Emang mapnya Na'Vi sih, harusnya Na'Vi yang menang ini.
Yeah, those are a lot.
Show is saying a slower game, right? Like, you know, this is what
we've come to expect. It
wasn't defined by flashy plays, but you can tell that once the compositions were locked in, it felt like that's when the wheels started to turn here, and everyone's really trying to like game plan against how do you stop the Neon, how do you get value from the Neon. Lots of cool things we saw.
For Team Liquid, I think this was defined by their composition, and the question was, what do they have cooked up? Do they have those same alt combos that were so good for EG? And they had rounds, like in round 6 in particular, I think they did a really good job on this execute, especially since it's Yampi playing the Neon. This is an unusual agent for him, but I think they combined it really well, using the Neon to distract those relay bolts to hold people in place with that dart and go out and use the Sova ultimate.
Wah, lagunya mengingatkanku. Masih KGP ya. Biasa ada iklan lewat di sini mas, sekarang ada iklan baris guys. Sekarang iklan baris tuh biasanya kan di koran ya, sekarang media saya sekarang. Coba terima kasih bro. DRX full team di champion ini ya udah ada Mas Ilya, aman. Roseman.
Breach. I thought the combination of the Yuta was perfect.
Bisa ada beruk ya. Di sini ada viewernya Bang Rusman satu-satunya nih yang selalu donate KGP. Untung gua nonton Rusman ya kan jadi tahu.
And for Na'Vi, I think it's a question of how do you deny this Neon space? Because Liquid with double initiator Neon is going to want to be really aggressive.
Lama juga nih Bang, half time Bang.
Pushing forward with a dart, a stun.
Orang temen gua ya sampai subuh babi.
Yeah, that is really you know, we're going to see how this plays out, but what we've gotten so far, a closely contested matchup between two teams that are so familiar with one another. But let's go ahead and send it right back over to Brendan Sideshow and take us through this second half.
We said this was going to be a game of parity.
Gak dulu, Arik, gue gak ngomong sama Abu, dem lu ya Arik. Jauhi KGP. Dari gue Arik hashtag berapa? Hashtag 1. Yakin gue. Kalau match yang ngantuk skip, harusnya sih udah gak ada yang ngantuk ya kalau champion bro. Champion loh ini. Arka ada game 3. Nampaknya sih begitu. Nampaknya kita akan sampai split.
Another play being set up though. Some form of utility. There's a fault line. Couple swings on the face. Zipan not favored. He's alone in that.
Not at all. That's a really ambitious refight by Zipan. He knows that there's going to be multiple people there supported by Breach utility.
Liquid banyak kuat sih, cuman kalau si Net pakai Jet.
First kill, Team Liquid advantage.
Jadi 50-50 juga.
Still not a lot of information because yeah, Nats. What a timing to be taken by Na'Vi. Immediately evened out. Gained access to the site. Should be a free plan for them. B main control also held.
Mau nanya yang diremas-remas apa? Hah?
Still giving time for Team Liquid to rotate.
Itu dia salah ini.
Where is this spike?
Oh, yang diremas-remas di stage. Buat tangan itu biar anget.
Complete adaptation. Redguard could be an absolute hero here to stun, to capitalize. Redguard heard it all. And the util is good. It's fantastic. It's
3 orang itu.
What am I watching?
Tanaki. Nonton apaan sih?
Again.
2 versus 2.
Safe has it. Knocked down right by his feet.
Hilang itu.
And so, which way does this go? I mean, the smoke's still covering their exits, but again, top, it's just pure RNG.
Hoki parah.
Oh my god.
Safe finding value there, but that was also Soulcast's smoke that even allowed Sugetsu to
RRQ
escape in the first place.
Enggak tahu.
Can Xiao win this? What is that headshot?
Anjing.
I mean, basically full run is what it felt like.
Buset,
Now
ini
time
mode
left as well to
FPX
get this
ini.
plant down, but he is low.
Udara, guys.
The extension, him versus Safe.
Mantap.
Ghost in either hands.
Wih!
To the head, he dinks him. Shot goes wide. Stun.
Wah,
Missing.
hampir
Doesn't hit it,
anjing.
though. It's Safe with 3 to finish.
What?
And a pistol round for Team Liquid, man.
That is a pistol round for the ages.
Nah, itu yang diremes-remes ini kan, yang dicemak-cemak tuh, itu lah, itu buat ngangetin tangan ya. Sebenarnya nggak perlu diremes, dikocok juga bisa. Digoyang-goyangin aja.
Throughout this year is overcooking situations like that just a tad. You could see the idea. You can definitely see what he's going for there. And there's
Hangat
only
kenapa nggak jadi
holding it back.
planting? Mungkin
The
karena
issue is,
dingin.
when Safe has a fault line into spawn and you're all running single file into Redgar, that fault line connected on everybody and it just stalled the entire pivot. Madness though, absolute madness that puts Team Liquid up 7-6. The reaction in the Netherlands the same as mine here.
You're gonna get disbelief at times when you watch these two teams. For better or for worse.
Anjing sampai melek lagi nih gua. Iya, pembukaan yang bagus ini.
Everybody on Na'Vi flooding through arcade right
Warmer isinya apaan? Itu isinya.
Makes sense, the lockdown.
Aduh, gua lupa lagi isinya.
Although Xiao is technically closer to
Pokoknya
another
bikin
big
anget
ultimate
dah.
than Nightfall.
Oh, dead air. Tidak ada yang ngomong. Halo, Caster.
They prioritize the ults in either areas. Lots available to them on Fracture.
Air anget isinya wedang, jahe. Anjing, mana nih jokesnya nih?
With how slowly, Brent, that Na'Vi like to play on their attack side, I think Team Liquid is going to find it very difficult to get information. Yeah, they still have the Sova Dart and they have a
Jahe
drone
itu
to work
jahe
with, but
ini
apart
guys,
from
jahe
that,
anais
they have no
bukan?
passive info coming from a Killjoy or a Cypher or anything like
Julpika,
that.
terima kasih 17-nya Julpika.
They're going to need to be pushing and info peeking a lot. And that offers opportunities for Na'Vi to
Ya
punish.
itu ben salah, sorry.
Is he
Gua
here
lupa
again,
namanya.
Soulcast? Forced to give up a Halls control because he's worried about Dish.
Sorry
They
bro,
can't watch both
balik-balik,
areas at
namanya
once.
juga
He's backed all
manusia.
the way just to the default spot, and yet he knows, and now he can hear it. The footsteps coming his way. Paranoia,
Mati lu
that's a
Soulcast,
connection.
lu buta.
Towards his feet, but that is a great dart.
Kagak
Sets
mati
it
di
up,
support bang.
bogs them down with
Ini
the
teman yang
aftershock.
baik.
Laying all the util straight into the choke point.
Boh!
Fire
Boh!
it!
Di
So
absen,
fast.
bra!
Confidence online, son.
Easy pickings on the anti-eco.
Mpret,
That's what
mpret,
you need to
mpret.
see. And Redgar saving that recon dart to be able to support Soulcast in his job anchoring the site instead
Biasanya
of
di
using
orang
it for
kedua
information.
harusnya mati tuh posisi kayak gitu guys ya.
An eye on as we head
Biasanya.
into this. Team
Soalnya
Liquid
itu
with
dua
a
orangnya
much better
megang
bonus
serif
round
kan,
by this
harusnya udah
time in the
posisi
second
mati tuh.
half. And they were still able to
Ngepik lagi,
convert in round 3.
Asik banget watch partinya.
So how does this look?
IKP
They're gonna fight
gua
into
di
tree.
pohon ceri.
This looks all in.
Absen dulu bang, apa?
Just backing away from this one. A lot of util being used, dumped right into tree.
Oh dapat bonus lagi konyol
Control
ini.
of it. That's an ult online, an important one. Rolling Thunder now, and well,
look how deep Angel already is.
An insane shot to hit yet. Angel vacuumed up the space that's offered to him. Aftershock is a little bit too delayed, and he's found a second.
The timings that Angel finds are so feast or famine. They're taking that 1v1, but finding the timing, finding the opportunity, and winning the duel against Yampi.
The question is, the Team Liquid still want to try and
Iya
commit
udah cuma 150 room kan.
to using ultimates against this one. Plant. It's being stuck. Nothing used to dissuade it.
I don't think you do,
Ini
Brad.
lu nonton juga kan.
I think the Rolling Thunder is just too much of an investment. This is a bonus round.
Juga.
You want to damage the economy of Na'Vi, but their post-plant positioning is going to be fantastic here. They control tree and
Kurcang
arcade.
buset, jam
And
segini
Breach
sih
just
asik
can't
juga
hit
tuh pakai
everybody.
ketan.
They'll make a go of it. Fault line.
Aku terakhir makan
being
bubur
held.
kacang hijau kayak SMA dah.
If you get a couple of picks, of course, that whole situation changes.
There it is. Attempt from Nats maybe to just swing off that stun, not really working out. Full control, and again, yeah, just trying to play the exits, take away the guns if you can. Evacuation once more from Na'Vi. Bullets attacking,
enggak,
slowing them
bonus.
down, but it looks like everybody's going to be able to get away safely.
PTS
Safe and
700.000
Soulcast
poin,
throw
100
themselves into
kasaweria bang kere. Sesiabas bang.
An extremely gentle bonus
Pakai
round,
ketan
especially
tenda,
compared to
iya.
what we saw in
Kan
round
tadi
3.
gua ngomong ya enak tuh pakai
Na'Vi
ketan.
escaped completely unscathed. All rifles maintained.
Oh,
When
ini
Zipan
belum
gets
reset.
going, and if Angel's hitting entry
Ada.
this attack side could be very difficult for Liquid to deal with. They have
Abis
the lead for the
champion
moment.
bang, abis champion.
Redgar is picking up the Sova operator.
Beres champion nih, abis grand final. Nah, kita gerindik dari awal, oke? Ready?
You always know there's gonna be something when Angel and Redgar are on the field, but I didn't think we were gonna see this.
Not gonna anticipate it, are you? Great tool to stop the contact plays, but what do you do when there's a smoke in your face? Not much. It's got to be to reposition.
Well, famously, Bren, the Sova has really good tools to be able to disengage if you get caught out of position. So, you know, he could take a more aggressive angle.
Langsung dulu mau makan, yuk makan bro, santap aja.
Guy's just lying, spreading misinformation over the
gini
internet.
CNED's one away from his ultimate.
Dapat rezeki nih biasanya.
That's a fact. You can take that to the bank. So he's going to pick up the
RL
orb at the
bang jadi
moment.
nggak tahu, iya man ini kan dikasih tahu kan bang, cuman dihadahin aja dulu biar
Redgar's
lucu.
going to be forced to play.
Udah nggak udang, iya nggak udang-udang amat sekarang bro.
No big goals to
Cuman ini
try and
kenapa
push
nih
this one back,
facecamnya
is
ini
it?
harusnya ada guys di sini.
Redgar's going the opposite way.
Mana nih
Anchoring
UI-nya
onto
ya?
the side, you really just have to get out of here.
He's got
What
the
is-
shock dart lineups and the aftershock as well.
Yep, is the util goods?
Ya.
It misses, man, it misses.
Ya.
Players detained. Not a
Ente.
chance.
And there it is. That's the gambit that Team Liquid went for. I didn't even
Nah, ini
spot
ada nih
exactly where
facecam
those
nih,
shock darts
nah.
ended up landing. But there is a bit of variability in terms
Gagal
of where
tuh
you can
ya,
put the
shock dart.
lockdown in tunnel and still get value.
Yeah, the round has gone to pot. I think it might have just been the smokes in the face. I think you,
Flawless ini guys.
whatever he's lining that up off, he might just need some part of the wall to fire it off of or what. I'm not too sure, but
it's a great point. I mean, I don't play Sova on
Mau
Fracture,
diomongin
so,
dulu.
not many people do.
so I'm unsure
kalau
exactly what the
abu lu
lineup is
Fidelity
there,
ya?
but clearly Redgar going for it and it not quite landing.
Ih kedengeran tuh, ih kabur.
So that's given Na'Vi another incredibly clean round. This economy is going to be through the roof. All of these players getting an extra 3K at the end of this for the one round.
Yeah.
And the suppression on the side of Team Liquid, exactly the opposite. Na'Vi are now in the ascendancy.
Benar kenapa kena
Hunting
mulu
out his
lockdown
gun,
itu
though.
gagal dihancurin
Taking
lockdownnya
out
bang.
Snake's hands, paranoia. Does
Iya.
miss, but yeah. Out into the open. Sipan plucking him.
Yang baru join balik lagi adik-adik,
So, 8 to 8,
terima
it's
kasih.
evened up.
Selamat Bang Ben ya, terima kasih bro.
As we were expecting,
Kebetulan gua
another
nggak
timeout now going to be
rendah, aman
called
aja.
here by Team Liquid.
Sama terus ini.
We're seeing things from Shah's perspective here in the replay. Just easiest cleanup for Na'Vi. So we're heading into a tactical timeout here by Team Liquid as well, as they try to reassess what the situation is. They're going into an eco for the next, so this one really about how they're going
Udah
to adapt
kangkang
in round
sekarang ya
18,
si Udang lihat tuh.
they have
Kenapa
guns
itu?
back available.
Apa kata Mbak Suruhnya kamu nggak boleh dongak
Was
lagi.
focusing on their discipline
Dongak
and
sudah tidak
cohesion.
work buat kamu.
Emil said
Coba
in the
kamu
past as a
baca
coach,
Al-Quran.
he has allowed his team to have a lot of freedom. If they want to overpeak
Liga itu menang
sometimes,
champion apa
if that's
master?
something that they're
Master.
doing because they're confident, he'll let them. He doesn't want to keep them too closely leashed. But in the run-up here to Champions, he's tried to create a more cohesive Liquid, a more disciplined Liquid. A Redgar on operator Liquid.
Yeah. I was rolling back the rounds in my head and I was like, I'm not really seeing as much evidence of this, but listen.
Banyak juga gua ngomong
I
ya
mean,
sampai
I
aus.
do feel like that's what they're aiming for with this kind of composition. They're having, you know, it be based on very set utility being thrown by Redgar and Safe.
Yeah.
Soulcast has been extremely disciplined in terms of the areas of the map that he's been taking, although I think he's been a bit too alone on his attack side. The question for me is really how they deal with Na'Vi. Now let's take a look at this. Now where did the shocks land?
Yeah, shocks were nowhere near, were they?
Oh, there they are. You just see them to the left of the screen.
I mean, maybe being placed for a different position of the lockdown, but
Hampir ya.
it's
Possibly one just a little
heavy.
late.
Like, I mean, just a massive gamble, right? To just anchor onto the site.
Yeah, you have to be extremely confident those lineups are going to land, and it didn't.
Knock the money down, so...
Survei operator jadi teringat. Wah,
lots of
gua banget
chances
itu survei
here.
operator.
Risks need to be taken. That's why you're seeing that fault line push
Karena abis
out.
ini buka Valo kali ya, gue
defensive
kangen banget nih.
to the north side of the map here by
Di
Team
rumah Nugi
Liquid.
nggak puas gue buka Valo
Nobody ready
bro.
to punish, and I'm not sure that Angel even got the information that Northside has been compromised.
Alhamdulillah.
The Na'Vi players left very early on.
Ya lupa bet, buset udah 88 baru ngomong lupa bet lu bang.
Could end up with the round coming down to guesswork, but look at this, fully stacked up. Team Liquid now actually running all the way to A. With Na'Vi also grouped up, not willing to give away any advantages. They want to be playing together nice and tight so that they can trade.
55 seconds on the clock. Redgar got the recon dart back, so he's got that available to try
They
and
are
punish.
grouped up, yeah. Team Liquid, they have presence, they have bodies here. It's about hitting the shots at this point. Lovely recon. There's the punish with a fault line. Yeah, the
Dapat
stun.
dulu si Angel kalau lagi kena stun
Supporting
aja.
utility there, but still Angel man. He's ripping them apart, isn't he, with the rifles? Just can't quite get it done with the sheriffs.
Kuning emang gitu anjing.
Nats has picked up a Vandal here.
Udah
If
mulai
there was
main
going to be
warna nih.
anybody to make this round winnable, it could be him.
He's not in the open.
Timing.
Door open.
Ya Allah Nats.
Caught on the rope.
Yeah, Sugetsu taking him out here.
Ambil bang.
Just min-maxing, making sure that they can prioritize. Still with 10 seconds left. There's the plant.
Up. One tap dulu dong.
No chance for Soulcast here.
Kena.
They know his positioning. I mean, he'd have to toggle, basically, the big stage to pull anything like this off.
Yeah, it's not a possible situation for him, but it's more about, if you can, trying to put a bit of suppression on the Na'Vi economy, because it's currently out of control. You look at Sugetsu, CNED, Zipan, these guys are going to have almost max money. That's a good one. Make Zipan have to rebuy the rifle. These kind of things could end up being important if both teams are able to put more rounds on the board and we head deeper and deeper in this
Sugetsu masih batu.
Need to see some more ideas, though, now from Team Liquid. What's their half-buy round? They're going to have rifles on board for the next. But the lead has been taken by Na'Vi. This is where
Ini kalau Na'Vi menang seruan lagi sih
have a
harusnya
chokehold
easy
on this
win.
map. Their map pick. It looked like early on Team Liquid had a very good read. I think that first half they had plenty of fantastic ideas. We saw the big ult dump on that one round where they punished the A-holes the Na'Vi like to play on the defense side. So there were clear ideas in counter-strategy at play. But
this is going to be ridiculous, Bren. We've got Yampi with the Neon Operator trying to peek into at least two of the players that are on Na'Vi
Angel
trying
and
to take tree
Zipan,
control.
right? Yeah. Close to the corner here, stuns.
Buset,
Angel's TP'd in front.
It's a great position to TP to, actually. You get such a wide swing.
Oh, kan lihat tuh. Gak expect kan? Gak expect kan si Yampi.
Any potential timing, he made no noise whatsoever.
Terus dia nggak perlu nge-smoke dulu, ya kan ada Nats. Ini enak banget dah kalau di ranked bisa gitu.
Onto the one, Soulcast, that is just instinct on display. Shots rattled off through the choke point. Na'Vi finding it difficult now to try and get a bit of a breather in the round.
Their players are very weak.
And still that breach shot.
Anjir, menyala guys, pandalnya guys.
These kills that he's landing, these are just through the smokes.
Oh,
and there it is.
Raffi yang dulunya FPX, iya.
Both of those players had a combined 51 health between them, taken down by spam through the smoke. It's just all the chip damage adding up over time.
Giving him the fights now to CNED. But again, what a task he's got.
Kecuali CNED.
Sidestep a strafe to avoid the stun, a wider face once more, but no, with three players against him.
Jadi 99.
There's that discipline being showed. And again, even.
You take a look at the replay here, though. One of the big issues is that Na'Vi are too predictable on their timings of when they're committing to the site. They go for it. A big round here. You know, utilizing the Nightfall, getting into the site. But one of my major issues is, while they're up 5v4, and they've been very good at being able to get those attacking first kills all this year, they immediately pivot into a site hit every time. And that makes it too predictable. We have an op-v-op battle happening here, although CNED is on the other side. Yampi doesn't like the look of it, he runs away instantly.
Yeah.
Oh ya Allah, ini EMEA 5, EMEA 2 itu di ininya, di klasemennya. Klasemen regular season guys ya.
Liquid's composition has to fight not Angel again.
He sees the barrel. He sees the barrel. Misses the chance though.
So close. Cover going out. That is dancing with death for Yampi. He's trying to work on that internal clock of when the team could have worked their way under through tunnel without making a footstep. And to be fair to him, he was perfect.
Just
couldn't have spent another half second there.
Yeah. Peeking off the recon. Broken. Only the one shot though going wide, and a lot of noise being made. Na'Vi trying to hide their presence, make it difficult to tell which site they're going to be landing on.
I love this smoke as well from Angel. It's obscured the sightline from Yampi. These players over by B are going to be looking for information, but they've made the right read. There's 3 on A, and that's where the smoke is heading with 30 seconds.
Goodbye karir.
Time safe in position with the Rolling Thunder. This just feels like a lost round almost instantly.
Kalau mau dicoba mah boleh.
The time scale that they've been trying to play this one, a haunt into the back of the side. The Rolling Thunder is being used preemptively to try and bog out these players. 17 seconds left. Everybody Pushed and corralled.
Si Ange ke
Close
side
quarters
anjing si
here. Cosmic
Ange.
Divide just again. There's no time. Pushed right in front of them. Angel is right behind enemy lines.
Lah,
They can't
mati
win these
lu, Ange.
fights out. 6 seconds left. There has to be the spike being
play itu.
planted. Is there time? I believe so.
Gila.
But still, they're
Sugetsu.
holding it down. All the sidelines
Anjing,
there.
jadi
The
menang,
shots are landing. It's up to Sokas and Yampi.
Yampi's going to be able to exchange the operator for a rifle, so he does still have a chance. Stun would be good.
He's trying to isolate one of the fights here, but it's so damn difficult. It's a high-low
Dia
setup.
fast lane lo lu.
Drop control still
Bang.
there. CNED watching it with the op. Here's the ult. Showstopper against the wall.
karat.
Damage done, but no kill netted. Distraction play from Solkas, but again, it's ticking. The spike down and down. Time available, not there. This just felt like an impossible round to win for Na'Vi, yet somehow,
Gak mau tuh dia mencet
somewhere,
kayaknya.
they pulled it out.
And I don't
Bisa
know
ngambil
how.
side, Solkas
They
yang
had
maju,
10
bisa itu
seconds on
mati
the
2
clock.
side.
Angel was the only player that Omen ulted into sight. They still had Nats on the high ground of A to deal with, and they bullied their way through all of that defensive utility and managed to get a plant down.
10 seconds
That's
left.
a ridiculous round.
Yeah, look at this.
10 seconds left.
Right down to the wire.
Just trading people out excellently on this slow siege.
Kaget gak sih itu?
Second to spare
AWP.
when the plant's going down there.
I can't believe it. There's so many things that could have gone wrong in that situation. One player in a spot to be able to drop the player with the spike, and it could have all been over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it
Si
means.
Emil.
These are the small moments, the delicate things that can mean the difference between a win and a loss.
And look at this group up. Players.
Udah kena Rikonnya jelek. Wah, hilang 3, bro.
Oh, the man with the plan. What
Wah,
is
si
that?
Udang gimana
Maybe
sih?
not so. Still, I mean, that is just...
He's just jiggling left and
Yep.
right. AD, tapping
Lagi
people
Pajar.
while he's in the dead zone. What is that?
Fantastic movement.
When Zipan's on raise, anything is winnable. That's another thing that Na'Vi have shifted heading into Champions. CNED occasionally taking a bit more of a backseat for Zipan to play the solo duelist. Rather than experimenting with those Yoru Fate compositions that everyone loved from Na'Vi.
So lock that away. Do not bring that out.
But Zipan's been absolutely magical on
Red
raise.
Gar masih buat track
He's
ya.
constantly putting up huge performances for the team.
Terus begadang ya,
Definitely
Bang.
that comfort roll.
Ini lebih
Put
seru dari
Liquid in a
Netflix gitu,
really
Bang.
horrible spot again. Like they forced into this round with a Guardian, some scraps, odds and ends.
There's no chance of reclaiming a rifle as well. They are grouped up. They're saving this Guardian. Doesn't feel nice.
I mean, these players could easily get pinched and lose what little they
Menembak
already
lu,
have.
Nats.
They are being pinched. Position is
Jagoan
known
mana
here.
lu?
Just gotta find the angles in time. It's all up to Nats.
Wah, kocak.
And he won't survive. Na'Vi.
Asik.
It's 11 to 9.
Suigetsu.
The bank is booming. Plenty of money still. Team Liquid once more knocked down. It's almost absolutely nothing.
Here comes the timeout from Team Liquid.
Lihat nih, hilang 3 nih.
Look at this from Zipan.
Buset dah.
Oh, it's the lineup towards the end as Yampi and Soulcast just stack on top of each other. Neither quick enough to be able to trade the first as well. I believe that was safe. There's coordination a little off there, but you know,
Oke, timeout
that's
dulu.
what's going to happen in some of these spots when the pressure gets
Aman
to you.
aja.
I don't really like the way that Team Liquid have been playing their defensive round, Brent, and I'll tell you why. Their composition doesn't have any of that passive information gathering, and so your two options are to try to fight for areas of the map on defense, to play aggressively over towards, you know, let's say tree, and then you back off and you try and re-push another area, and so you're constantly finding new information around the map and creating presence. Or the other option is to try and get, you know, some passive information from an op. And when you look at the comp that they're running, I don't think there is a natural operator. We've seen Redgar pull it out on Sova. We've seen Yampi playing it on Neon. This doesn't make sense to me no matter how good Yampi is with the op. When you have a Neon comp with a Breach and a Sova, you've got to be aggressively taking information, not trying to sit passive behind an operator. I think that's been the wrong call for them, and I think it's put them in a really bad hole that even with the right strategy, it would be almost impossible to dig their way out of.
Udah kagak pernah main Last
Na'Vi look
Oasis
like
ya.
they
Wah,
should be able to wrap this one up
udah
very
dead
quickly.
itu, bro. Udah dead.
Only
Udah
need
dead
2 more
game
rounds.
harusnya.
This one should be handed to them unless something goes awry. Lots of ults still left to be used. He does have the overdrive. Redgar maybe could cook someone up. Hunter's Fury, but for now, fully grouped up. Na'Vi all on the south side of the map. Here it is, yeah. It's proactive, it's aggressive. But there's a paranoia. Fantastic time with that one.
Mau kemana lu Yampi,
All
woi?
the way out of there. I thought he was TPing even deeper. Damage being done behind the
Buset, ada
box.
gila-gilanya di
Dodging,
maju.
juking, but Shao finally lands the shots there. Bullets raining down onto them. And there was
Kocak lu Rapli, baru urgent member. Makasih Rapli.
side.
Nats being able to pick one up with his favorite gun, the Ghost. It's what made Team Liquid's ecos so phenomenal when they were
Berapa
playing in the
emang
regular
dah kayaknya
season.
bagus tuh game.
Still
Dulu
in a
kayaknya gue
3v4.
udahannya karena
And
ada
those
cheater
weapons,
dan
you know,
gak
lost in
kuat bang
places
mainnya
where
bang.
there's no way to pick them up. Shao's weaponry is not going to be retrievable by Team Liquid. So this has got to get done with Sheriffs and Ghosts.
Kenapa itu si Pinky?
Saved, tucked.
Nats is going for it. What
Across
is
the
this?
row, he spotted it.
There's
You have
no
to hold
way.
your ground though, you have to hold.
Timing,
No one's
timing,
looking
timing.
towards it. No question marks on the mini-map, and he sped it all the way up.
Pede gila.
There's a gun for you. What a play! Gotta do it. Backs against the wall. Safe. Gets his way out of there. No longer anchoring towards the back, just rattling off
Wah,
the
ke
shots.
Andi,
And there's
makasih udah
definitely
jadi member,
damage
ke
done.
Andi.
Players are weak, but the spike will get planted still.
Andi
3
nanti akhir
versus
tahun
3.
kita main pipa ke Andi ya.
Hit in place.
Aku
Again,
belum
Sue.
beli
Gotta
order
close
pipa
this one
baru.
out cleanly. Bit of anti-synergy though, and
Punya
Cnet's
fokus
holding with the
sebaton,
operator.
iya. Jadi udahan lah so asisnya.
Exactly follow up inside the pit.
No, he doesn't have any kind of angle, I don't think.
Gas Bang Dik aku beliin.
Choose
Oh
the
iya,
best
boleh
of
Andi nanti ya. Nanti DM gua aja
Holding
nih.
it in his hands
Belum
as the
bisa keluar
counter
kapan
pit.
nggak tahu Asran, makasih
Layered on
sebulannya
top,
ya.
It's almost perfect.
Buset, jadi agar-agar apa nih?
Completely overlapped. Where will the dice fall here? Comes down to it. A bit of RNG. Lighting up the bodies. It's even. So far. He's run them down and seen it with the operator. Sticking onto it. Rifle gained. Damage done still. Everyone's weak and they all fall down.
Kinet bro. Ten 2, gak tau
Team
kapan ya
Liquid
beloknya.
took their risks, they took the gambles.
Gue lama-lama
In the
jadi
end, it
pengen
did not
baca
pay
dah
off.
daripada nunggu.
Nats tried his very best. But the investment of that Viper's pit, it was a good idea. I mean, you saw what Safe was able to accomplish. Everybody on Na'Vi dropped down to fractional health, apart from CNED, who was outside with the operator. No real way of accounting for that. Team Liquid are going to have one last chance
Udah
here.
keren-keren tuh si Nats ya.
Na'Vi only need one more.
Round's already begun. Straight back to it. CNED. No time to set up his turret actually to watch that angle. He was late towards the north side.
Gue sudah bukan pembaca, tapi gue pengen sih baca buku lagi.
Damage being done, attack with the bullet, but
yang gak komik sih,
enough to really
pengen
bring
baca-baca
down
novel
his
aja.
opposition, and now there's a pace increase. All the way onto the side, but Yambi still watching it with the op. Disengaging, dodging away from all this utility with the
Ternyata
nightfall
tanpa disadari,
scattering
karena gue
across.
nggak baca tuh.
We're definitely finding it difficult now to get
Ngomong jadi suka
foothold
balelo
here.
guys, tahu nggak balelo?
The one player onto the side, they have to make a call to try and fight, and it's over towards Sand. Still the spike is in Halls, and Angel, he is in no man's land. He used 2 TPs to get into this spot.
He's got to be able to get them out of it. I mean, he's the playmaker now, but he's so far away from being able to make a play happen.
Last night.
Behind the box.
Another smoke up in 5 seconds. He could use that to try and isolate a duel or get himself out.
Trying to force
Oh,
a fight.
bagus Arik, regen member lu ya, makasih Arik.
Dart. Everything being used. Attention.
Si Ange
dragged
nggak
towards
bisa
him.
kemana-mana.
Safe.
Ange. Oh.
Marching towards the objective, but no. Backing away, playing it because they realize they have
Emang
time.
ngaruh.
And well,
Kalau di gua sih
spamming the
ngaruh.
common angles once more. Shao's going to be falling.
They shouldn't be allowed to plant here. Safe and
Dulu
Mega
gua sering
both have
baca,
ultimates that can
kayaknya
stop
kalau
it.
presentasi depan kelas kagak kena PPP gitu.
For the fights here.
Ngomong kagak
Completely grouped
belepotan.
up, but yeah, Team Liquid.
Light
And the
novel,
advantages there
light
in that
novel.
round. It was handed them
Dunia mana ini Navi bisa menang?
12 to 10.
Lihat nih bang, dunia Suigetsu
Chances
bang.
now that Na'Vi has to close out this
Kode
map.
ganteng.
And things get easier for
Bisa
Liquid.
jadi
the
OT
more
nggak
that
nih
they
guys?
can win.
Kalau predik gua bener
Yeah,
sih
he's picked
Navi
up the
menang game
operator
1.
again. You don't anticipate them really going for too much defensive aggression when he's got that weapon online.
Madan
But these
Abu.
ults are going to be constant threats. Whenever Safe and Redgar have these ultimates up, it makes it very difficult for Na'Vi to be
Ulan apa
able to
tuh?
get plant
Catat.
down.
Set, 2 bar
And it
loncat.
also
Anjing.
counters CNED
Udah hafal bet
trying
tuh.
to go for any kind of space acquisition, taking control of the B site with his lockdown.
Kalau kalah pulang apa gimana? Enggak, ada elimination
That
dulu.
information, aren't they? You can see it. Guy having to jiggle with the knife out.
He's
Madan.
actually taking a lot of space in A holes, and that's going to be beneficial for them. I mean, 2 players right now are getting early information
Pertama
towards
dikit
A,
gak
so
ngaruh.
they can stack 3B.
Enggak sih kayaknya bang.
They don't have a bad defensive setup.
You should run.
Masih
Over
Ange
the
nih.
top,
Ange,
there's a
Ange.
lockdown.
Ange.
There's a Hunter's Fury to try and
Lah,
push this
kalah
back,
lu,
actually
Ange.
deal with it, and this time Nats, yeah. Definitely aware of it for the towers push. Rolling Thunder.
But that's every ultimate. The two big ultimates have been used, and Na'Vi still have a minute to work with. Sure, they're in a 4v5.
Kenapa sih CF ultinya cepet juga guys ya?
But I think you got to consider that a bit of a win.
Masih banyak waktu.
The entire time though, Yampi has held on to that A-Hall's
Gak
control.
mau ngasih satnya kah? Atau gimana?
Team Liquid peace of mind knowing that they can stack
itu
players
timing!
onto the B site.
Ay.
I think Nats and CNED both just caught glimpses of each other there.
Here it is, crossing. Using the smoke timers again, it's just random bullets. It could come down to sheer chance. Whether or not they can get into the site itself. There it is, follow the traces. Nats will just pounce. 3 in a round in total. Xiao left to do so much more, and he just cannot get it done. 12-11, Team Liquid. Steadily getting there. One more to bring it to OT.
Nats has just been the hero for Team Liquid today. He was at the beginning of the first quarter here on Fracture. He was
gara-gara buang ulti nggak menang sih,
finding all the important kills. He caught a spot of CNED early on while he was positioned at Dice, repositions into tower, deals with CNED by counter-spamming through the smoke, and then also catches the player in tower who's trying to push him and squeeze him. Amazing play from Nats. He's up 20 and 14. That's what Emil needs. Star player stepping up.
Last time out here, regular time, it's Na'Vi. They realize it. The chances have been slipping away from them to close this map out. Nice clean fashion without it going to the OT. One more shot, one more chance.
The gun rounds in this half have still been massively in favor of Na'Vi. Team Liquid won the pistol, both times, and Na'Vi is still 12-11 up. But that kind of stuff, it doesn't really matter if Liquid's able to find those crucial rounds that end up making the difference. The rounds that count for more than just one. Now, Zipan is going to be one away from a showstopper here. There's definitely a plan that
Madan jadi member lagi. Makasih Madan dah, welcome back.
Like I said,
kodoknya enak kan merah.
With the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder being removed from the game, Team Liquid don't have the same level of tools. They're going for a double op setup. Gotta be kidding.
Treyan langsung aja Madan, Sulawesi, makasih.
Do they have spare rifles on the floor? I don't think.
I believe so. I mean, Red was
they must
chopping and changing it around.
If they don't, they should, because Soulcast has the money for it.
Yeah, and it's the last round for it, so they must do, surely. Well, I mean, this is one way. Try and hold some of that passive map control.
Bring them down.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Angel only with a sheriff in hand.
I'll be crying over you.
Slowed down entirely.
Oh, getar gitu tangannya deh.
Yampi.
He's got to be worried about tunnel.
There's danger. Oh, there's more than danger. There's players right in his face. Prowler shot landing through. Damaged under Zipan.
Baru tahu ada tap love. Iya, nanti kelihatan dilihatnya juga tap-tapnya.
Zipan will now die to 2 Vandal shots.
Anjing!
As he pops his showstopper.
Tahu ngaruh ke FYP
The
kan
damage
tap
that was just done through that Prowler may end up making a massive difference. But just picking up the orb has dragged 4 players from the defense over towards B. Recon Dart being used. That needs to be broken. If it is, it doesn't
Kalau
get
lu nggak
broken.
pakai streaming, belasan juta udah enak banget.
Coming through on A.
They can stack it through. It's Nats who's holding it again.
Itu PC-nya doang ya, bukan sama monitor ya. Belasannya udah cukup
He's up
banget.
against the rocket. Here with the door open wide. That is a beautiful face. The fundamentals on display from Na'Vi. They found that advantage. Get into the site though. Plan needs to get online here. Op revealed. Yampi holding it from drop here.
It didn't clear to get
Sweet.
This is not cleared yet.
Sweet.
Still from sand.
Oke, GG guys. GG. No OT. Wah! Aduh anjir. Gue kira bakal mati 3 tuh. Nggak jadi.
That's map number 1 wrapped up.
Panik dikit, gak ngaruh.
Na'Vi performing on their map pick
GG ya adik-adik. Coba nih yang mengetik GG ada berapa orang? Oh ada Arik 1. Apakah sisa ketiduran guys? Kesairin dulu ya. Na'Vi.
This entire year, if you look at these two teams and they're playing, I think at most it's been a round differential of 3 rounds on every map that they played against each other.
And what a time for Na'Vi.
Ya, apakah chat YouTube error adik-adik?
Konyol nih YouTube. Of this caliber against the EMEA win.
Nah, biar chill dulu ya. Halo chat YouTube. Wah, error nih kayak YouTube jam segini nih. Okto masih live ya 12 jam ya?
Pengawalan nih Pak.
Buset, berapa jam lagi dia? Sejam lagi.
Lu dengar omongan Nando tadi nggak?
Ini sejam berarti jam 4 Okto gila. Bang, ya kan YouTube kan error konyol.
Mas
Restream ini orang nih.
30 aja 30 kayak dah pas. Yang
Pada udahan main CS:GO.
Alah anjing. Banyak ting. Gede banget nih anjing. Mana?
Itu most sensitivity. Lu di Valo berapa?
043.
Asteris nobar juga nih. Asteris, Cimomo, Bang Rio. Bang Rio nonton, siapa lagi? Cross Misty udah pasti kalau ini mah. Sabar guys, kita cek pick up dulu. Mana sih? Grup D. Gue sih predik Navi yang menang ya. Kesini ya. Liquid ke bawah nih. Apakah predik saya hari ini benar guys? Kita lihat ya. Jesselyn siapa JKT? Jess, berarti Indonesia Jesselyn gini. Oh iya anjir.
Gue bisa langsung nonton laut. Gue pengen lihat Aspas. Iya nggak? Yang nggak Kyo?
Iya,
Kita mau lihat Aspas kan Kyo?
Iya, kita mau lihat Aspas.
Iya.
Aspas tuh kadang kalau ngeliat Aspas main tuh kadang suka kayak gitu.
Nah dia kontennya Palo juga guys. Pico Park Valorant nih bro. Oh baru ya, baru streaming ya? Oh iya. Baru streaming ya. Udah graduation. Oh graduation. Gitu-gitu jago dia Ben. Maksudnya gitu-gitu apa? Kan gue nggak tahu apa-apa. Gue nggak ngatain ya. Imo 2 Ben susah.
Maksud?
Gini nih mesti diberitahu nih, ha? Lu lihat nih loading Valorant gua sekarang ya. Sampai kapan sampai beres? Ya, update. Ntar guys, update dulu. Udah. Habis menang ini dari 150 perak naik terus keren, mantap. Anobrain lagi mana? Anobrain.
Oh Windows.
Raje. Marlo juga jago guys mainnya. Ini siapa nih? Actually Effie.
How do you spend for the lot?
Biasa nyelam dulu dikit. Silau anjing. 22 SG streamer. Nyapur deh. Anjir rumahnya keren juga. Jam-jam krusial yoi. Pogzi nonton kah Pogzi? Oh ya nonton deh. Si Scary apakah nonton? Nonton ini kayaknya si Scary nih. Tuh, nonton bro.
ถึงแม้จะแพ้ฟาเนติกมาแต่แบบ
Apa kata Eva?
ชนะมาด้วย2 ครั้งนะในปีนี้
Oh, mereka terakhir itu ketemunya kalah. Ya ente lah buat Liquid. Navi menang
เคยชนะ
katanya
มา
guys.
ครั้งหนึ่งแพ้ครั้งหนึ่งหมายถึงว่าเล่น2 ครั้งโอ้โหสมองเฮ้ยเล่นมาด้วยกัน2 ครั้งแล้วสกอร์เดิมด้วย11-13 13-11
ขอเดิมด้วย
โอ้ my god ก็ตึงอยู่ดีก็ลุ้นอยู่ดีครับ
Jam
แต่ว่า
1 mau tidur ya.
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้เหมือนเดิม
Asik juga di Thailand ya.
ต้องเพลงก่อนเข้า
และ
ตอนเพลง
Valorant ID guys, Valorant ID
ทีมงานเราเลือกมาเพลย์ลิสต์มาที่กล่าวให้ทุกคนมาร่วมตื่นอยู่กับพวกเรา
Goblok kenapa
ก็สา
begini
มารถ
sih?
ที่จะมาเต้นกันได้ตัดเข้ามารู้สึกว่าสกอร์ดีกว่า
Allahu Akbar, kaget gua. Bentar. Bis drop gua tuh ke reset guys, bentar ya. Sabar. Udah connected deh. Oke, claim dulu bro. Agustus 17 27. Oke, mantap. Halo Madan, terima kasih 13 bulannya. Siapa lagi? Lama bener nih. Nih kayak speed gue turun udah ke 100 nih. Terus setak 11 nih. Goblok, besok gue telepon lagi nih Indihome babi nih. Kalian sahur, ntar gue sahur jam 6-an ya. Jadi kap. Udah nih, udah dibuka bang tuh. Udah 51 orang sok aja. Berapa? Kasihin tangan pagi-pagi lah. Puasa banget gua. Puasa banget. Kayaknya seru jam segini main only up. Enggak deh bang, enggak dulu. Aku mau donasi poinku ke Bangkret 1 juta kalau boleh. Enggak, kalau dijual boleh. Pokoknya di sini hanya saya yang diuntungkan. Kita kapitalis. Lihat nih ya, loading gua nih, Hah? Ayo Riot Games. Oh, kencang sekarang nih Valorant gua. Oh, ini apa nih? Oh, biasa ini mah. Lumayan radianit 20 loh. Ntar gua ngitung dulu buat besok nih. 6.000 kurang ininya ya. 2.800, berarti butuh 8.000. Ini 20, ini berapa? 30, 50. Oke, aman guys. Ini besok sore ya. Nanti sore. Dosis parasitisme. Ini kenapa nggak ada, Bang? Video, Bang. Bang. Ini dulu. Oh. Kill efeknya begitu, Bang? Oh, kill efek tuh yang oh iya. Nah, ini baru bunyi. Ini gua doang apa emang tulisannya makin gede di deathmatch? Ada nadanya gitu pas spray ya. Kok jadi sedih terakhir nggak tertarik perasaan? Gua bilang cuman kurang. Dibeli mah pasti dibeli, guys. Kan ada Pip Gaming. Kenceng banget ya kan loading gua. Woi anjing, sakti deh. Makan yuk, makan bro.
They look like us, but are they us?
Naikin kaki satu kali ya.
So many questions. Fight. Keep it cool.
goblok. Kepala. Getar gini pagi-pagi, bro. Wah! Monyet.
The eyes are down. Now 4. Terminated. Goodbye.
Alah! Ini spray gua tuh, belajar spray. Mode bang sinet anjing bisa aja. Babi lu nyampah ya. Jongkok nih, jongkok. Nah, keluar aja. Woi, woi. Ya. Astaga. Liquid apa Napi, Bang? Wah, Napi kayak Bang Olil. Kamu lagi menobar kah? Kok gua nggak dikasih biru gitu ya? Gua nggak nerima pengemis. Aduh anjing. Babo ya, babo. Ah, babo, babo. Makan tuh kulit babo. Kriuk, kriuk. Ah. Oh ini di mana-mana tahu emang gitu loh. Kalau lagi ada butuhnya datang deh. Anjing.
10 kills remaining.
Tuh menanjing. Kagak mati deh. Pengen tempat favorit apa? Oni gua. Oni Recon. Sama yang baru.
5 kills remaining.
Gue jadi kalah anjing main-main mulu. Kagak mati-mati itu. Ngeding, Cok. Udah mulai belum, guys? Udah mulai, oke. Bentar ya. Udah mulai, kita gas dulu. Oke.
It's yeah. We're in for a silly game, I think. We're in for a silly game. Get ready.
That's what I was hoping for from Group D.
Yeah, just silliness. Here we go. It's very slow, but well, they get themselves up onto those angles, and Only one opportunity granted to save. He's quick to capitalize. Here's a nade into elbow, flash into the back, it clears. A lot of that space gives them peace of mind, but they second guess themselves. In through the TP, all that space being gathered. Nats catches the lurk and the rotations, because guess what? It was Yampy gaining all that space through showers while all that was happening.
He's going to be pushed up. Newbind makes it easier to clear this position.
Oh, he needs some help though.
Goes 1 for 1.
No trade inside there. Angel still alive and kicking, isn't he?
But only with a classic.
It's a 2v4. Gains the upgrade. One smoke left. Can remove one of the angles. Trying to follow the traces. Landing a few shots here. We'll need a real miracle chance here. Doubled up into Lambs, and yet from behind, the timing unfortunate for him, but all really just laid out here for Team Liquid to take this pistol round. To get to, so much to do, not enough time. Almost with the shots. Decent effort.
Team Liquid pick up the 3rd out of 3 pistol rounds in this series. They've got to be kicking themselves for the way the Fracture went, being in a position to win the game. But they've started out on the right foot to right their wrongs here. I'm so intrigued as to how this Na'Vi composition is going to function on the defense side.
There'll be fumes coming out of your head by the end of the map.
Yeah, well, already we saw CNET going for the push through the teleporter, right? And Nats took him down execution style, just pushed up real deep on sand. So that's something that CNET's going to have to be wary of in the future. Wouldn't be surprised to see Angel just taking fights constantly over towards showers too, knowing him.
Yeah, he loves it. He absolutely loves it. Plenty of firepower on either side, though. Flash actually landed top into the corner, and as the recall star was dropped down, it opened up the sideline.
Just as the pistol round opened, this round the other way. Both raises taking those duels, Sheriff in hand, Zipan wins this time. Now we have 4 players over towards B. They're going to try and re-explore B long and make sure that Team Liquid are not grouped up over towards there. Liquid would love to try and respond reactively into A off the back of that, but they can't. Not grouped up, no spike in hand. Yampy just continues to take Showers control slowly as Angel hoovers up the ultimate orbs around the map.
There's CNET though, look at him. Left to right, doesn't know which way to look. And Yampy.
This is like a Sheriff-only game.
I know, it certainly feels like it.
There it is again.
Towards the back of the site, and yet back up from the rest of his team. Shots sailing through into the back of the A site. That'll be open area for them to be able to plant, so only up to Sugetsu. At this point, it's wrapped up. Should be a very flourishing bonus round in the next for Team Liquid.
Yeah, one where they'll have tons of things online. I mean, especially if Yampy goes in hunts right now, there's a possibility that he might even be able to get a tour de force active.
Yeah, it should be the one hunting.
Dinyalain dong kan PC. Kalau PC gua mati baru AC gua mati.
With Sugetsu alive, command still quite a bit of respect. You know, Sugetsu was popping heads in the previous with only the Sheriff that he'd managed to scavenge. And Team Liquid playing with a lot of that discipline that they said they were trying to bring into champions here.
Yeah.
Oh, and the grab well.
Locking him in place, vulnerable up. I'm thinking with this one, Yampy hits it.
So that's great.
Agak kedinginan
Really
lumayan.
Ultimate to start building up
Demi
towards.
kalian apapun kulakukan.
And Yampy's put a serious focus on taking Showers control. It might not be at the very start of the round, but that's certainly the area of the map that he's going to be contesting. I think you should anticipate fights happening around that area. Na'Vi have players that are going to love to try and contest early. We've seen Zipan fighting over towards B. CNET's on Neon. He's got to want to take early engagements. And Angel, you couldn't keep him out of a first duel.
He throws himself in willingly.
Abu, rewel, pagi-pagi Abu.
Now, Yampy's not buying a weapon here, which is really bizarre. And neither's...
Demi kami, apakah Abu terhitung?
Yeah, saving fully, really. I mean, that's so much money in the bank. I'm not too sure what the game plan is. Maybe attack side operator.
I think Sugetsu just headbutted that Viper orb to try and deny Nats' setup.
Counterplays on counterplays here, and yeah, it looks like it. It's a bit too deep down into the choke. Deep flash, smoke, instantly placed down. That orb does allow Sugetsu to just hold this position. And yeah, towards the back there. Rattling off the Sheriff shots, not favored for it.
Zipan so far looking like he's crispy, apart from the first death that he got in round 1. Otherwise, he's been good for it. Aim's on point. Form not an issue.
Team Liquid feeling a tad lost in this one. I mean, 40 seconds remaining. They don't really have any semblance of map control. Only now starting to clear towards it. And guess what? Angel's here. Slide off angle. Lovely movement from Soulcast, though. He responds. That is the trade.
Shao needs help. Zepan's going to be booking his way over as quickly as he can.
He does towards the back, but he's given plenty of timing. There was a large window there. Only the Trailblazer. No one pushing up off of this. It's only the players, and he's timing it. Hooked his way around into the center of the tube, and that's running forwards there. Up and over. Zipan, not aware of it. Dropping down now. That's the plan. It wasn't covered. And well, I'll put a stop to it, won't it?
Great play by Na'Vi. Excellent work there by Shao. Just moving his way around the box. Dodging the Trailblazer from the other side. And take a look at this opener from Zipan too. Oh, just catches Yampi as he was trying to escape. And all of those opening kills go in the way of Na'Vi. Secures them a nice advantage. So, 2 players didn't buy in that round from Team Liquid on their bonus, where they could have, in theory, because they had like 5,400 credits, something like that. So you know that they're saving up for an operator. Yampi picks it up. He's one away from having Tour de Force online anyway, but he wants to try and fight this down short. The real battle for map control, though, we're watching here at Showers.
Scurrying all the way forwards, using the util to make sure they can set themselves up onto that line.
It looks a little
having to give it up.
From Na'Vi here, actually.
Yeah, they are really grouped, and now just, again, guessing.
Yeah, 3 players just on top of each other in backside A. No map control at all, and they're just trying to play full A retake.
What sound cues are they going off? I mean, there was a couple of recalled stars over towards B, and they're leaving it.
They know there's nobody down B long. I mean, this is a gamble and a half to think that it would be a full 5-person B hit through hookah.
Another flash committed as well on the other side of the map. That should give them, again, no indicator, no sound cue. So they choose to commit elsewhere. So finally catching the shoulder of Safe.
This is so much responsibility and pressure to put on Sugetsu's shoulders.
But he's out of there. Gives it up, doesn't play towards the back of the site.
It's a bizarre round, but they have both duelists flanking through market. It's a weird way of playing the defensive side of Bind, because you're going to be running into these trademarks more often than not.
30 seconds left.
Yampi's got one positioned at market.
There it is.
How do you get past that?
No chance. Have to break it, but they're waiting to see if somebody will just walk into that side line. It gets triggered. Nats now aware. Repositions all towards the back here. Orbital strike clearing out Lamp. Stun is clean, but here it is. Util flying backwards and forwards. Yampi got close to the corner here. It's all up to Nats. He's playing his lineups. His whole team has just fell down. Not a chance of holding it. Pushed off the defuse though, but half gained onto it. Maybe a chance, a possibility. 56 health left. No, the faces there with confidence. And the rifles, it's all done. Evens up now to 2-2.
I certainly had doubts about the way that Na'Vi was playing the defensive side there, but the retake was sublime. Angel found a spot to be able to use his Brim ult, and they supported the double duelist coming through short, exactly as the rest of the team were retaking back through, you know, Spawn and Heaven. The coordination on this was exemplary. Red got taken down in a spot where nobody was able to really support him, and Yampi's operator is just way out of position, stuck in on site there. Doesn't have the maneuverability that he would if he had a rifle in hand. Yampi's going to have a Tour de Force online this time.
On top from the previous rounds.
It feels like a premium is being put on the attacking side for Team Liquid of Showers control. They want this area of the map. Now CNED with the opping Neon. I think he's just going to be running between his current position and Heaven, depending on what he hears around the map.
So strange, isn't it? Trailblazer, that was used towards B long as well, cleared it out and did spot Safe. Was holding there, earned his showstopper up. It feels like Team Liquid are setting up for potentially a bursty play.
With Redgar being an extremely late lurk kind of option.
So
Redgar, though,
open angles.
He still doesn't have any stars available for this.
Getsu is close to the corner, damage done through the box, and this is it. The off angle to Getsu. Of course he doesn't. Shy away from that fight. Spots the legs, damage done even more so. Backing away, almost the kill. Zipan all the way through the back as well. Reinforcements have arrived. And 3 players left standing here for Team Liquid. It's a bizarre approach to the attack side.
It's a mess of a round. Really is. But they're going to try and end towards B.
Si Ange nggak betul. Ange.
Yampy with the tour de force is waiting for somebody to come back through the teleporter towards him and fall straight into Angel's hands.
It's the backstab. Spike is nowhere. Redgar is in elbow.
What
it's just all over the place. And it feels a little... I mean,
EMEA bind at its finest.
It's not defined, is it? It's not focused on the attack side.
It certainly isn't. I mean, Yampy's looking for an opening pick. And when he's not rewarded with one of those, Team Liquid didn't have a plan B to fall back towards. Trying to go into an exec, but we're waiting for so long for Redgar to get his stars back online. He recalled them, and they were waiting. There was only 30 seconds left. And by that point, they'd already lost Nats, who was going for a lurk play. They're confused as to what the plan B is if the plan A of Yampy go kill doesn't work. I'm making things a bit too easy here for Na'Vi. Liquid are going to take a timeout. Presumably, this is for Emil to address the philosophy issues of how they're approaching the attack.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even when committing there, surely, you know, you want to be grouping up, not having Redgar over towards B and sending the showstopper in. Looks messy.
I'm just working out as well. They should have money to buy Team Liquid, that is. Taking his time out, they have a big ult. The back pocket, which is safe. Picked up the showstopper in one of those prior rounds. Big tools to use. You could cook something up, maybe a bit of a pace increase, but it really does feel like the composition as well that they are playing. It doesn't really suit, you know, big bursty plays. It's not like they're running perhaps like a Brimstone or something where you can just immediately prop down the smokes. And you're running a chamber as well. I mean, they're quite tethered.
I think there are still options, though, to go for burst plays. Sure, it's not a double duelist composition, but you know, if you're able to combo your utility with like a snakebite over towards B long, a dog to be able to get up there, take some hookah control with the boombot, and then you get into a B exec within the first 30 seconds.
Oh iya, ada drop ya.
That's going to put a lot of pressure on CNET, who you know is opping on Neo.
Tapi sebenarnya bisa juga sih.
Fast hits here, forcing CNET to
mengaktifin drop tuh bisa sebenarnya.
Have to retake with that tool. I think it's a potential win condition for Liquid. But they are all grouped up on A right now.
Yeah, it could be part of the plan. Trailblazer now makes his way forwards. So what are setups? And here's the showstopper. Yeah, they want to burst forwards all the way into the site. Not really catching anyone. How do you take that fight? Still, it's traded and brought down. A value from the showstopper. 4 versus 4 with the pit in play. Trailblaze, it's fast from Na'Vi. They want to try and flood into this one and prevent it from even going down in the first place, but they fail at that. Still cleaning up. Angel. Where does he come from? I do not know, but Yampy's dealt with, and now they've cleared out showers.
All of these 3 players really grouped up. Any kind of spray that's aimed at one of them could easily catch 2 or 3.
It comes down to it, doesn't it? Will the rifles connect? Retaking into it with the operator, never ideal as well.
Anjing berkorban, anjing si Sinet.
Angel! He's already cleaned him up. 3 in a row. Make it 4. You cannot make this up, man.
Sampai bertemu nanti.
Just cannot make it up.
Angel is feasting out here on Liquid.
But, I mean, the absolute chokehold that Angel has on his team to say, CNET, I know you're a star player, listen, get in there. Get in there, start making some distractions, start hopping around for me.
It's the perfect play to make, it really is. I mean, the wide swing on Yampy, who's opping as well. Yampy's not in the best position to deal with a player that swings that close. Angel's just on fire currently.
Paling kalau Fruity yang
gue suka cuma OZE. What kind of form players like Angel, like Redgar on the opposing side are going to come into these events?
No, you simply don't.
Beli hari apa sih?
High risk, high reward players that when they're hitting, when they're having a game, they just can be the X factor that wins their team a series.
Dijawab Jul kalau orang nanya tuh Jul ya.
I mean, again, think back to what Angel was saying about winning champions. He said it's just about being good here right now at this day, at this week. It's all about form, baby.
That's it. All that matters. An attempt there to punish the jump spot. Good flash. Angel blinded though. I believe that was a team flash. Still just peppering them from a side. The shot misses. CNET ducking away.
Good movement though.
Yeah.
To be able to get away from that was dangerous for a moment there. He's only got 3 more bullets.
Can't give him many more chances though.
Well, he's got 1 left.
Yeah. Angel's taken up the space once more. He's cleared out hookah. Going to be giving a call to his team, and Sugetsu now, whether this push could be coming through. That's why the snakebite was layered down. Cosmic Divide at his back. Trailblazer onto to the one side. Satchel through and across into the orb, but you have to give up that space. Now there's a nade. An attempted to deny this plan here. Time is running so down. Is running right into them. Zipan, showstoppers there. 20 seconds left. Cosmic Divide obfuscating, hiding.
Dapat 2.
Two-piece. Natsto from behind. An instant response with the overdrive. He can't quite get it. It's all CNET. The 1-2 punch from those star players. They absolutely collapse on him.
In the meantime, Angel's firing a molly onto the default plant spot. Trying to make sure that the time works against them with 10 seconds left. Oh, it's scrappy. Team Liquid had a chance there, though. They set Nats up in a position to make magic happen. Again, with Ghost in hand, picking it up, upgrading to a Vandal. I think this is one of their best options to win here on Bind, is to try and put Nats in a position to win. And whether that's creating distractions for him to lurk down short or using a lot of utility to push him into lamps. In the meantime, though, CNET taking his op for a walk. He runs straight into Yampy.
He's run straight into him to the off-site line. Brought him down into a 4v5. Proactive is the call
Timing
here.
nih Redgar nih.
Out the smoke.
Goodbye Redgar.
Shao's holding it. Angel close.
Angel, Redgar. Staring at each other.
Ih, masih menang loh.
Redgar doesn't win it.
I mean, again, Angel is just on
Emang
fire
lagi
today.
dapet ini si Angel ini.
You can't stop him.
Guys, ini abis karena gue nggak tahu, nggak hafal, gue kontra-kontrakan.
Things quiet back down.
Hit used. On fire parah, iya.
As things get to the minute mark here. Sugetsu making sure Showers is not an option. Angel, you can't be swinging that one, man.
Almost repeating it. They could have just been contacted up onto it. In fact, they are, man. Of course he's going to be falling there.
Jekyll and Hyde.
It's so silly.
3v4, the defensive side now going to be scrambling. Sugetsu forced to abandon the pit.
And Shao to try and push them back here from the back of the site. Seekers not actually broken. Trailblazer on top of it as well. Flash round to the side. He's going to get stunned up here. No chance in hell. Ton of util coming his way. Team helping him out though. There was a nade in response. That's from Zipan off to the side, but they have gained that ground all the way. And Shao, he is on an island essentially. Plant, it's tapped.
Timing, aduh.
Looks like the response once more. Safe over the top here with a boom bot. He wins out the fight still. There's no time on the clock. Sugetsu dodging the flash. Round to the side. It's onto Yampy. He's got a hold and he misses it. The spike. It does go down. Extension into 1v1. Sugetsu versus Yampy.
Aduh, udah di hot angle ini.
Held down. How does he win it? Jiggling it. Finds the shot anyway. It's Yampy who finally lands the important one.
These rounds are absolutely bonkers. Oh, I mean, we've lost all semblance of sanity here on Bind. All semblance of it. Just enormous hero plays coming out to be able to put teams in position to win. I love the idea from Shao there, tucking towards the back of the site. But this is what gave Yampy the advantage early on. CNET went for a play like that. Sugetsu did what he could. Sometimes this guy's aim is just ridiculous, but he couldn't land the final kill. Yampy there to open and to close for Team Liquid to get their first rifle round on Bind.
So far the series haven't been favored with the gun rounds.
Not at all.
Baguslah biar si Tens kemana-mana kek. Sentinel mulu.
Maybe this is the turning point, though. Anything to clear this? Sugetsu playing it relatively safe. Jiggle with the knife. As soon as he hears the Trailblazer, instantly there. Doesn't opt to use a snake bite. There's a pull, there's a nade. He can't get out of there. Just about.
Oh, the nade just too slow from safe. A very nice idea otherwise from Team Liquid. These are the kind of little combo plays that they've been missing throughout the rest of the map that can really set them up for advantages and give them other options and ideas.
Turnamen ini kayak Ben.
Just getting used now at a mid-round portion here. Just going to give Na'Vi lots of information. Points him in the right direction. Where are these players sitting still with 45 seconds left? They're broken.
Stacking 3 players on B.
I mean, it's slow to a crawl.
The spike is not over here. The spike is going towards short. It again seems a little uncoordinated from Team Liquid. I don't know what the end goal is here. Do they have to go through the teleporter?
I don't know, man.
They must.
Yeah, they do. They don't actually have Showers control when this is happening as well. They're going to have to clear that one themselves. Now they're starting to move forwards onto the site, but there's only, again, 17 seconds left. Plenty of opportunities to try and deny. Still, it's safe. Showstopper there. Ducking and juking away from it here, giving all that space up. 4v5 with the pit layer down. This one should be a slam dunk for Team Liquid, but should be, doesn't really play a part in this series so far.
Sugetsu's still looking for a lurk play all the way through B. He's very far away from being able to help in this retake. So I don't think Na'Vi are going to be contesting this one too heavily, just spamming into the pit and seeing if they can get rewarded with a freebie.
Praying, and well rewarded. There's the first one. The time is still ticking. They're going to need a bit more than that, and Shower's still not there. Solcas off to the corner here, not favored winning. What is that? Adjustment flicked to the side, and at this point, not enough time to make the play for this one. This is Team Liquid wrapping up the round. Evacuation through the TP. In a match here. Body's falling all over the bloody place.
That's a really nice idea for Sugetsu. I thought he was looking to try and collect a potential lurk play through B, but he's just attempting to play exits. They know that Team Liquid's economy is not in a particularly strong spot. You see there that Yampi's got a lot of money, but the rest of the team are feeling the pinch a little. What was this? Solcas will just occasionally, every now and then, pull out a shot that makes you realize he's got some talent there.
Yeah.
Team Liquid are going to be able to scrape together a buy, though, despite the fact that Na'Vi got a few exits. And a tactical timeout being called by DBangkongS. They used a lot of their Sky utility very early on in that round. Trailblazer was used at the 120 mark. They, about 50 seconds, used Seekers and I believe their final flash to get information. And they knew that the hit was coming towards A. Angel was in a position to potentially drop a planter that was scurrying into the site with only about 20 seconds left. Just couldn't land the shot and didn't have enough people there. Angel's been calling really reactive, heavy stacks towards one site or another. They're trying to be extremely mobile with their defensive rotations. But it lends a scattered feel to the map. Both teams are always in transit.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel purposeful on either side. I mean, understandable, I guess. You know, players like Angel have talked about the amount of preparation they've had coming into this event. Hasn't been much. It's been non-stop for Na'Vi. Out of all the teams here.
They said they've had 4 days since LCQ, so no time to experiment with different compositions. Which
is probably why we're seeing
unless you're in the
finals LCQ.
The grand finals comp coming out here. Well, new beginning here, round 10. Smoke flashed through it. That was actually dodged, I think.
No, it must have popped inside the smoke.
Mana ya Rusia dua-duanya bagaimana ya?
Ukraina dah kayaknya dua-duanya. Behind the fountain. Maybe it popped up
I thought he used the recoil star.
Kalau asal mananya
I could be wrong.
Could have done.
No, he's got 4 on the map. It's impossible.
Yeah,
he would have had to break the game. Get old Astra in. No.
Yeah, so that flash giving pretty bad information there, but same both case sides. Over at this side.
Yeah, both sides.
Now the recoil star, though, I think is trying to aim for very specific information, see if someone's tucked in the corner.
I wouldn't able to play off of it, though.
No, both teams just poking and prodding for the first 50 seconds of the round. Not really able to make headway in any direction. Showers and B-Long still controlled by the defending side. Team Liquid, what's the plan? Once more, Redgar asks questions of, how do you lead your team to victory with 40 seconds left? It just looks like they've got nothing. Flash.
Oh, it's baited the rotation. See, it's out of there. Nothing spotted in Hookah with 30 seconds left. Time's running so damn short here. Xiao doesn't have another one to get any sort of info here. Double satchel into the back. Xiao not expecting it. Beautiful. Lovely from safe, but still Angel's here. Tucked to the corner. Smoke at his back. Tries to go for a second peek of it, but Yampi shuts that one.
Close game lagi nih, guys.
Seconds to spare with a plan going down. Still that player advantage.
Dapat satu lagi.
For Liquid spam.
Pede bang.
Through the box, Yampi chunked down. Just 50 health, but all he needs to do is land the shot, but it goes wide. Everybody getting out of there, playing off the side, onto the long angle here. Na'Vi now. To the side itself, there's a pull. Onto the smoke. Nade as well for the first layers of this one. Waves of the utility, but might start to get rough here. Tap onto it, trying to force it out. Heal online as well. Is this the time for it? Seems like it, but Sugetsu's already taken up that space. Backing away safe. A wide swing, but he's traded and brought down. Nevertheless, half on the defuse. Time has been bought, but it's up to CNED, and he cannot land the shots. It was all over the place. Panicky.
But a nice post-plant positioning there from Team Liquid to make sure that that one was secured. Fake flash as well from Solcas. Helped Safe get positioning back into Hookah and win that duel. Ended up being incredibly important. I'm not confident in terms of the way that Team Liquid ended up approaching the site. They didn't know what threats were in hookah.
Iya, soalnya energi mah emang
Angel
jago
wasn't
aja
cleared over
gitu.
towards long, but once they actually got there,
Bekasan optik ya jago aja.
the fake utility being thrown onto A had
Jadi
pulled
kayak nggak
3 of
kaget
the
ya.
players and allowed them to hit a soft B site. Both of these teams in the first halves of these maps could not find the difference between them.
Op v op, tour de force. Will it make a difference? The angle opens it up.
Cengli lah, Ilya tukar
It's
ten.
Yampi to
Kagak lah buat Cengli lah.
capitalize.
Ilya di Pasifik lagi
Throws down his
gila-gilanya, Bro.
trademark as well, which makes it very difficult for Zipan to try and recontest this area, only with a Guardian. So 2-2, the defense spreads.
It makes it difficult. Angel holding close there with a one-and-done position. They don't have control of B long. Have to just assume nobody's pushed up onto it and taking the timing.
Something still something. Gue
These are the
penasaran
spots
aja
in the
udah
round
ini.
where
Main internasional,
you
bro.
feel like Angel gets excited to go and grab some information, see
Gagal
if
main
he
di
can take a
master ya
fight.
kan. Semoga ya di
His
champion nih
position really far
Popo.
forwards over towards Hookah. Here's the boombot coming towards him. Mouth salivated
Ya orang
perhaps, but
kemarin
everybody
ya
in Team
di
Liquid going
ranked
over towards short.
atau di
It
scrim-scrim
has
carry
pulled the
kan.
rotation though. If Redgar's doing one thing very, very well, and it's throwing fake utility on the opposite site. That's what created a weak B site in round 10, and they've done it again here, creating weaknesses on A.
Yeah.
Mamer
Cracked open
tadi
the timing
menang
for
nggak?
it. Good orbital strike though.
Udah
That's
menang
going to
nggak?
split up this
Lu sama
push
Simas.
to the A side here. Safe alone onto the angle, but still with that tour de force in the hands of Yampi. Is watching it all the way from Shower. So gets too close to the corner. Angel brought down. Beautiful. Love the adjustment. Bit of spam just trying to bait out the shots here. Leaving it just down to Shao.
Anjing flawless.
Can't do a lot there.
Menang Ben,
Really clean.
asik. Dapat persenan dong gua.
Stuff in round 11 from Liquid. The approach now getting really refined. That's 4 rounds in a row that they've been able to put on the board there. With a timeout too. Having a very nice adjustment. All of the fake utility that's being thrown on the opposite side to where they're hitting is pulling rotations away, creating space for Yampi to get set up, and then they're double swinging, triple facing. The discipline that Emil was talking about being showcased here.
We're back into the round already. Flash
Ya
deep through.
Allah,
That's
si
just
Ange
spam
mati
into it.
guys. Di spam. Ini grup D iya.
Not letting Angel get away with it.
Grup D nggak?
Final round here of this first half. Of course, has seen it to make the first move, doesn't it? Something to even it out, but all it results in is a 3v5.
And things have fallen to pieces here for Na'Vi. They cannot figure out this slower pace from Team Liquid.
Mental kuat, bro.
The information gathering just not available to them.
Mau
Seeded
si
not
Ilya
finding his
bad game juga,
opportunities to
kalau
thrive on
misalnya
Neon.
kontribusinya emang
getting picked to
buat
pieces.
tim ya nggak masalah anjir.
They're just going for a gamble stack here.
Yang
Still a
penting
minute
dia
on the clock.
entry
I mean,
gitu.
Redgar is called a
Teman-temannya
complete
bisa
and
masuk udah
utter
cukup.
halt in this round.
Trying to put the audience to sleep.
Kan pernah kan Paper Rex menang tapi Ilyanya bot frag pernah anjir.
This is just going to be
Kak Noir, kamu baru subrek Kak Noir. Apakah ini
to
Noir?
push down short at this
Telolet,
point.
telolet.
Hoping, pleading that they commit to A.
Noir Nimo.
Instead, Team Liquid themselves haven't decided which side to finish on. Now it looks like grouping up, taking the spike, ending B.
Iya, fraktur awal-awal dia bridge tuh kan.
Trailblazer
Kocak
didn't
kan
see
mainnya.
much.
Ya, tapi itu dia bukan
There's
beres
the
sih.
flash.
Cuman sekarang di bridge udah
There's
di
the
fraktur
impetus.
bridge-nya
Try
udah
and take this
lebih
one here,
gokil
but
anjir.
Na'Vi fully grouped up, still
Awal-awal
aware that
kayak
somebody
panik
could be
dikit itu,
lurking.
ngeflash
We know
ngeflash
that the side is
tembok.
completely clear. Of course, Team Liquid still going to be doing their best to stop that one, and that was what they were trying to catch. Na'Vi.
No need for Yampi to be making a play like that when they've got the B side completely for free and there's been no resistance. You've got to anticipate a heavier stack over towards A, and now potentially Sugetsu coming around behind on a faster timing. If he can win a duel in hookah against Redgar, maybe there's still a chance here for Na'Vi where there shouldn't have been any.
Maybe a chance. Dog clearance into Alba. I don't believe it can see up onto the top angle. Sugetsu loses his fight still.
Wah, 75 bro, dicumbak
For
ya.
Na'Vi, but for Team Liquid, they'll be happy with this lead. 2 rounds ahead now, ending this first half, 7-5.
Looked like it was going to be another disaster there for Liquid after they won the pistol and lost a series of rounds in a row, but a major recovery. A question really for me is, Brent, what is this Raise Neon composition going to look like on the attack side? I've got no idea.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to the desk to hopefully explain it.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And yeah, I mean, look, I think going into this, there was a lot of, it was obviously going to be back and forth through and through, but what was impressive was seeing the way that Liquid able to restabilize, getting ready for this next half. But, you know, you also got to give your flowers to Na'Vi, too. This game has been very close, very competitive between the two.
Yeah, it was a massive recovery by TL, 5 rounds in a row to close that half, but it was the retakes from this strange double duelist comp for Na'Vi that were so impressive early on.
Chamber nggak meta-meta banget, cuman udah enak dipakai lagi gitu Yang penting ultinya itu udah sama kayak operator lah, udah enak dipakai.
Yeah, and this round right here, like you're mentioning, CNED's stuns are so good.
Kamu ternyata streaming, wow, kamu tidak follow IG ternyata.
Allow the double flank to come in, and on other rounds in the half, Angel was the one aggressing out of hookah, getting the information. That allowed a mass rotate to come into A. I was super impressed with how proactive Na'Vi was throughout the middle parts of this first half.
Yang satu sakit beneran, yang dua masuk gitu tapi bubar, yang satunya lagi masih di.
And this really was the story of the IGLs. I think it started off with Angel calling these great retakes that they kept on winning, and it was also him performing so well. But it was Redgar turning down that pace, playing these super slow mid rounds, letting that clock dwindle to 20 seconds or something like that pretty much every time. Yeah, and investing really good fake utility on the other side in every one of those rounds meant that Na'Vi didn't know what to do, despite having this comp that's so good for fast defensive rotation.
Yang satu masih sibuk DBang.
They felt like they were able to be in the right place.
Tapi itu orang sih emang lucu sih. Butuh itu orang-orang kayak gitu guys kalau di turnamen. Apalagi pas lagi jago.
Running this double duelist comp, and they kind of relied on CNED to rotate around and have stuns ready for the site hits. And Liquid ended up solving that later on, like I said, and they were playing those rounds so well. But now going into this next half, this is where I think Yampi can truly become activated.
Gue baru pulang loh, Jack, disuruh streaming jam segini, terus lu nyuruh gue main siang.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah. How will this one pan out? It's been quite streaky, as Adeska been noting. The adjustments were there from Team Liquid, getting 5 rounds in a row to make it 7-5, and yeah, couldn't escape it. Couldn't escape it, John.
But caused by a player.
Kan kalau ada Yilda, gue solo aja kayak.
I mean, 5 in a row on one side and 5 in a row on the other speaks to adjustments and the ability to be able to find an answer and then not really continue to evolve from the way that Na'Vi were playing, I think. But I would expect the tempo to be very different on this side.
Sayangnya tanggal berapa? Tanggal 27, 20 hari. Tek paus gear ajik.
But
make a hijabi agent.
The composition that they're currently using, the neon rays should be finding opportunities to explode into sights.
Yeah.
You should be able to find moments for Angel to call these fast pops after they gain some level of map control.
Yang sakit beneran siapa? Sik. Lu tahu Sik?
Yeah, the tools are there. I was a fan if CNED and Zipan are the ones leading the charge here for them, but
yeah,
see if they can handle it.
Yampi has a shorty. And 2 bullets.
Liquid sih biasanya menang pistol.
Left, standing, it's just pure contact plays. Skip and hopping towards the side, getting back to safety. Meanwhile, push from CNED close. Personal here. It's Yampi. He's baiting it with the headhunter. Fired off one of his shots, and he still doesn't win it out.
Oh, that's a ridiculous shot to hit from CNED. It's a great idea from Yampi there. He played that situation perfectly, and the whole of Team Liquid's aggression into sand pulls people into Yampi for him to make the play and get the kill. But it's equalized to 4v4.
4v4, and they don't have control of showers. So Trailblazer, all of that just to clear that space out and regain it, but it has granted a ton of time here for Team Liquid. They've already got the entirety of their team towards the back of the side. If this is red, if they try and take a bit of a TP pivot, could be brutal for them. They just choose to take the timing anyway. Into the back of the side, fights are taken.
Okay, pistol Liquid kalah guys.
Not that much util really to supplement it, but they win them out.
Liquid chose to try and get a retake happening there before the spike had even been very down short. Trying to push off the back of the Trailblazer. Solcast left.
Yang drama masih Natranya.
An impossibility here, I think, for him. And Na'Vi looking down the end of their first pistol round of this match. First pistol round of champions for Na'Vi to collect.
Drama Brazil.
Big news for them. Get the ball rolling.
It's been such a major issue for them this year. I think they only win something like 44% of their pistols.
Yeah, it's kind of egregious.
Just off the top of my head, they're not a team that's been able to get good starts into maps very often.
Buta! It is all over the place. Nice little finish there to the pistol, but yeah, inevitable for Na'Vi. So 6-7. Like I said, get the ball rolling now. Economy flourishing. We'll see what kind of buy they opt into. Classic FBX buy.
Oh, yang itu yang pamer apa tuh?
But yeah, 2 ghosts, 3 rifles.
Speaking of the ghost, I mean, what a shot that is. If Cned's able to start entering effectively, and remember, he wasn't really given a chance on the first map we saw. He's playing Killjoy on Fracture. So if he's able to get rolling and find those picks for his team, that could make the difference for Na'Vi. Liquid though making a gambit down short.
Flash connects, gives some info, but not solid info. It's not concrete. I don't know how many players are sat waiting there. It is a crossfire though. How much can Sagetsu really do here? When does the fight get taken? Safe, nade, rebounding, almost a hard read. Flash over to the side here.
Mati dong lu.
Open, and that's a rifle. Drop down to the floor.
That's one that Team Liquid are going to be able to recover very quickly. And they pass it immediately to Nats, who has been their best player, I think, in terms of his performance in this match. MP doesn't have any contact just yet off his trademark that's in hookah. So Na'Vi's kind of fake noise and pressure in that area doesn't really net them too much. Team Liquid can still keep 3 players A. They got the read again.
They've got Nats taking that contact with the rifle. He's holding for the higher position. Higher swing, he wants to have another go of it, and of course, he is feeling it!
Stabil emang nih orang, guys.
Breaks them down.
What a player to pick up the hero rifle. He's just been immaculate today. Every fight he takes is magic, pouring from his fingertips. Angel's going to give it another go. Distraction from Safe to set up Nats, who's ready to swing again. This round has gone to pot. Na'Vi, they could not find a pistol round win at all. Finally get one here in the second half of the second map. And it's taken away from them. The rug pulled out from underneath them instantly.
I love the proactivity from Team Liquid, though, at the beginning of this to set it up. I think the call in the middle there to rebound the nade, it's a common position that Viper players like to play. And they're just trying to play a slow default. And I mean, chance of getting value, and they did.
This time catches Xiao, right? He's just playing in that spot, trying to stop some short pressure. But the problem with playing on top of that cubby is that, I mean, if you want to swing, you have to drop, so you're inaccurate. And then also, you're kind of stuck if people use utility like that. Separated from the rest of the squad. So, not particularly fan of the positioning, and Team Liquid punished. Really well.
Memang lama si Navi.
All of the momentum in Team Liquid's hands
now. Attack memang lama.
No investment still from Yampi, of course, probably saving for the operator here. Flash with the connection. Information for Soulcast. That's the nade going, flying straight into them, hoping to take that clean fight. But well, Soulcast. Beautiful strafing.
Zipan was on fire at the start of this map. It felt like he could do no wrong in terms of the first fight. Apart from that very
Apakah ini menjadi Vandal signature baru Sui, guys?
He's cooled off quite a lot while Team Liquid were on their heater. And here, being set up for a duel, and Soulcast comes out on top. Those are the kind of fights that Na'Vi are looking for.
Down to the minute mark. Still a 4v5. Going to be walking right into the sight line. Can Yampi deliver shot? Not quite landing. Gets the information though. Backs away to safety. Ooh. Give him a haircut. At this point, quite obvious where Na'Vi all grouped up. A lot of noise being made. Trailblazer used, flash over the top. Not too much house though, no opportunities granted. 25 seconds left, what is the call? It just feels so lost.
I mean, both of these teams, both leaders, finding it very difficult to get into sight.
Because again, it's just obvious, you made so much noise, fast lane though. Oh, cuts up the side, and they are straight in there. All the way, it's those Na'Vi fundamentals, the bread and butter. What still makes them a dangerous team.
The fast lane too from Cned, just allowing him to be able to find that opener and drawing eyes away from the people that were aiming to defend hookah. I mean, flooding out from hookah in that kind of situation is almost always going to be supremely difficult. Na'Vi made it look elegant. Still in the 3v2, there are chances for that to work magic again.
Hidupnya bentar lagi. Ini sih mau dicoba nih, gila juga ya Liquid.
Right spot, really to try and clear him out. That fakes though, tucked to the corner. Redgar, decent go of things, but that is Na'Vi. Really felt like they should not be favored in that situation, that scenario. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself.
Not at all. Take a look at the replay here. This is what I like. The fast lane is able to find something, and they flood out the smoke both in opposite directions. Great play from Angel and Xiao there. By popping out of the smoke, one to the left and one to the right, it makes it much more difficult for the defenders to be able to accurately track where you're going and spray both of you down. Really well done, and instantly answered the economy that was going in the opposite direction. All was in Team Liquid's favor, and now they're broke.
What that money that Yampi was
Yampi!
He's got a TP tucked behind him, so there was always the potential to get out of there.
And he was going for it. Halfway through the animation, gets his head ripped off.
Yeah.
And they are frequently leaving Yampi with just, you know, a gun and a trademark to cover a lot of the map. So if Yampi's not winning those opening duels, it's going to be difficult for Team Liquid.
Gue jadi inget yang headhunter gue selalu kena, tapi OP gue gak pernah kena, aneh anjing.
They're on an eco round. And Na'Vi slow things down. Angel, though, in a dangerous position here.
Potential here. Maybe
Ange,
donation
Ange.
Rifle.
Dapat dua, enak banget.
Way in hell.
Berarti pada ngantuk tahu nih NA.
Standard angle there. The off angle just works perfectly. Safe takes a peek down short.
Yeah,
killed in response.
Traded here. Over the top, though. Nats is there. What? There's no way. My man is breaking the physics of the game.
What on earth was that shot?
Disgusting.
Apa
and
tuh?
a chance now.
30 seconds left.
It's a 1v2.
Bang,
He's got the
apa itu,
rifle
Bang?
in his hands. He
Jadi
cannot be allowed to
winnable
do
ini
this.
anjing.
I'll wake you up, won't it? Stuns, missing, not connecting. Nade enough though to push him out of that position. That's forwards. A lot to clear
dipakai
here.
sekarang ini salah
Really
nih.
is an impossible
Padahal pas final, Bang.
scenario.
This would be a legendary 1v4 if he was able to pull it off.
Garden
He's
dulu
got to
nggak sih
force
nih?
the fight. Tap of the spike. Will isolate one of them. Look at the positioning here.
Pakai
There's no
PDL tuh.
swing really from it, and yet the angle's so wide. It was unexpected. Here's the pit. It's online.
Wah, ente parah
He
haji.
shuts it down. That was getting scary.
Ulti kebuang
And
tapi
Cena
guys.
takes it from legend into myth.
Disangkanya
clutch that
muter
could
ke
have been.
tete.
I've got to see a replay of that shot with the Guardian.
Yeah, show me again.
I swear he was in midair.
There's no way. There's just no way, man.
He's just being
Gak jelas.
There's no way. This is
Gak
on
jelas
the
itu
running gun
anjing.
patch as well, by the way. Look at that.
Same reaction.
Yeah.
Same reaction.
Oh,
Yeah.
Unfortunate scenes though
Yang
for Team
gini-gini cuma
Liquid.
terjadi
Nats
di
did
turnamen
everything
sama
he
di
could.
TikTok,
That
guys,
was
ya.
an eco though. They have rifles this time. CNED is looking to play with only his ultimate. Otherwise, just a shorty in hand.
Iya, coach aja bingung. Apa tuh,
Pick the
man?
right time as well to let that one
Kayak
loose.
nih capek bikin strat.
He's got
Kalahnya
enough
sama
money to be
orang
able to buy a
terbang.
rifle. He's just chosen not to.
Fast lane, stuns there.
Ulti,
Combines
ulti.
all the way up with the Sky utility. That gains them the sight. Team Liquid forced to the back of the halls. Yeah, this overdrive will start to fade here. Already half on the duration.
Yeah, and this is a massive problem for CNED. I mean, unless he tucks himself inside a smoke and gets a kill with a shorty, Safe is going to be coming back in with a showstopper very quickly for this retake.
Delay
Tap
terus,
with the
Bang.
spike, it's forcing out all this util. That was the goal of Na'Vi here. Team Liquid are fully grouped up. Here's the Trailblazer now. On their side, seeking to try and claim some space, and with the showstopper, it will be made easy. No! Misses to the side. Man! An absolute menace!
Hah?
Oh, from the jaws of defeat, he had to hit that. CNED close
Sedekat itu
and
nggak mati,
personal.
anjing.
Value is there, and Yampi forced to
Ih,
scurry.
gak jelas. Tadi di fraktur aja masih agak
Hits the
jauh kena
shot.
loh.
He brings him down, but it's a 2v4.
Rusak bego ini ulti. Terlalu jauh.
In such small moments, the differences are made. I mean, Safe is going to be kicking himself for missing that showstopper. It was their
Itu
major tool
mojok.
of being able to get
Bapak
back in.
gua juga
Now
tahu
Yampi
itu
is
mojok,
just getting
Bang.
hunted down.
Yeah.
They want this operator out of his hands.
Squeezed in the spawn. They want to take that gun away.
Wah,
They do.
anjing.
Na'Vi. Where do they pull it from? I mean, we've been bigging up Zipan at various points of this series, but
Parah, sial parah
it feels
aja
so
gitu.
good to see him back on the Rays. I'm not going to lie. It's just a comfort role for him. In that instance, it wasn't even utility that he's using. He's sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for them, but I mean, just look at that.
I mean, to be honest, is that really what Zipan does, or is that just Safe? Just not taking a moment
Oh kan?
to
Kesel
appreciate
kan
that he's
tuh.
tucked himself
Ulti gua
into the
nggak mati,
corner?
kan.
Those are the kind of rounds that make you curse the Rays ultimate.
Yeah. I've seen worse.
Definitely.
I've seen worse, I'll tell you now.
But what a pinch this puts on Team Liquid. A real credit crunch for them. They're in a spot where they could have potentially tried to go for a force-up.
Rosa count 4.
But it's a horrible, horrible economic state that they find themselves in.
Keep counting the roses. End of this tournament, it'll just be an entirely filled up board. Don't have any more space, probably. At least until Kesnan starts playing. But here we go.
Na'Vi are in a great spot here, Brent.
They are.
They have a Brim ult and a Raze ult to be able to work with. Both fantastic offensive tools. Team Liquid have given them a timeout here to discuss what they want to do with their ultimates. And this one should be a bit of a gimme. Liquid have been phenomenal on their eco rounds throughout their run during the regular season of EMEA, but most of that was powered by having a couple of weapons here or there. Safe's gonna go for a Guardian. Okay, so there's Guardian.
Dulu nih, jam
Maybe a
segini
Stinger.
kayaknya cocok nih jam 4.
They're still figuring out
Biar
what they
kayak
want to go
babak-babak
for.
ronda, bro.
Safe, Yampi, and Nats are going to be asked to do a lot here if they want to be able to win this eco round. Otherwise, Na'Vi may have just run away with things in crucial moments here on Bind.
No tag with the flash. That's still there. Fast lane's used. Cause him to use that snakebite. The pull is really quite nice and damage enough for the kill. There is that follow-up though. Seen it all the way through into the site there. Safe reactions, flicks and adjustments. Opening wide, orbital strike. It is a scramble and it is messy.
Safe's doing it though. He's finally taken down.
Absolutely. He's made it just that much more winnable. Still Segetsu, he's left it into that 1v2. Spike, it is in his hands. Doesn't have the hard job of retrieving it now, but my God. Messy beginning for Na'Vi. Team Liquid, another lifeline, another chance. Player advantage, guns are plenty. Pick it up and gain those upgrades. Segetsu is going to have to put on a masterclass in terms of how he plays this.
But he did hit both of them going through the teleporter, so he knows that spawn is safe.
Gives him info. Flash to the back. Does he take the timing? The flash didn't lock on. He hears the jump out. It fades away. Forces it
Segetsu memang.
And Segetsu.
Udah momen-momen gitu tuh guys, susah lawan Segetsu.
He shouldn't have been asked to do it. Na'Vi put themselves in a difficult position, but he's always good for it.
Mirip Viper gua.
Segetsu with 2 incredibly clean kills there towards the end, and a masterful decision to push through the smoke based on the drop.
Lu udahan lu main PUBG, Jack.
That audio cue gave him everything. Phenomenal crosshair placement. And look at that heartbreak on Emil's face. Na'Vi get up to 10. More difficult than I expected, but 2-round lead with ults in play.
Segetsu gendutan
It's
ya.
theirs to lose at this point.
Subur deh, ganti style rambut juga tuh.
Yampi.
Oh my.
Your TP is stuck there, son. There's no getting out of that spot. Still,
Ya, ketarik.
Getting the pull. Latching away and pushing them all the way back here, Zipan. Not much left with the fuse. Threading the needle with it, and still coverage is there from the rest of his team. They do not have showers control. No, Yampi's still there, seeking to try and pivot. Break away here, safe. He's holding down the angle, locking down the line of sight, bringing down 2. Eventually going down, but maybe he's done enough. It's 3 versus 3.
And they were delayed getting into B here, so there might still be some doubts in Na'Vi's head. No, instead, Shao connects with the rest of his squad. It's Solcas in a position to potentially make the difference here.
Pit on lineup, used right into the spawn, cuts it up.
And Solcas doesn't go for the play. Just holds passively onto elbow, waiting for the rest of his squad. Perhaps a hero move may have been needed in that kind of position. A retake into a pit is going to be so difficult, especially with Yampi's op.
Just how do you win it out? Almost impossible, but that flash is really good. It pushes them deeper into the pit, gets them onto the angles, has to be the push. Segetsu again! What is that adjustment? Stray bullet finding it, and Solcas last alive, not for much longer, 11-8.
Solcas has just been a monster in these last
Ada
couple
lagi
of
momen
rounds.
begitu, Aji.
We saw 5 rounds in a row from Na'Vi in the first quarter, answered by 5 in a row from Liquid, to keep things somewhat even heading into the halftime. Now another 5 in a row from Na'Vi as they put the squeeze in this attack.
Oh, God!
The way Segetsu is winning this.
Can barely believe it himself.
It's unbelievable. It really is. He's pulling out quality performances. And this, only the first game of Champions. Safe's been a bit of a hero though for Team Liquid. He's made these rounds winnable when otherwise they may not have been. And now he has his showstopper online. Miles away from the action though, as Na'Vi look like they want to be taking Show's control and potentially pivoting into an A split.
Flash
The
is
duelists
nice.
now grouping up.
Yeah. No, the Showers is
Berak lagi.
occupied. Taking a fight anyway. Angel.
Wah, nggak kecek,
Classic
nggak
play,
kecek,
Redgar.
nggak kecek. Aduh, nggak kecek.
He's fantastic. Taking his time with it.
Nanti sport.
Nats holding it down. No one gets past the choke point. Not with his watchful eye. And this has stunted it, hasn't it? The entirety of the round. What a time for Redgar to make a play like that.
The timing could not have been
Belum
more
guys, ini
perfect.
kutukan 11
One
namanya
tap.
guys.
Delightfully accurate there to take out the hero.
Sungai Satchel bang.
What can Zipan do?
Alhamdulillah.
Not much. 26
Masuk
health.
angin apa gua ya?
No real time. Spike out in the open. All Team Liquid need to do is face it together.
Dua orang benchnya kontak nih.
No noise cues though. Zipan doesn't want to give them anything. Any information, but there it is. Top of bench, always
Mereka udah
favored.
dapat momen iya. Dari tadi turun.
And Safe not even required to use the showstopper. And both of the IGLs having major performances in that round, but Redgar just doing one better. Angel swings out and gets the opener, and Redgar timing on the Trailblazer. Knows exactly where to pre-aim to get showered despite it being through a smoke.
Nice! Nice, Igor!
Massive plays.
Nice Igor.
That's what was necessary. Forces Na'Vi to take the timeout.
Things now getting very tense.
Itu udah nggak karuan anjing. Giniin
The
aja lah ya,
decider, if we
kita
do end
sekarang
up going
emang.
there, is split. A map where I really feel again there are chances for either team to be able to win. You were saying earlier, every time these teams have faced, it's been decided by the slimmest of margins.
Kantong matanya gede bener.
So one big play, one moment, one shutdown of a clutch, a
Wah,
hero
udah
play like
300
that
jam
from
segini.
Redgar, an
Gokil juga loh
individual
orang.
hidden form. These can all make enormous differences to the outcome of a match like this. It's Na'Vi's timeout, but Team Liquid still need to dig deep. They're 2 rounds behind, and they've only just broken that streak.
Been fully almost on the attack side here for Na'Vi. Brunt of all the rounds that they've been gathering up. Interesting time for the timeout as well. I mean, like you said, it does offer Team Liquid a chance to talk about how they might come back into this one when they've got ults.
Gue penasaran DRX, sumpah gue pengen nonton DRX.
And you've also got to think, is that replicable? The way that Team Liquid won that defensive round, is Redgar going to be able to make a play through a smoke every time and timing a Trailblazer? Not really.
No.
Can you find other ways of being able to stop them? Have you noticed a theme to what Na'Vi are doing? If that's the case, we still may have plenty more to play with Bind.
Slimmy drop down at the feet, gets them on the faster line towards Showers. Either side again, just hunting for that information.
DRX lawan siapa? Loud.
They did set Yampy up though.
And Save. Close to taking contact here. He can take a very thin line and fall off because he's still got the trademark there. But it looks like he wants to actually fight. Pull forced out early from Redgar. Previously, Zipan's been caught in that a couple of times.
Oh yeah.
This time they baited out.
It's been bogging him down.
Azaria, terima kasih udah region member. Welcome back ya, Azaria.
Spotting the jump peak. Is it really just going to come down to, again, contact plays? Smokes drop down all the way through. There's a snap bite. The angle's watched. Redgar is closer to the corner.
Mati lu Redgar, ya nggak mati.
The damage, not enough to bring him down.
8 health.
Redgar survives.
I thought he was going to try and get in off the Seekers there. He was at risk of being able
Bagi member, iya mantap nih.
to be caught
Member
by
subuh namanya.
a shred of the spam.
And healed all the way back up here. There's
Na'Vi is still going
34
for it.
seconds. Yeah, they want to try and put the squeeze again. They know that Redgar is here, close to the corner. His team are bailing him out once
Ya
more.
Allah,
Redgar
2
playing inside
kali
this
si
Team
Ange
Liquid.
kena sama Redgar di situ
Sail
guys.
through. So it's fundamentals. The
Jadi
difference
flawless
maker.
iya.
Safe really has stepped up. He's finding many crucial kills here that his team needs.
Kakak siapa?
Joining Nats towards the top of the scoreboard. That's an ambitious play, but it really just gets destroyed as soon as CNED has a snakebite caught onto him. The vulnerable, just too much, and Save clears everybody else up. That's dropped Na'Vi down onto an eco round. And things now certainly as close as they could be between these two teams.
Ya 11 sama nih
We're
bisa
likely
jadi
to go
nih.
11-11.
What a parity between these two
Oh,
teams.
sampai habis
Yeah,
iya
it just
Jaki.
feels so likely to go even.
I think one of the biggest issues for Na'Vi is that they're never
Sekarang
really
jadi
able to
pegawai
disrupt
subuh ya.
Yampi. He is being allowed to maintain information on one side of the map, and they post Yampi up with a little bit of Soulcast utility. He has a trademark somewhere else, and then Soulcast goes and rotates, or Safe goes and rotates.
Yeah.
And they just leave Yampi either alone or with one other player, and it lets them stack a stronger side away from the chamber. They're not doing it just yet in this round, but as that guiding light finds no information towards Fountain, you're anticipating one of these players to rotate to A.
Maybe the rotations. Bursty play being set up though. This is Na'Vi fully grouped up, waiting for the orb to go down. I think that's going to be their timing that they take. Right behind it,
Ace.
close to the corner. That's Nats. Safe has rotated. He has the nade, has the showstopper. Nats lines it up. Just body blocked inside of it. The rocket goes flying past. Dipan will be brought down anyway. And Team Liquid, the ult's being invested. Redgar running them down. It's up to Angel. Doesn't have it in him. Doesn't have the rifle. What an investment by Na'Vi into a round where they really just didn't have the economical advantage.
I'm surprised that they went for it. They still have some way of being able to, you know, win this as it gets later. But I am surprised that they committed that Brim ult. I mean, is that a 2v4 at the point in which it actually gets invested? A bit bold from Angel.
Lah, itu sampai 20, buset, jangan bang, ntar kepagian
So
gua ini.
very similar defensive setup
Belum
here from Team
istirahat bang,
Liquid.
baru pulang bang.
Yampi getting set up, Belong with the Sky utility, trademark in hookah, never been broken. And this time though, the pit just adds that extra layer of defense.
Good luck getting through it, Yampi. Do you overstep yourself?
He's so deep.
Timing
He's so
banget ini.
open to this close corner.
Can he get out? Yeah, flash.
Refleks ya.
Connects into his face.
It's
If
bold.
he was close enough to the corner, he could get out.
He's testing the limits though, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't get punished this time and keeps that trademark up. I think that's going to be crucial. It's going to allow Team Liquid, you know, 10, 15 seconds from now to rotate over to A if they need to reinforce. If Nats gets pressured at all.
Flash tags into Angel. That might tether a couple of players of Team Liquid over towards B. Feeling like they can rotate.
And look where the spike is heading. It's heading over towards short. Shao with Seekers. You can follow these Seekers and have an attempt at getting rid of Nats.
Yeah. Angel was making a go of it to break the trademark to again throw in bit of that false information all the way through showers now. There's a fast lane to try and get them out of this. Nat still holding down into the pit. Who will beat him? Anybody to greet him? Doesn't look likely, does it? Just spamming, hoping for a random shot. And with all of that, the plan goes down towards the back of the site. It's been taken. They're squeezing Redgar into lamps. Any util to set this up.
Redgar turun lagi.
Just taking the
Ketahuan si Nats.
Players have missed Nats.
Buset.
They have no idea exactly where this Viper is. And Nats could remain the thorn in the side despite Team Liquid being a player down.
It's all about backstabs, isn't it? On every single front. Na'Vi, they don't really have control or an idea of where these players could be. Yampi creeping onto the side to get to. Shuts that one down. Nats has fallen on top of it. And just like that, it's flipped.
Soulcast yang lagi
Players
turun.
are feeling it. It felt like every advantage in the world should have been there for Team Liquid.
Tapping udah lu bang.
It's Na'Vi. Orchestrate something. I mean,
What a
13-11
creative
lagi
round
guys.
for Angel to call,
Fake
genuinely. I mean, using the Seekers deep there and taking space off of it, knowing that Nats is trapped inside of his pit and removing all the rest of his support. They get a plant in the back of sight, and they're surrounded on every front, and yet still manage to make that work. Take a look at some of these. I mean, the re-clear through lamps is excellent. You could argue that Redgar should be trying to support Nats a little more heavily rather than isolate himself. But I think that's a really confusing round to react to if you're a defender there. You just don't see that in scrims or matches.
Yeah, you don't. That's an audible being called. And now it brings Na'Vi one step closer for the map for the series. Our opening match here, Champs 2023.
I think a lot of people had written Na'Vi off. Their run this year kind of peaked at lock-in with a 4th place. But they've been 4th place in the EMEA recently. Recently, refinding a bit of that form, footing, compositions looking good, and now they're 1 round away from advancing in the group of death.
Angel said it. It's not about the consistency. It's just about making it to the events, peaking at the right time.
Smoke's down.
For Liquid, they want to put a stop to it.
I feel like an overtime is almost deserved in this one.
Yeah.
It's been so close between these teams.
Navi attempting to keep these defensive players locked.
Into A.
Flash was 4, but as that Trailblazer, really good timing on that one.
I mean, must have seen at least 2, maybe even 3 players.
Yeah, didn't get broken in time, and they've still got Yampy locked up onto this line-of-sight angle. It's all given information.
Safe was thinking about rotating and has decided not to. Surely with that flash, though, the raise has to come over to B.
With the Trailblazer, no way. Where's the TP? Yampy doesn't have to clear him into the corner here. Solkas being wrapped around, he's granted 2. Yampy still just trying to survive here. Util not clearing him out. Showstopper into the corner, vacated all the way through. The backside of that TP. Time. No,
wah, timing.
That could have been it.
Apakah ini akhirnya adik-adik?
Shuts down his adversary. It's 3 versus 3.
Apakah akan nice relate atau
elbow
GG?
control for Shaun Sugetsu. A deadly duo for Na'Vi.
There's no util.
Ngantuk tuh
Liquid. No, they're in great positions here, Na'Vi, to be able to win this and close it out.
This should be it. Should be the finisher. Running through onto the site now, giving up control. Semblance of it, a tap onto it, not quite a tap, it's a full bloody stick. Nats half onto it.
Bang,
all the way through. That is
Ote bang, nggak jadi bang.
For the overtime.
Ote bang. Ngopi gue bukan kopi persen bang.
26 kills at the top of the scoreboard, and that is not the most important part of how he was able to make it work at all.
Lol
Great
banget
smoke
kalau
from
habis si
Redgar.
Abu.
Fantastic play from Nats. Just the balls to go for something like that.
Just icy.
Oh.
If you end up getting caught going for a play like that, you're straight into elimination matches at Champions.
Lama nih konyol nih.
Incredible stuff there. Tenacity from Liquid to keep fighting in those moments. They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds for an excellent response. Pulling a retake out there with barely any utility. And we come into overtime.
First round of it. Pop Flash played it. What a fight. This is Na'Vi taking the battle right to them. A skirmish outside. Just beside Fountain, it's somehow a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it was an amazing peek from CNED. He was playing towards Hookah as well. Swung on the player that was trying to support from Market. But he's calling the rotate now. 3 players over towards B. Seems a bit bizarre. I mean, CNED's all the way pushed down. He's just worried that they could be circling around, but instead Team Liquid are taking space.
And with this deep push, I mean, CNED's got so much ground here. He knows it's A. They're already on it. The call is made. I mean, yeah, exactly. They've given up space.
But he's worried about running into a trademark at some point here. He doesn't know what we can see, that Yampy's used it deep on triple. So CNED is concerned that he might not even be able to flank properly. He takes the longest route around.
It's being watched for. Nats is aware.
Nats aware anjing.
Hyper aware.
Wah, tapi kalah bah.
It's CNED who rips it away.
Gara-gara tembok tuh yakin banget gua.
And to the side, information granted and given. Solkas is so uncomfortable, he's antsy. And they all topple, they all fall.
What a way for Na'Vi to just shepherd Team Liquid into a round win. All off the back of Na'Vi setting the tempo early on.
Asik ya.
They put the squeeze, flash out into Fountain, swing from Hookah, and then CNED winning the fight and giving so much information. I mean, Zipan's just perfectly set up for the duel. I feel devastated for Nats there, though. He's done everything he can for Liquid, and he just chose the worst time in the world to go for a strafe.
Yeah, the reposition there.
He looked like he was ready for it.
I mean, the passion from CNED here.
I don't think I've seen that.
I don't think I've seen him this passionate. He's normally a quiet, reserved player, but you can see how much it means to them. They've had a rough season, but it matters not. All that matters is how you perform at the culmination. A final hurdle of champions.
Both duelists take Hookah control here, safe with a headshot through the wall early on.
Ngeliatin dia buka BT,
A lot of damage backing away for the heal. Top back up to 100. Space is given though to them, and Na'Vi are fast on it, aren't they? They've already taken that Hookah control. Spike is there. Do they want to explode out into this? It's a heavy, heavy fight being taken by Liquid. Did he still want to try and control this one? I mean, the rendezvous is not ideal for Yampy if they did push themselves up onto that angle.
I mean, he's already used it too. He was trying to contest over towards B long. They went for a little flashback out. They know that Yampi and Soulcast are still fighting here.
And they're pushing
Angel's
it.
going for it.
Yep, they're pushing it. Any util to clear this? No, not at all.
Ngeding.
Through the wall, Shao dropped down to half HP.
And no reaction from CNED and Zipan.
More OT.
Battle of the Lurkers as well. Nats versus Sagetsu taking place on the other side of things. This is Team Liquid's chance to really grab control once more. Bring it even. Another round of OT. Stay alive in the series.
Sweet dapat A.
Sagetsu doing work on the other side.
One more
of
Sweet.
He's brought down red card, but he doesn't. Yeah. Swinging from the sidelines.
Nats yang ngambil sober.
2v4, a tap onto it. Show's just creating noise as well.
Tungguin sober ada kan. Nah, ayo. Depan apa belakang, ayo. Ketahuan.
Nats.
Okay.
He spotted his information. I mean, he's going to be noted here. Zipan lands that shot, but he has to stick this. And already Yampi's running onto the sideline. He lands it. Bringing down Zipan. Doesn't let it get dicey.
Perfect timing from Yampi through the teleporter. An excellent play by Nats as well. Cleaning up Sagetsu and being able to turn there to deal with Shao. Really nice anchoring of the A side.
Itu kalau Nats mati juga sih GG.
This is a battle between two teams that are separated by the slimmest of margins.
That's a championship winning call, bro.
Anjas.
We're not there yet.
Boleh-boleh Bang Sai.
We're not there yet, but
there's a long way to go there, Safe.
It's the first stepping stone, so.
But I mean,
respect it though, keeping the morale up.
Yeah, definitely. And building up whoever it was that made that mid round for Team Liquid. 13-13.
Another round of overtime. Grant and Showers control.
I mean, look at that. Soulcast forced to use the guiding light just to check whether or not Na'Vi have taken full sand control. That deep smoke from Angel. He's already used 2 of his smokes, and we're only 20 seconds into the round. If Team Liquid recognize that, they can slow the pace down dramatically and be rewarded in a similar way to their comeback on Fracture.
Oh,
okay.
He falls. Topple down. That is just sublime.
Mati red guard, duar.
Players going to be crossing into that angle, still tucked onto the corner, stuns at the feet. Nats, he's dodging and juking and still gets out with a kill and the heal on top. So back up to 100, but the player advantage remains for Na'Vi.
They have to be worried about somebody pushing here. You can see the way that Team Liquid are clearing these areas, trying to contact through, having weapons out ready for every corner. They're concerned that somebody from Na'Vi has gotten deep, and that means that this push is going to be slow. No running into the B site. 20 seconds. It will offer Shao an opportunity to get his team up to match point again.
For Shao to be that difference maker. He's got full util, but he doesn't want to reveal his position. He has to just try and bide.
Lanjut DRX, lanjut
He takes the duel, no one's turning around. Spike drop down, and that's in the corner. Cowering in fear, man.
Defense-nya bagus terus
It's Na'Vi once more at the precipice.
Match point.
It feels like Na'Vi have been in the driving seat for the majority of this game. Team Liquid are going to take a tag timeout to alter the situation.
Jamnya begini terus
But this
tiap
is a
hari,
very
iya.
different story to what we've seen
Gua
recently.
nggak mau ngikutin jam sono, men.
Liquid, who won
Masa
in
kita mau
EMEA.
restream
Both
siang
these
terus
teams
nonton
we thought
replay
would
kan
be fighting
kagak ya?
for second place EMEA this year, and they've taken vastly different directions.
Kayak orang giting siang-siang.
I mean, for Liquid,
What's
they had an awful
party?
performance at Lock-In.
Champions.
Peaked with that trophy that will be a permanent reminder for them in their cabinet of how well they can perform when everyone's at their peak. And yet here, both of these teams split by a knife's edge, and yet Na'Vi in control. Looking like
Ntar ada orang yang nonton kan giting. Bang kan udah tadi subuh.
in a map pool that,
Emang ya?
honestly, I think either of these teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we were playing today, Fracture, Bind, and Split.
Hotel lagi.
Manifest, man, just how close it is.
Udah lah,
I
udah
said earlier,
15
that
lah,
round
closing lah
differential, I
udah.
believe it is like, at most 3 rounds this year between these 2 teams.
Yeah.
They don't blow each other out, man.
Again, think back to the press conference here, where Emil and Doom Bros are talking about how these tactical timeouts, they can tell
Paling
when the
bener
other is
PLE
going to
terus
call,
nonton Beben.
and they know what each
Anjing,
other are thinking.
nontonnya di
in
hotel
their
ya,
heads.
goblok.
So there's a tactical timeout called by Team Liquid. I believe we're about to go into a tactical timeout by Na'Vi. The identical twin brother coaches have called back-to-back timeouts exactly at the same time.
Ntar gue nonton sama Jack lagi
heading
sampai
into
sini ya,
round
gue ke
28.
sebelah ntar.
Look at that.
Always
Masih nonton
awkward
nggak,
if you're
Jack?
calling the timeout at the same time in
Lagi
the
nonton
opposition.
orang,
Yeah,
lagi nonton
you never
orang.
like to.
Yeah, you said your piece in the first one.
Quite. Nobody needs 2 minutes. But this is just going to add so much more tension to the players. In spots like this, you feel like, okay, I've already said my
boleh dicoba sih lu Malmer kan mampu lu ke LA ya. Ke LA sewa hotel terus buka channel The Bangkong. Wah, kelas itu. Pakai akun Amerika ya Malmer biar AdSense-nya gede.
Think about it.
Lu bikin akun dulu di sana ya kan.
Still, right off the
bat.
Punya
akun Amerika.
Mantap match is not one you want to lose. Instantly in hot water, going down to elimination.
Soalkas bau-bau dikit bisa jadi dia sih performanya tidak stabil.
Take that one step forwards, one more round.
Ya kalau ya kalau mau beliin HP-nya dulu boleh Ucup.
I think one of the biggest things that Team Liquid have had in their favor on the defense side is Yampi's operator and trademark setups. This time trademark goes towards short, he's going to try and op showers. That allows them to stack 3 players on B. Usually he's being supported by
Navi are not using util to take showers here. They're just wide swinging. Yampi could absolutely get an opening pick. And they're doing it again. See how Yampi gets set up onto the line. He actually doesn't choose to take it, yeah.
Yeah, he's taking a very passive approach here with the operator. That might end up being a difference maker, or it could lure Angel into his death.
Holding. It comes down to this.
Missing it. Just barely.
It looked good to me. Just the thinnest of margins.
Minimal rasanya bang ya.
With that, Navi granted some information. They know now where the operator is.
And Yampi's forced to take a more passive line. So the info that he was able to get and the confidence that the rest of Team Liquid were able to place in him is diminished. This means Navi are going to be able to get set up for an execute into these 2 players on A. They can finally hit the weak side of Team Liquid.
The pull's late. Zepan's already into the back of the site here. It's up to...
Ih, gak ketahuan. Emang anjing di orang jago banget babi.
Still lands that shot there. Snake bite to the back. Yampi repositioning now. Rendezvous. All the way back to safety now.
Lah,
time is running
udah nengok Angel. Halo.
Lovely. The crossfire set up and that's brought down once more. Still reinforcements
lagi, guys.
Saving to the back.
Tapi
enough of the reset. We are going once more to another round of OT.
Angel ngantuk.
You're seeing the discipline on play here by Team Liquid. I mean, the way that Nats was
ini
supporting
kayaknya
Yampi there
tuh
is
bukan nggak
phenomenal.
teriak-teriak, mic-nya tuh nggak deket kayaknya. Kalau nggak dikecilin sama dia, biar lebih fokus ke suara gameplay.
But also instantly swings to try and help Yampi, who's in his reload animation, and stop him from getting punished by CNED. Immaculate team play there from the 2 defenders on the A side, buying enough time for Safe to come in, and the cavalry arrived. What is it going to take for one of these 2 teams to get over the line?
We see that third map, or is it series done and dusted?
Bit more left to play.
So Cass notified there, that deep flash. And to be long, still that smoke in his face, and Team Liquid are grouped up here. 3-2 split potentially. Trying to force out that util. What a fight to be taken. I mean, Safe was right off the back of that one. CNED,
1, 2, 3.
I believe on top of the box, loses that duel. But instantly it's Navi once more. Plugging up the holes in the defense. They want to take the fights right to them and they're winning them out. Somehow always finding the miracle moments in these rounds here. Close to the corner again, spam into a red car. He swings. Good timing on his Shao. He's really being pressured now. He's feeling it. He can hear it. And he's side, left and right.
Aduh, dia buka ulti lagi. Kalau nggak buka ulti dia bisa tuh. Bisa
1v2. Surely Shao's done the most. Still the rendezvous available, but Yampi is guessing where are these players. Not a clue.
Okay.
Not able to hit it.
Saatnya mode HP ya, monggo.
The Navi players can just pull magic out of everywhere. What is that from Shao? And also Angel taking an uncomfortable duel over by Hookah. And he's able to find the flick shot that he needs.
BTW dari tadi tidak ada 1000-2000 yang gua lewatkan kan guys ya, aman ya?
Take a look at the replay here. He
nggak akan bunyi 1000-2000
onto a player that has just got the first kill. And the way he dances around this box was just beautiful.
And look at the passion, man. Armrests off.
Sampai dicopot tuh
on the other side for Team Liquid.
CNED's going to pull out an
Mulai
operator
konyol
here,
nih.
attack side op
Mulai
for the Neon.
gimmick lu ya.
That's going to give
MU.
them less options if he isn't able to find an opening duel. He's anticipating taking the op fight against Yampi here, who has decided to just opt into the Vandal.
He's fired off the shots though. Now he's made it acutely aware that he's got the operator in his hands.
I think that's a really unusual way of playing. Perhaps he thought he'd been spotted anyway. But Team Liquid are going to be now aware of this, looking perhaps to just play a little more cautiously. I do in general like the attack side op from CNED. I think it lends itself more into favoring the contact style that Angel likes to call, because it puts fear into the defenders. They don't want to info peek as much. It lets you contact through, as they're doing now in showers. It gives you free map control.
Redgar, he's in a one and done. He's got to get a bit more than that though. Running forwards, his adjustments already gliding into the back.
Mati.
He's brought down.
Kelincah padahal.
Towards the back, a triple here. This should be watertight.
Aduh, susah banget ngelunas di A loh, susah loh.
Show's picked up this operator, but can't find an open angle, can he? 2 versus 4 picks it up, running all the way through. And it's brought down once more, 15 to 15. How far are we going to go?
It's been Na'Vi with the opportunities every time, though, to close this one out. Team
DRX,
Liquid need a run of 2 even to set themselves up with that map point opportunity. But here you see the difficulty of actually getting into the site. CNED just running and diving through. Not really set up with any utility that they needed to break those crossfires and allow the entry to happen. Zipan is definitely struggling in that department.
Konyol nih.
So cheeky idea with the operator, but it's not going to work to close things out for Na'Vi. When you get this deep, though,
Anjir, wall-nya
into
segitu ya.
overtime, you've got to go
Dari Baybay.
beyond the strap.
Pesan,
Yeah,
buat
conditioning goes out the
sarapan
window.
Bang Dik.
Yeay, sarapan nasi kuning. Terima kasih, gue capek,
The
bye-bye.
opposing team was doing at a given portion.
Jangan lupa kamu juga beli sarapan ya.
Na'Vi been doing this a lot.
Nasi kuning bro, beli 4 langsung.
Of the Sky Flash, and they
Buat
took
satu keluarga,
Angel
bukan
deep
buat
into
gue
this
doang ya,
corner.
monyet.
At some point, the way that Shao and Angel have been playing is surely going to get
Walapan
overwhelmed.
Gak tau nih, udah mulai
They've been
aneh-aneh
pulling
nih
out
boleh.
miracles.
Will they clear it? Is it going to be the double face once more? Redgar is not set
Masa buat
up.
gue semua.
He cannot respond and still. Rock solid.
Sama-sama.
A complete hold.
Ih,
And the fight's
fix
being
banget ini
isolated.
JTRRQ. Meta defend ya, meta defend menang, defend menang. Nanti pindah nih, ada momennya nih, di attack menang nih. Siapa nih yang bakal ngeduluin?
Maybe one day this
Fix
B-hold will crumble for Na'Vi. Maybe one day Angel and Shao won't be able to stand up, but it's not today. And that was just immaculate.
Oh, kan?
Able to take the kills through the smokes as
Defend
required.
menang.
Na'Vi get up to
Ntar
another
berubahnya tuh di berapa ya?
match point. 16-15.
4 berarti lu 2 dong.
Neither team able to get across the
Ada
line on their
Bibi,
attack
Bang.
side.
Look at that timeline.
It's just a sea of teal.
Will Na'Vi be able to do it? They've had so many chances.
Kalah
The series to advance in their
setahun
groups
ngentot.
against all expectations, all
Kodok
odds.
kuning gratisan.
And if this keeps going, Na'Vi might be in a position
Terbalik.
to... If
Meta
this keeps
terlama
going, Na'Vi
berapa?
might be in a position to
25
break
berapa
their
gitu,
own
gue lupa
record
tuh
of the
zaman
longest
TSM.
game we've ever had at a global tournament. The score in that
Orang
one was
sirik banget
19 to
padahal bener.
17.
Preman
This just
1000
doesn't
bang.
seem to show any signs of stopping.
Will Na'Vi break through? It's the big question.
Emang tim Cina ya?
CNED,
terbanyak.
fast lane there, flash inside of it. No one can really play the marks towards it. Stuns. It's all being supplemented to try and get them into the side, but it's anyone's game, really. And it's a guessing game at that.
Inikah, guys?
Holding for these smokes, but this
Akhirnya.
time, fully advantage for Na'Vi. It's going to be a miracle. And for the map, for the
Yampinya
series,
aduh.
Team Liquid
bunuh.
having a retake.
But it doesn't look like they're exactly conscious that Yampi could be posted up here.
Ini
They're
Yampi
playing inside
ketahuan
the
kan
queue,
harusnya, Bang.
making sure that they're not
Di-aware
open
kan,
to
Bang?
hookah. But do they really know that Yampi's here?
Yampi.
Apakah sudah
It's an
dilupakan?
open sight line. He's got to know. And look at it, he's expecting almost a push coming through into the back of the site there. It's traded immediately. 2 versus 3. Shao, he falls. Redgar. You're going to be the
Main
difference
berdua
maker.
menang sih, main berdua nih. Menang nih, main
Still
berdua
a
nih.
crossfire. Onto the B long angle, a tap onto it. It's a smoke. You have to force it into the spam. Redgar sticking it. I don't believe he got half.
Masa kalah, Jipan.
Into the 1v1. And time. It's against him. Oh, the satchel. The satchel half on it. Pushed away.
Jipan ahli satchel. GG.
Shut it down. And Na'Vi move
GG, bro.
forward.
Member gak bisa cruise jadi mager, harus dana
I think
ADKK
it's
lah.
going to be the most unpredictable group that we have here at Champions Los Angeles.
Ya.
Group D.
Pick'em gua bener guys ya.
Titans, teams that have
Langsung
won
aja
tournaments
sejam
before,
setengah no lo lihat no.
stacking off.
Dari kita buka
This
bet
time,
sampai beres.
Team Liquid, despite the heroics of Nats and
Oke,
Safe,
adik-adik
end
kita
up
siapin
getting
dulu.
taken down.
DRX.
Mimi was talking about it on the desk, how at
Load.
some point this year, these two
Load.
teams crossed paths.
Salah anjing. Load.
What once was Na'Vi heading for the number 1 and 2 spot within EMEA ended up in a bit of a decline, a bit of a slump, I think it's
Iya
fair
nih,
to say.
langsung aja digas betting nih.
But they
Kita
put
pengen tahu nih
themselves
berapa
up in
lama.
a great situation here in the first of groups.
Of course, a round of applause here for Team Liquid. Played their hearts out. I mean, a knife's edge the entire time.
Lupa di like adik-adik. Oke adik-adik sebentar ya, nitip dulu kita mode VTuber ya. Bentar oke bro. Nih gua nggak matiin suaranya kok aman.
DRX and Loud.
Mana VTuber gua? Bentar ya.
Certainly not. But I think both of these teams in pretty reasonable form. There were a lot of questions about where these two teams would end up being, what caliber of play they would bring to the game, and it was actually really quite impressive. I was particularly impressed with what Nats was bringing out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's send it down to the desk as well to break it all down.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. What a game we saw. 4 rounds separating Liquid and Na'Vi. That's how close this matchup was. Don't let the 2-0 confuse you there. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Sean Garris as we look to jump into the action. And let's just go straight for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because you got to give your flowers to Sugetsu, man. This guy, Mimi, just pulled off. These shots were just absurd.
I mean, in this overtime, it was a battle of these two Viper players. Nats, this is his map, his moment where he's always stepping up, but Sugetsu mirrored that as well. And we had this question at the beginning of the day. Would Group D be the group of death, the group of disappointment? Which one of these teams would step up? And while there was some silliness, there were some mistakes made, I actually think both of these teams showed us really stronger form than I was expecting.
I couldn't agree more. I was really impressed with the form Na'Vi brought today in particular. I thought all of the players from Na'Vi had really key moments throughout this series. I loved CNET on the Neon. I think he had tons of impact.
Yeah, and they were cooking with this composition too. They had great ideas for the retakes on the defense. On their attacking side, well, they struggled a little bit more there. I think these slower rounds into these late B execs that were always so good for them was well put together. And Angel also, I mean, the guy's just rolling back the years. He's putting up ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, no, it gave me hope. It really did. And to be completely honest with you, like, you know, I don't think anyone really was coming out of LCQ. A lot of people were doubting Na'Vi, and for good reason, Sean, because, you know, there was just so many ups and downs with this team, and we weren't quite sure what we were going to get out of them. But to see the way that this Na'Vi squad has really put themselves together, it does feel like this is I don't want to say a different team, but this is a re-energized team.
Yeah, they are, and even re-energized is the perfect word. Watching CNET like scream like that, I think Josh and Brent even pointed it out. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen CNET get that animated on the stage.
And the thing is, he's either calm, or in EMEA, we saw him like slamming his desk, getting mad, getting annoyed with what was going on for Na'Vi. This is the first time in quite a while where Na'Vi's really breaking their loss streak and finding themselves back in that form where they really can be a contender for top spots. I think it's especially impressive how well they were able to adapt, come up with new ideas late, particularly on that defensive side in overtime. It becomes a totally different game.
Yeah, but we do have to be a little concerned, though, about whether or not this is something that could end up being detrimental to them, right? Like, they're showing us some really fun ideas, some unique ideas. Could that be something that plays into it later on when they go deeper into the tournament? We got to see, like, what that, you know, what that Rolodex looks like of plays that they have.
I mean, these 2 rounds we're watching on the screen, these B hits with the Neon Wall, that is just all mid-rounding there from likely Angel. I mean, the Neon Wall blocks off the elbow player from the under hookah player from the backside player, and no one knows who's first contact in the crossfire anymore. It's just such good utility usage.
Yeah, I think they do have to work on some things. The attacking sides, I feel like some of those ideas got a little bit predictable. There was a lot of those kind of like 2-stage execs where they invested a lot their utility, and then we're trying to contact out in the late rounds. We still saw issues, but I think this is a really great foundation for Na'Vi to build off of. We know them as a team who tends to get better deeper into tournaments. Remember, they only won 1 pistol round today, got eco'd immediately after that. There's a lot of room for improvement that I think we could see throughout their run in this event.
Yeah, and if there's a team to do it, it would be, you know, Angel Doom Bros.
I mean, the experience. They've won tournaments before. They didn't have Sugetsu for half the time at Copenhagen when they made their run to win it. They're great in these long-form kind of tournaments.
Yeah, and there really is something to be said about a team that can thrive in a tournament environment, kind of like what we saw happen with Crew at LCQ, and also Na'Vi here, or Na'Vi in Copenhagen, rather. And then, you know, the season structure as well. It's very hard. It's a different type of game you're playing at times.
Yeah, you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to switch comps, which is what Na'Vi has shown they're capable of doing. Whether it's, you know, at a suboptimal level or not is kind of up to your interpretation. I think personally that they can flex on so many things bodes really well for them now that they won this opening game.
And again, for
bangun.
that lower bracket, they had a lot of opportunities today that slipped away from them. And either of those teams, DRX or Loud, we don't know what form they'll be in yet, but they're at risk of another disappointing tournament here if they can't turn it around.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out about that in a little bit. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Mitch, man. He's actually standing by with me. You got over there, buddy. Sugetsu? Sick. He got Sugetsu for our Verizon post-match interview. Like the flow.
Thank you so much, Golden Boys. I'm down here on the stage with Sugetsu after that incredible opening map here, or opening series. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, look, this is a really interesting game. Starting it out on Fracture, there were some changes that Liquid brought to the table. What did you make of these changes? Like, why do you think they decided to swap it up?
I mean, they probably watched our game when we were playing in the ME League. And they wanted to adapt to us, like somehow counter us, I don't know. Angel was laughing on their pick. They like basically didn't have Sentinel, so it's like it was easy for us kinda, you can say, to play against. So
yeah, it's always going to be a downside. They took the risk. It didn't pay off this time around. And look, starting out map 2, Angel was on fire. He was playing like a different game, but it was later on that you really started to take the mantle on map 2. You were on fire map 1 as well. How did you feel playing here in front of the US crowd?
I mean, it's first time experience, so I really like this. Thank you guys, thank you for cheering for Na'Vi. Very appreciated.
Yeah, they were certainly cheering you guys on during all those plays. It was beautiful to see. Now look, Liquid are sent down to the lower brackets. So they're going to have that lower bracket run. Do you feel like they're going to be successful after what you saw from them here today?
Yeah, definitely. I think they can beat DRX or Loud like easily. I think we will go out from group like V and probably
He's so good.
Okay. Well, talking about your next matchup, do you have any preference? Do you have any idea on which team you're going to be facing?
I really like how Aspas playing, so I want to really face Aspas. I respect him a lot. There's probably one Jet which I respect.
DRX apa top 1 belum tahu mapnya, Bang.
So I'm looking forward to our match against Loud and
Okay, feeling Loud for sure. Look, you obviously, that'll be an international matchup, but you're starting here on the stage against an EMEA team. Do you think that helps, like feeling like you're at home out here?
Honestly, yes. I feel more boring, like full, and it's like when I saw bracket, I saw Liquid, and it's like again EMEA teams, why EMEA teams always like so yeah. But it's like we have confidence to play against them. It's like we played a lot against them.
Well, one guy that had a lot of confidence out there today was Nats, actually, on the other side. It almost looked like he was back in his prime form from back in the day, taking you guys down a couple of times from behind. Did you feel that on the server that you were playing the Nats of old?
Yeah, I feel Nats was killing me all the time, like behind. I didn't face him almost, so I don't remember when I was 1v1 against him. With him, I mean. But most of the time he was like killing us in behind. Kinda annoying when we were attacking on Lamp's position. They were delaying me and
Na'Vi Paperek gak sih di final terus Paperek juara, Na'Vi gak sampai final
ya. It was kinda hard. On Fracture I didn't feel anything, but on Bind
Yeah, definitely. He was unleashed on Bind.
Well, listen, I'll
unleash you backstage, back to your team. Thank you so much for coming down here for the interview. And best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you guys, thank you.
With guys, we get to. Ini berapa menit? Coba kita lihat dulu ya. Berapa menit nih? Oh, kita langsung iklan begini. Coba kita lihat teman-teman kita, guys. Bang Os, mana Bang Os? Apa tidur oleh di Bang Os nih? Apa ini orang? Ke Facebook. Oh, mau apa ini orang? Restricted
monetization.
Ngapain sih ini orang? Jam segini anaknya sarapan apa ya? Nasi kuning lah standar. Lontong, nasi kuning, ketoprak. Sakit kepala tapi nggak bisa tidur, kenapa ya? Minum obat dah. Oh, ngapain sih? Kan biasa udah tidur nih orang jam segini.
Ngapain lagi lihat ini Ben? Apa? Gue pengen play replay tapi video lama anjing.
Gak bisa lah anjir.
Sebelah kiri bawah.
Facebook cuman sedikit anjir.
Gak ada, cok.
Gua remove lu Rapli anjing.
Gimana caranya?
Tahu tempat kupat tahu yang enak gak? Kupat tahu Gasibu enak.
Memek.
Taparua juga enak.
Jual akun
banyak
Instagram. Siap COD Bandung, Tangerang, Jakarta 1,5 juta. Buset dah.
Caca siapa tuh Caca?
Aja. Makan-makan bakso aci.
Baby Grey.
Aku sekarang mau makan bakso aci tuh.
Lihat YouTube Short kali ya pagi-pagi guys ya. Kimi.
Last player standing.
144 on raise. One side.
Oh, 1v3 nih.
30 seconds left.
Oh, ini chamber lama nih. Kita pernah lihat gue. Like video lama.
One enemy remaining.
Jago.
Hello, don't skip please. Holy moly, a lot of people skipping me. So you want to skip me or not?
No, why?
That's cool. That's cool. I don't know. Everyone keeps skipping me. Like, so you're from Korea?
I'm from Korea.
100% Korea?
No, mixed Australian. Where are you from?
I'm from
Thailand.
Indonesia.
Oh, orang Indonesia.
Kenapa, Reng?
Capek ya Mas, di skip terus Mas.
Mampus ya. Tukang prank kenapa, Reng? Keciprat air, oh. Oh, ini HP-nya gerak sendiri. Oh. Oh. Lu tinggal ambil HP terus bersihin pakai tisu, selesai ngentos terus amat.
Pertanyaan cepat buat lu, Bel.
Siap, Bang.
Jawab cepat ya.
Iya.
Banjarmasin atau Jakarta?
Jakarta.
Jakarta. Kenapa?
Karena Jakarta hidup gua, keluarga gua, orang tua gua, sahabat gua ada di sini semua.
Bukan di sana.
Bukan di sana.
Prabowo atau Anies Baswedan?
Usman bin Khattab. Gak mikir aku orang-orang begitu. Aku nggak tahu aku Bang. Orang emang mereka ngasih gua makan.
Nggak tidur lu Pli.
Terus sekarang nggak ada, gua nggak mau milih.
Jadi orang terkenal tapi nggak punya duit, atau orang tidak terkenal tapi banyak duit?
Jadi orang tidak terkenal tapi banyak duit.
Duit is number one.
Wise.
Wise.
Banyak duit habis itu gua beli deh TV.
Apa nih? Oh, ini di luar-luar deh guys. Anjing asik dah kalau ngeliat. Kalau ngeliat orang-orang di stage itu seru.
Beli deh ini semuanya gua beli. Jadi terkenal habis itu.
Oke. MLI atau Pras Teguh?
Pras Teguh.
Dia anjing.
Oh.
Oh, nanti karskers ini.
Oh. Switching sides.
Apa Jok? Nanti naik karskers.
Oh iya.
Hadir kan tuh.
Masih kill 2, 12. 10 bedanya, Jok.
Lagi belajar Valorant
Yang penting kayak di Elo KA-nya sama.
Pokoknya apapun postingan lu pasti ada salah satu orang yang nge-tag gua.
Pagi-pagi bro.
Siapapun orang gondrong di Indonesia.
Oksigen orang Bas kayaknya.
Orang gondrong
kok Bas Z sekali. Bas mah nggak akan diganti.
Ada
Bas mah nggak akan diganti.
Ada tipe-tipenya. Nah, apa aja tuh?
Ada yang dibilang ini gondrong Firsa Besari.
Yang kado itu harganya berapa?
24.
Hah? 24 M?
Ya aduh segitu doang.
Gila lu. Mahal banget.
Udah jangan kayak orang susah deh. Duit banyak.
Gimana? Ini mobil lu udah datang aja. Nih, mobil gua nih. Poros ini tahun berapa ya? Gua lupa, lu yang tahu deh.
Ini 2012.
2012. Tapi lampunya udah gua ganti.
Lampu lu ganti.
Kondisi sih masih oke. Ini gua jual berapa nih? Kalau bekas Raffi Ahmad. Ini barunya berapa
Terus kayaknya yang main dia harusnya Jess sih kayaknya.
Ini barunya 15 mm. Jadi mau gua beli yang itu ya buat gigi ya.
Ya udah.
Deal ya?
Iya deal.
Sip.
Siap. Kalau konglomerat begitu 24 M tuh kayak
santai ya belinya ya.
Cireng gitu. Itu hal biasa sih ya buat darah biru, tera bangsawan. Biasa aja ya.
Cuan banyak. Berarti Gigi beli mobil satu. Gua beli mobil itu satu.
Ya lu bantu.
Kaya lu ya bener-bener.
Dia belum ngasih kado kan.
Yang kado itu harga.
Penangkapan kreator video nakal Tifa di Cina. Siapa di sini yang waifunya Tifa? Salah satu karakter wangi-wangi dari Final Fantasy 7. Saking wanginya, banyak kreator yang buat video nakal dari karakter ini. Nah, baru-baru ini kepolisian Jiangxi Public Security mengumumkan telah menangkap seorang kreator nakal Patreon menggunakan nama Shirakami. Dia telah membuat 84 konten nakal mulai dari karakter Genshin Impact sampai Tifa dari Final Fantasy 7 dan menghasilkan sekitar 1,87 juta yuan atau 3,84 miliar rupiah. Isi lebih like, waifu dicemari, waktunya eksekusi. Pihak kepolisian berhasil menyita barang bukti seperti PC serta data-data termasuk konten yang sudah dibuat. Hal ini membuat kreator nakal lainnya ketar-ketir. Bahkan ada yang sampai memutuskan berhenti.
Zes, Bas, Stax, Mako, Arbi, no Foxy. Bentar. Itu jersinya ganti guys.
I don't know.
Oh?
I hope they don't have it.
I think we might do actually. Let's take a look
Mako
at
and
this.
Stax actually just punked me. Just actually put me down.
No Foxy bro.
Late at night, you know, I'm ready to play some ranked.
Kita predik.
I run into these
Gua anaknya kan apak banget.
13 kills, Sean.
It's not bad.
That's actually pretty good against these guys. It's the worst on your team, but other than that, it's great.
Look at them.
Tean Gares,
That's unreal.
Yeah. Oh.
Ini lawan ini ya, ngelawan DRX.
Why didn't we get your head-to-head stats versus just them individually? Would you have been battered?
I think I had the chamber, but the gecko just. I think that was Stax.
Baru anjir.
I'm telling you, they are in insane form. Change your pick'ems right now.
Bentar bang, nonton dulu bang.
Take an egg and
Aduh.
you put 2 kilogram weight
Gua
on the
tahu
top.
nih.
What do you think will happen? Let's check. It breaks.
Bang, bagi nasi satu.
Nasi ganda helikopter ya?
Yes.
Si ganda helikopter sama dia. Kuah boleh banjir ya?
Boleh.
Kuah madu, kuah
Kuah boleh banjir gak?
kicap boleh ya?
Semua boleh.
Alright.
Letak je.
Alright. Ada banjir ya. Tahu apa bos?
Ayam bawang satu.
Ayam bawang kita punya laris.
Pagi.
Itu dia.
Cih, gede banget ayamnya.
Sotong.
Sotong gemuk ya?
Yes.
Sotong gemuk.
Sotong gemuk. Lagi.
Udang.
Udang ya?
Ya.
Alright. Lagi?
Bagi lamseng satu.
Portugal nih namanya
cari
nih.
ikan kepala satu juga.
Alright. Kita cari kepala ikan, masak fresh. Lepas ambil order, baru kita masuk ke dalam sungai. Dia ada banjir. Alright, selamat menjamu selera.
Bang, bagi ikan. Bang, bagi nasi satu kagak bayar dong dia ya. Apa nih?
Is it real? Do we think Loud's winning champions?
Oh, ini. Lautnya ya.
Do you agree with Tom? Okay, maybe not.
Performasi laut. Gua boleh banjir? Boleh.
Kenapa melodi? Oh gitu. Iya. Enggak. Oh iya. Boleh.
Enggak, jangan percaya cok anak-anak kami. Jangan.
Berarti berapa kosong? 2-1 lah.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Invite.
Ganti nama.
Anak anjing, emang anak anjing, cok.
Invite.
Anak anjing.
You're a vegan, right? I'm a meat eater. Why can't we just both live happily in each other's orbit? Why can't you let me just get on with eating meat?
Do me a favor and watch this video.
Video of a German woman that has gone viral. She last week ran around naked
Wah,
at a traditional
konyol.
dance ceremony, tried to force her way into a temple, and this all took place while Western tourists sat there and watched the performance. Nobody seemed to know what to do.
What you're seeing here is a woman having a complete mental breakdown and walking around naked in the middle of a performance at a religious ceremony. And Bali's funny like this because it has a tendency to attract total weirdos who think that by coming to this island, they're somehow going to sort out all of their trauma by doing a whole bunch of yoga and meditation, practicing tantric sex, whatever. And afterwards, their life will be completely fixed. As you can see from the video, doing a whole bunch of yoga isn't going to fix your mental problems. So do yourself a favor. If you're ever in a difficult spot in life, don't fall prey to the idea that something out here can cure all of your problems in here. Because the reality is that the only thing, and indeed the only person who can solve your problems is you.
Alright, Chow, what did you send me? Okay, we got 2 options.
Pasti yang gitu-gitu mah boleh-boleh miskin gak sih?
Oh, bro, gue udah bawain sahur buat kita, bro.
Ini gue suka nih.
Ini cocok nih buat sahur nih. Kalorinya nggak terlalu tinggi, tapi cocok buat pondasi.
Pondasi apaan? Nugget kayak gini mah ajan subuh udah lapar lagi gue lagian. Gue udah tua kayak gini kasih nugget kayak bocah sekolah mau ngambil nilai di Gor Ciracas.
Lah, bro, ini low kalori loh. Lu nggak percaya you are what you eat, man? Your body is your temple, mas gue.
Anjay.
Itu kayak kuil, tempat-tempat buat pertahanan juga bisa.
Yo, Allah, kalau pertahanan lambung mah nasi putih, sarden sama omelet udah paling bener kalau gua mah. Itu sampai ajan maghrib juga tahan lambung gua. Mau sparring futsal sama Messi seharian bisa gua.
Anjing.
Kita mau sahur apaan ini?
Nih. Tuh, tahu bulat.
Tahu bulat?
Enak tuh, asli kane.
Wah, gua nggak terlalu tahu bulat karena di Jaksel yang bulat cuman tekad karyawan resign buat ngejar passion.
Hah?
Oh.
We have a
Counter Jaksel.
macaroni.
Hapus. Nah, cheater anjing ini. Buset.
Nice shot actually.
Trigger bot.
Okay, that's sus now. How did it get so sus all of a sudden? Donk. Yep. You ain't going to.
Oh, gue udah lihat ini mah.
Side already.
One side.
Set dah. Jago banget Bang Por ya.
I think belong, bro.
Time to jump.
City, that one. I think belong.
Scanning ahead.
Kali.
Bilang. Garden.
Orang ini red apa mes kilogram? 1000.
Apa nih? Oh, belum.
1000 itu kenapa 1000? Cantik banget.
Kambing jantan, marmut merah jambu atau cinta brontosaurus?
Kambing jantan.
Panji Pragiwaksono atau Ernest Prakasa?
Film-filmnya Radit yang lama.
Komika Indonesia terlucu sejauh ini adalah?
Mamat Alkatiri.
Sutradara atau komika?
Apa tuh? Milih ya?
Pilih.
100.000 atau ikut AI?
Ikut AI nggak guys?
Ikut yuk aja deh.
Nggak takut AI culik?
Takut. Ikut aja. Ikutin aja udah nggak apa-apa.
Sendiri di sini.
Sendiri.
Namanya siapa?
I don't know.
Mukanya kayak nama siapa?
I don't know. Justin.
Justin.
Iya kali.
Justin Bieber.
Gak tahu.
Justin Timberlake.
Gak tahu. Justin.
Salah. Kesukaannya apa?
Ijul, makasih udah join member. Welcome back. Gua nanya dari tadi Jul, dijawab. Sampai kapan di Bandungnya, monyet?
Milk, maybe.
Hah? Kok tahu?
Oh ya, serius?
Beneran?
Kok
lu tahu sih?
Gak tahu. Cuma ngasal tebak.
Dia suka susu gak?
Suka.
Bener.
Ini dapat liptin.
Warna kesukaannya apa?
Hitam.
Pagi.
Kok tahu?
Iya pakai baju hitam semua.
Obvious banget ya?
Obvious banget. Ini pakai hitam semua.
Hitam semua ya?
Iya. Sampai kaos kakinya juga hitam.
Bener.
Mau mochi milk tea 1.
Nggak mau matcha aja, biar jadi matcha girl.
I matcha girl. Cuman kalau di sini I sukanya beli mochi milk tea.
Mochi milk tea 1 ya? You want extra mochi?
No.
Why?
It's too much mochi. Yeay, dapat susu.
100.000 atau ikut I?
Tok we kalem stream heula. Oh.
Do
Udah dijawab, Bang.
What bees produce?
Honey?
I'm here.
Bro, that...
Kocak di si Isa nih.
What's your name?
Winnie.
It all makes sense now. Cause
Aneh.
you Winnie my heart, what?
Semut.
Do you know what a
Gua ada yang
bee?
ketinggalan enggak lagi enggak ya? Short-shortnya. Gua dari mana ketinggalan enggak? Gua lupa nih apa nih? Oh, udah lihat. Berarti dari sini.
Do you like crocodile?
Do you have crocodile at home?
Udah anjir yang ini. Oh, ini belum nih.
Are you okay?
Batman. I like Batman.
Emang nanya apa nggak pakai HE? Sampai kapan di Bandungnya Ijul? Tanggal 10. Oke bro, aman.
Are you okay?
Do you know?
Ya udah.
So what are you doing here?
So Loud, you will be Team A, and then you will start with your first band.
I mean, you too.
Band Fracture, your band. They band Bind. So Loud.
Map berapa 100.000? Gue sukanya pas ada ceweknya yang lagi sleeping di rumah. Oh, itu siapa ya? Gue lupa namanya.
Map number 2. They pick Split. Side on Split. Attack. Okay, so next set of bands starting with Loud, you have Ascent, Haven, and Pearl.
Bertiga sama siapa Jul? Mana sampainya hari ini apa?
Haven.
Apa kapan sih? Apa
so
besok?
your band, you have Ascent and Pearl.
Dia sama-sama attack nih ya. DRX attack, load attack. Ayo STY.
Band Pearl. And then so map number 3 will be Ascent. And so side on Ascent. Attack. Okay, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we're all set. Loud, you ban Fracture. DRX, you ban Bind. Map number 1 will be Lotus with DRX on attack.
Apa Merun hari ini berangkat kan sampai maghrib, besok aja kita main. Ya, kabarin aja bro.
DRX with Pearl makes map number 3 Ascent with Loud on attack. Good. All right, good luck to you both.
Bertiga sama, oh iya. Oke, berangkat guys. Cawangjin. Mau apa? Bakpi apa tok? Coklat boleh lah. Kalau nggak coklat ya keju lah. Bebas bang. Bakpi apa tok? Itu aja. Iya bang, nggak tahu lagi apaan. Masa suruh bawain cewek kan nggak mungkin.
teams are going to take the stage, and honestly, I'm excited because this matchup is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I watch these teams early on,
udah pernah nyoba, cuman gue lebih suka Baktia Pasok.
Their pistol round approaches are flawless. Their first guns are flawless.
Cuman gue lagi pengen ganti mobil, Jul. Bisa nggak Jul bawain?
This is going to be an absolute banger, and I can't wait.
Apa gitu Civic boleh lah.
I think we've also seen more of a play with the Vito as well.
Yang sedan.
Now the side of DRX,
Ya Allah,
they're
sakit perut
banning
bentar, guys.
behind the map that's been insane for Loud. Like they don't want to play them on it, but it means they have to go into what previously was their permaban. So
lihat kan I get
Recon
Phantom
what because I want to see what on
mobil
earth
apa
the
Civic
DRX
aja
change,
Civic
what
ya.
they brought in after they've got banged 13-3 the last time they played
Civic
this map.
boleh yang hatchback, boleh yang sedan lah. Gue kayak
the only way DRX floats this map like this is if they have so many set plays, so many ideas, and they've innovated on it in a way that Loud can't anticipate. The question really is, what does Loud bring to the table? Are they going to run these neon comps again? They did not work at all in Tokyo.
If I could take a stab at
Pakai kaya tapi nggak pakai C, entot Civic.
I think they're just going to go straight at them, and
Coba.
they're just not. Because really, when you think about it, DRX thrives in their structure, whereas
Wah nggak ada, ini nggak ada parodinya Civic.
for goodness sake, they could just send him and kill.
I love that you're sat next to Sean Gares, like a
Lebih ke Kipik ya.
in-game leader, and your
Yang baru join, langsung aja guys di bed. Mapnya udah keluar ya.
When I competed, that's what I used to do. So I mean, like not physically, obviously, but you know.
Tomikanya dikasih. Oh nggak apa-apa, ada Tomika juga bagus.
So I do think that this is gonna have to be one of those situations.
Bonekanya jadi dikit guys. Dulu bawa boneka banyak tuh.
Of the fact that this team is so structured and take
Rambut
advantage of the
gua
fact
kayak
you have
tai.
such high firepower on your squad.
I will say the fun thing about this matchup now, the
Habis
Foxy
kena
Knights
air
in
tuh.
there, is you are going to get Buzz back on the duelist. And I think Buzz versus Aspas is something that goes back over the last few years. It's a really exciting matchup. Both sort of very, I want to say, clever in the way they play the duelist. Not overly aggressive all of the time, very good at picking the right fights. And I think that's going to mean that this is going to be much more about those setups, maybe with a little bit of punching in the face.
Ooh, a little bit of spoiler on the screen there. We might get some raises on the board here. I love seeing this change out of Loud. They were, like I said, running the Neon. They switch Aspas over to the Raze. People are probably a little bit sad they don't want to see him on the Jet.
Okay.
His Raze is insane.
Mirror pick.
Okay, I know
and
that
also
he's
just Raze is better for you in this situation on Lotus anyway.
Yes, absolutely. And this is kind of the consequence of moving away from the Harbor Viper previously. You know, they want to use the Raze combined with the Fade. It is such a good combination. We've seen it a lot of times in Americas. And I love
kita berharap sih Bassnya lebih ngeri dari Aspas, sudah lah, cukup aja. Tumben DRX lepas Lotus pede kali dia. Yang udah pasti jago RB, tenang aja guys nih, RB power nih. Kenapa sekarang jarang yang pakai Jet? Kalau di Lotus memang sebenarnya enakan Raja guys, soalnya banyak sudut-sudut sempit. Ini kayak nggak butuh-butuh banget pakai OP di Lotus tuh, nggak terlalu butuh. Sebenarnya. Maka udah pasti jago, itu mah gak usah diomongin, makanya gue lewat.
Thank you so much, GB.
Wah, pensi ini casternya mantap.
An opening series for these two, truly a litmus test of form coming into this.
Yeah, definitely, because I think both teams in a very similar
kayak masih
situation.
muda ya
Look
si
at the bigger
Pensi.
picture. We're talking about historically DRX, one of those deep run teams, and now having a hiccup along the way after a fantastic regulation season. So, what's crazy is we actually started this series here on Lotus. Again, 0-1 for DRX, 1-2 I believe for Loud as well. So this isn't necessarily, I guess, in terms of recent data, one that's comfortable on either side here.
Let's find out who finds that comfort first.
Ntar kayak champion mulai gua kontenin pas di playoff aja guys ya, biar seru ya. Playoff gua record terus langsung upload gitu lah.
Slow probe towards A, but very quickly DRX in a position here to potentially pressure towards 2 on Mount. Does have a second teammate behind him, less shoulder in that same corner, but they're setting up for this here, Lauren.
Yeah, but also look at the progress on the other side of the map as well. Tui's is taking a lot of this strain here, has to finally rescind, fall away, see a little deeper towards C. He's got the cavalry on the way from A. But can they bear the brunt of DRX going towards his site? Yes, they can. Lex connects first, and a follow-up. He's still laying down the fire.
Buset, gak mati-mati sih, Les.
A mold. Four still standing for Loud, and it's going to be inevitable, surely.
And the flank comes through so quickly, but what a hold from Loud. On that seaside crunch, Les standing strong.
Beautiful.
I'm curious if that's actually a trend that will continue, because the concern being here, RB's actually drifted ahead of the turret as well. So even if that was a successful hit, that flank was still coming, and it was 3 strong, Lauren.
This has to be an early identification from DRX to note that, right? They have to get on top of this. If Loud come out, all guns are blazing, DRX need to hit that form real fast themselves. Wait and see when that timeout may hit. Obviously not going to be this early, but if it is going to be that adjustment, does it come through early on? Rinse and repeat, at least towards the C site. Once again, 2E's posted up, got that Bulldog in hand, and DRX going to take their time. Again, you look at this purchase, it's just that Sheriff for RB.
The switch up being a Sadak, who's going to be reinforcing 2E's over here. Adjustment of the Killjoy utility towards B. Sees any actions. A couple of members of DRX creeping towards the site with the spike. Less primed to maybe clean up once again here.
There. Could be fantastic ult progress for him, but again, he does only have that ghost, so it could be a little bit trickier. And the support system a little far away as well.
Some of the utility removed already as well, so he has to reposition. Create some resistance on the way in here for DRX.
Fortunately for him, Aspas does make it over, draws the attention, and there comes the blow. Swift enough, but it is mostly less farming up. This guy, nasty so far, opportunity! And a belting shot. Takes down County. He's got 40 seconds, he's got the spike, and he's got a 1v2.
77 HP, and the upgrade here to the SMG, a little bit of space, but Sadak, can he slip past?
Timing! Oh, he's going to go back, he wants a bit more. Stack's feeling ferocious. But he needs a pawn, he needs that time on his side. He's found out how far away they are, so he's going to be able to judge this well enough.
Wah, Exi petualang belum ada jadwalnya bang ya, makan 1000 nih.
Up soon enough, but the reposition is everything.
1000 lagi dibungkam dulu
nih. Spectre could do wonders in these close quarters, Lauren.
It certainly could, but now opting for it. First bit of utility committed towards the site. The shot comes in as well. Sadak on the cross, but he's going to find it.
Enak banget ini timingnya.
The gate, but he has to close in right now.
Yo! What the fuck?
Quick as lightning. Takes down Stacks, removes all the threat, keeps 2 standing. But that's certainly a message there. DRX sending a loud message through that.
Stacks with an opportunity to actually clutch that out. The timing just missing the first on the pass through. 2E's lucky to escape there. But Sadak with a beautiful adjustment.
But again, it starts with this, right? Les is
Another
really clean. That ult's on, knocking on the door now. That's going to be something lovely to keep in the pocket. There's the shot back from Sadak. Sharp today. And we look at the buy coming in here for Loud. Now Les going to reward himself. A little bit of a treat. Going to pocket the Vandal. Everyone else kind of sticking on. That's perfectly fine. First buy going to come in for DRX and this bonus for Loud. Let's see what they can achieve with it. For DRX, you want this clean. Yes, some contested rounds, but it has to be more than that.
Big exchange of utility here, but nothing really garnered on either side. Loud will be able to restart after that. Actually, a preemptive rotation here. Expecting DRX to maybe thread the needle towards another site.
I love that Loud are matching this.
Yeah.
As you're seeing the
very early
mirror
on
moves. Beautiful.
Sadak hasn't really had any information in terms of audio cues across this side of the map. But already 2 teammates ahead of this. Usually expecting a Viper in that situation just to slow down the hit a little bit.
Maybe a double tap coming back in. DRX seem a little unsure of that final destination, but allowing RB to work a touch further.
Anjing gaming parah nih DRX.
The util force a little bit of Loud to commit. But this then falls towards 2E's. Does have a Bulldog.
Gas ya, gas.
Deciding off the back of just maybe a pixel out of place, he's going to fall back, invest the smoke, and call for some support. Already Cowanzine going to be the first to receive that call. Pain Shell, and this has to be commitment. 25 seconds, they've got to make a go of it towards C now. 2E's noted, Buzz gets away, fortunately, with his life there. And Loud going to respect this.
Yeah, retreating towards making sure they have an even 5v5 for this retake. Finally, Plant comes through. Not much in the form of utility. I mean, I'm seeing a Snakebite, a Prowler here for DRX. It's only tools that they have really to slow things down. Try and hold on to the site.
Yeah, but explosive retake could be deadly. Going to draw back first. Take down Buzz and then look towards the site. Marco's in a little bit of trouble. Has to fall away from the corner. Goes for the double.
No, King!
Loses. Loud on the way back through. And DRX are crumbling. There's problems here.
Yes. Oh! Dapat 2.
Zest with greatness, but he needs more. And he hasn't got enough.
Ada yang dapat, bro.
Two started.
Masih Jess
and Loud will be loving that one.
Pagi-pagi.
Converting the bonus here, couple of nice upgrades to put to hand.
Konyol itu.
And DRX in trouble.
And it's awkward for DRX because when you see both players back away from the side there, it's almost like you want somebody, one or two people from DRX to dig a little deeper, apply further pressures towards spawn because, like I said, in that situation, they're happy to sit back. Let's keep 5 up. We know that we have the utility advantage this late on in the round. After what's happened elsewhere, I mean, that's nearly lining up a second there.
Mo pagi Ben. Ada mo-nya. Pagi
Very
sapi.
comfortable start from Loud though. DRX able to get a light shield purchase back in hand. Nightfall available here for stacks as well. Loud consistently winning out with this rubble pressure early on.
So much of a priority put towards that. The amount of utility dump just to control that early space is essential to the outcome. Again, they can just post up 2Es, leaving there very isolated, but they can cheat the additional player towards C.
Swing AC ya, biar ada angin-angin dikit.
Let's try and cycle those one-ways in. It does put Loud in a position to put 2 members towards either site elsewhere on the map. DRX probing once again. A very slow early
siapa yang menang? Navi bos.
Not much in the form
2-0 tadi game 2-nya OT.
Garnered,
Apa map 2-nya?
Now, looks like 2Es will be tested on this side.
Trying to prop up his chest a little bit, seem intimidating, but he does need to respect it.
Yeah, timing's perfect.
Ini match terakhir.
Able to drift away, does have the paranoia still, but 9 seconds away from a smoke. Has to rely on the space that's between them right now. Cowanzine does have a chance to actually pivot through. Maybe find a backstab here.
Buzz seems very aware of this though, still going to try and keep a check on it. 2Es has been noted now. And there's the first Cowanzine!
Angin ini wonder
Clean
kid.
as hell!
Astaga!
And this time someone answers. Loud gifted the perfect hold on that. Stunning first 2, but man, the stars aligned for the follow-ups. And RB looking irrelevant to the round. 10 seconds. It's dead time. I mean, Loud are absolutely tearing away with this game.
Yeah, locked out so far, DRX. Unable to really have a say in these Cowanzine on the hunt for the ace, actually. Able to find it.
Absent Senin.
In the crowd?
Yeah, 2Es. We'll find it. RB will fall. It's a rifle remove.
DRX, kalian
but you're almost asking
kenapa?
for a very early timeout here from DRX because
Apakah masih demam?
this slow drift in the early round is not suiting them at all. This is just ridiculous. Paranoia lands and
Ya Allah, akibat itu.
Mouse one and pray.
Jadi nobar sama Jaxi, Ben.
But they're desperate to find this trade.
And
they didn't even really require anyone from Loud to swing off site here.
Jaxi, lihat nih, ini baca nih.
The net, but
ini replay, orangnya tidur, babi.
Concerning here for DRX early
Itu
on.
si Bas, ya kekunci Bas.
Here's the first real fight towards this. We saw the amount of utility invested before from Loud, but this time
going in.
there's bodies behind this, but 2Es is still up to the challenge, up to the fight.
Ini rusuh
by his side. Stack's the only one to draw blood so far for DRX in this round. 2Es falls. And now
SKR, satu lagi.
back from DRX.
Jangan sabar dia, sabar.
Trying to tame Loud just a little. Less than 7
lihat temen, udah dapet CT. Santai, nah, gitu.
Noting the slower pace not working for. Hang on, RB's got all the way into the backlines here. None the
the
possibility.
He needed that, and now he's in so much trouble. Heartbreak for him.
Bought enough time though. The Viper's Pit is down on site. Spike planted.
Ulti sih.
Stax does have his ultimate as well, but Lockdown invested from less.
Stax still walking, or does he respect this? Falls away.
When they have a chance, I mean, they have a little bit of safety to play outside. And a chance actually for Zest to get back inside his pit as well.
There it is. That's the best that they could achieve here now. Loud going to get towards that spike. The first tap made. Zest looking for the challenge. Not going to find a target just yet. The spray's perfect though. Zest going to connect straight through the pit. And now all down to Sadak, and 1 HP just simply ain't going to be enough. He knows this one's done, and DRX finally putting their name on the board here. First found, and it was a thrifty round. It was a bit of a brawl over towards Rubble.
Yeah, but a massive pace change. You're absolutely right. It is a brawl, but DRX happy to at least come out swinging in this round. A couple of times here, you're thinking, are they going to peel away from this? Are they going to retreat? But they commit actually a third player behind this towards Rubble. DRX almost sucker punching them there in round 5. Ult still available for Loud though. Cowanzine, 2Es and Aspas. Sack's still sitting on the Nightfall as well, but one off the lockdown for RB. And potentially Within touching distance of the showstopper as well for Buzz.
And it looks like that Nightfall's coming through here. Now, I don't think it's going to catch anyone. So that should be at least the green light to get towards the site. Now you can see Sadak trying to backfill this stall out a little bit as well, make this harder work for DRX. Unable to make the most of all those seconds they bought with that Nightfall. Less going to respect it and fall away. But Sadak still standing, does go down. DRX claim the site, get the plant, and should be able to kind of defend this pretty well.
Looking at a lot more coordination on the way in here as well.
Yep.
Okay,
Marco
King,
does
mantap
find
King.
Kawanzin there. Aspas
Yo, Aspas
considering making something work through the door, but now has to peel away. Regroup towards 2E's here. DRX digging their heels in on site.
Menyambut champion kayaknya guys pada ganti jersey banyak fanatik juga ya kan.
2E's will find it.
Juga tadi tuh.
It's down to 3. Buzz still waiting. First one. He's gonna
ya, lucu lu Aspas. Berangkat.
Stunning from Buzz. 3 big kills in the post plant. Making a second for DRX now, starting to come alive here after being bullied by Loud initially. This is much better.
Anjing lucu banget King Mako rambutnya.
Coordination on the way, and the utility forced the player out. 2 members of DRX then chase down the other member on site here. Actually, after the Nightfall connects to nothing, Sadak tries to get ahead of him, backfill that space, or deny that space. Really well constructed by DRX here.
Makin gemoy.
Seems that Thrifty might have just been a catalyst for DRX to claw their way back into this early deficit. 2 key ultimates I was mentioning previously, Showstopper and Lockdown, now available for DRX.
Not going to note the players postured up here. That's 3 of them. You can see the intent. They're trying to make the most of this, pressure them down. Aspas going to close the gap. He's trying to Buzz.
Wah, aduh ulti guys.
Mid-air blown up, brought back down to earth.
I think Buzz actually popped his Showstopper as well there, so
wasn't sure if that was the...
Lu yang tidur Rentok.
I believe he did. We'll obviously get a chance to look after this, but Sadak now trying to slow things down. Feeling a ton of pressure, though, towards A side.
Update judul udah.
DRX showing their hands
belum
just
ya?
yet.
Yeah, they paused for just a second. See if they can note where Sadak's repositioned to. Zest going to make the cross and actually takes down 2E's with it. There's still Sadak on the back of the site, though. Still a problem to be had. Kawanzin going to note 2 players. Marco trying to get out of there, and Stacks, similar positions. Trying to fall away, give up the site. The barrel noted as 4 of the players now from Loud start making the way back through. This is so contested. Look at all this utility invested here. Stacks can be the first challenge. He succeeds, takes down Sadak, but Aspas might be following. Oh, he follows him to the grave. DRX holding this. There's Kawanzin and Less. With all that investment, all those ults, not going to make much of this just yet. Less is going to find Zest, but still, look at these deep positions from DRX. Hard to dig them out from here. And it looks like Loud. They might be falling away from this.
Sax will force Less off the angle as well. Kawanzin, we forced to save, and the crack starting to show in the finances here with that early lead from Loud. DRX bring it within 1 now.
Oh, sapi berlayar 40.000 rungkat tuh poinnya.
Very early on for DRX. Way more coordinated now. And even after conceding, there was a very quick decision made on the back of Buzz falling, who actually did pop the showstopper. I'm not sure if I actually missed the voice line there, but it was burnt up in an attempt to try and deny Aspas.
The 3 connected here for DRX is enough. The Loud think it's time to take a pause for thought. We had a great start, 4 in a row. But that's not enough to give you the game. DRX have depth, we know that. They are one of the greats. This is why this game was going to be such a tantalizing prospect, right? What version do we get? Initially, it looked like Loud were back in form, aggressive, confident, in your face. And then we saw the perfect answer. DRX, always the kind of tactician, that thinking man who comes with that great approach.
Anjing, Mako de Goat.
Very nice. Oh, there's a montage. But again, for DRX, this is showing some of their strengths here. So what's the answer for Loud? Is their timeout? What's the adjustment you're foreseeing?
I'm very curious, actually, if there's going to be a pace change from Loud coming out. If they dig a little deeper with this early round control, turn that into aggression, chasing down kills, and whether or not DRX are maybe feeling as if they can continue on the current pacing. I would be surprised if Loud get a little feisty. Especially here, seeing 2E's on a Bucky, but I mean, You have to try and make something work. Oh, actually swapping out to the Bulldog here, so as close to a purchase as you can probably imagine with the finances in this round.
Any ults nearby? I mean, Salak's 2 away. The rest were all burnt up in just that previous round, pretty much, apart from the TPs on both sides.
Nah, gitu dong. Kalau watch party itu tag gue di IG nih, mantep nih tuh. Tempat nobar terbaik, gila. Subuh-subuh dijilat gue, bro.
Do they commit even deeper on this? What are the
Anjing
adjustments
moderator
now?
satu persatu mulai bermunculan adik-adik, mantap.
Move for move, what DRX were doing initially. The rotations were perfect this time around. Let's see if DRX are going to make a test the waters here, try to feel out what Loud have come up with after that timeout.
Gak tahu guys, belum kepikiran.
Fairly similar to previous, to be honest. 2E's posted up deep. We'll cycle through the smokes here. Zest will actually spot him.
Escarosi.
We do see a preemptive rotation.
Boleh sih bang, kayak di Brazil bakal lebih keras itu bang SK.
So it should clear out towards back rubble. It does indeed.
SMJJKK juga bener SMJJKK.
DRX
tapi rada pahit.
Actually take this space away from Loud. Maybe reading that there is a couple more players.
Placing swarm grenade.
Or if they're still actually anticipating Sadak being open towards
sekolah
street.
bisa dari jam 2 lah.
Maybe that is the read from
Liburin tuh
DRX.
sekolah bang.
Yeah, they have to go through quite a deep protocol list here for DRX, checking on all of these possibilities for Loud, but
30
as it stands, we can see the creep towards the site, right? They're right on that cusp of A, but Loud sitting just that bit deeper as well, giving away too much. This time, 20 seconds, they're on the clock low, the Buzz going to try and break in. 2E's will be the first test, but it's going to be the Paranoia landing perfectly, the double swing. Still going to take down one though, Aspas does need to fall away, does he get out with his life? Yes! Outstanding movement! 10 seconds now, the plan needs to come through. DRX going to commit towards this here. 4 players standing by from Loud, ready to pounce on the way back in.
Coming back.
A ton of spam coming through the smoke there. Marco rewarded there. Aspas will fall.
Kaunzine noted. Marco's got more to do. And he's willing to do it. Smoke goes into another fight. DRX coming alive. Perfect work from DRX. Slower, patient, showing so much discipline and intent there, Mike, and it still worked.
And back to what you see them start off this half doing. I think making a similar read to what I'm anticipating. A pace change from Loud, but it just doesn't come.
Gila, nahan 5 dia emang.
DRX, 4 rounds unanswered, looking firmly in control the home stretch of this first half on Lotus.
Bosan batu bara anjir. Gue lupa lagi si bos sapi apa enggak? Dia lagi ke ini kan Banjarmasin.
He's in this sort of form. Loud trying to hit a bit of a rough patch, so that's 4 now back to back.
Laut
not working for him, right? Like that's the biggest problem here. And again, the early challenge, the early investment, Loud want to brawl right now. They're losing.
Nice.
2E's does find a connection.
Terus,
but it's not without a trade. DRX stand with a man up to the good against the 3. Aspas, Sadak, and less now.
He's being spiked, not committed here. And look at the space that RB is potentially going to find on the other side of the map. You want to see Sadak has repositioned, so Seaside going to be wide open unless less. He's going to be able to get within earshot. I don't think he will ahead of this. The pings come through on the minimap, but it's a wide open side for DRX here, Lauren.
Yeah, and RB not going to be able to get through completely unscathed, but the TP is going to allow for the plant to come in anyway for Marco, so not really hindering too much as Loud weren't able to get back in on time. And the 4v3 in this situation isn't pretty. They still don't have the best buy it.
No. You know, you retake it with a Bucky and a Guardian.
Yeah, this is not looking likely for them, but maybe Les can create that first step, right? They need someone to get that first player down. Sadak going to clear close, make it uncomfortable for the players close towards that ramp side, maybe isolate RB a little bit, draw in a player. They need some kills to come through. Sadak's going to find one, but they need a whole lot more, and they need it fast. RB in danger. What? The double take! And he does get taken down, and now Aspas in a 1v2, but time is ticking. He's running low, and well, the world's great, but right now I don't think he can change anything. Has to fall away, has to respect the DRX once again. Striding through this game, taking the lead.
I'm playing this perfectly, the timing executed so well, especially to have RB in a position to capitalize on that, creating so much pressure around Rubble. Loud have shown that they're happy to dig their heels in, fight for that space when DRX do decide to follow through in the early round, but the purchase not without really. RB's absolutely convinced he's still.
I swear he's dead. I had to mute that bit. Interesting.
Time to explode.
This is the huge round for Loud. This is where being held on 4 is going to be brutal for them. Aspas going to get aggressive though, take all this space away. Commitment behind it, but this is not the same sort of brawl, right? We've shown that DRX, well, they've shown that they're willing to take a fight on that side if they have to. Right now, that's not the case. So a different look coming out here this round.
Itu ada penontonnya enggak? Kagak bang, COVID.
Kawanzin still guarding B site.
Besok nonton sampai jam 8, insya Allah ya kita kuat nih. Semoga ya bos.
Maybe a little bit of a curve.
MP3 match tuh kita tonton terus.
Can try and give him some support.
Kayak gue malamnya nggak boleh capek-capek. Kalau nggak gue malamnya tidur dulu dikit ya kan.
Certainly could. That additional body is curious and not noted this time around. So Aspas going to be played in. He's going to be good for one, but it's traded out. So Zest going to quickly deal with that additional threat.
It doesn't really suit in that sort of situation though. DRX haven't been able to find any space elsewhere. Sanak still hold on to C site. Kawanzin, see a well-timed prowler here to fish out the presence of RB. The 2Es has to respect this now. Now have the information.
Oh, look at this! Look at this ruse though.
Beautiful bait.
Look at this bait coming out in front of you. 3 of them falling for a hook, line, and sinker. They have to respect it, right? The ult just came through, but the plant's going to be on B. DRX giving themselves just that slice of time. Spike now down. Nice little after plant too. For these 4 players, they've got a lot of kit to play with. Still some utility here. Kawanzin, one of those main players here. Stack's going to dip his head back in. Doesn't want to get revealed just yet. The ult going to be invested, but no one noted. And now this is when it all gets a little bit chaotic, a little bit wild. Sadak going to deny Marco. Drop down, spotted. Stacks with a belter. Takes down one. Zest on the follow-up. Leaving less than Sadak with so much in front of them. And so little time again to navigate through this.
Dapat heaven, enak
Get
dong.
the follow-up. It's all onto Sadak in a 1v2 and RB ain't playing his game. He wants none
Kabur
of
lu, dikejar lu.
Time to back away again, but Stacks is
Wah, kepanasan gaming.
Oh, this is looking brutal for
pagi kacang. Held on for now, dipakai harusnya udah sih. Cuman kayak belum ada yang pakai guys.
Crucial C's from Stacks as well. The Viper's patchy in that situation clears a lot of that space.
Oh, layarnya kedip-kedip sih bang. Oh itu mungkin yang baru join belum nge-like itu. Tolong ya adik-adik yang baru bangun di like dulu. Wah kita streaming subuh bisa mencapai 500 like.
Great conversion from DRX here. You can see the paranoia here, the chaos in the communication. As soon as that nightfall comes through, doesn't even tag anybody, but it forces 2 extra players across towards A site.
I'm worried seeing frustration on Aspas early. That to me is a little bit question mark. We'll come back to that in a bit. For now,
kita beliin sarapan dulu
kali ya. Come back in with a broken bite.
Kalau timeout lah. Tunggu half time.
The Phantom on Sadak, and then you got what Bulldog going out for Aspas. Guardians, odds and ends. It ain't pretty for Loud on this purchase. They haven't found an answer here.
Dua duelis sih, Aspas, Jet, Kadak, Raje. Kalau dulu gitu kan ya.
One away from Buzz's on here.
Nggak tahu yang ada aja lah.
Could be played through
Ini di komplek gua sih udah bukan nih.
It's just a slow contact into A. Now we're going to have no information or at least
jujur, gue belum makan bubur.
Presence, Sanak.
Setahunan kayak gue belum makan bubur.
It's only RB, so not necessarily a cause for concern in terms of rotations here.
Aspas, anjing.
Even with all of this great contact play, it could be a burst, yes. But the problem is there's still 3 players for Loud.
Exactly,
here, right? So it's like, even without noting this necessarily, you've got the double stack towards Tree and one towards CT up top. Prowler's going to note it, Stack tries to identify it, close
yeah,
it.
Buta lu.
But the trade is there. So it's going to be counting, connecting towards Stack, and then towards the side. DRX going to be taking through this. Aspas holding the line. 47 HP, he can't do anymore. Zest takes him down. The side should be...
No, awas lockdown!
But less... I'm telling you to think again, he's still got that lockdown.
Lockdown tengah nih.
Sadak on the way as well. Has to find Marco and RB. Smoke in play. They can't quite make through this unless Sadak wants to risk it.
Load of time to
nice!
Though. Marco puts Sadak down. It's just less to try and recover this now, Lauren.
He's got the rifle, he's got what he needs, maybe a chance here. Noting the first on Marco, but has still no true idea of where RB is really residing. And the time's running low. No one on DRX is going to give him a chance. They're going to play disciplined here. Half would be ideal, and he ain't even gonna get that. DRX, large and in charge here. Massive impact already. Showing resilience all the way through this first half.
I mean, this is insane. 4 unanswered from Loud to kick things off. After that, it's the DRX show. Just non-stop. In absolute control, dictating everything across the map here in my eyes on this attacking side. Loud don't really have an answer. And it's not as if they have an opportunity to really give an answer in some of these rounds. We'll come in here, lockdown, showstopper, some ultimates to use, but it hasn't really been coming down to that.
No, it hasn't.
And on the other side, a showstopper, a Viper's Pit. So big tools in terms of getting onto site and creating a solid post-plant hold.
But they feel out this presence so early on C. As soon as they feel that fight on towards Mound, they've instantly pivoted away from that, straight towards A, maybe trying to exploit that solo player. Now, yes, you did see that Les was kind of sticking around this side, but it is mostly Sadak. And Buzz, disrespecting that utility, going to take the site with the ult. Post it, doesn't find much for it, that's fine. He's taken the site, he's allowed all that space to be made. A quick plant, and now this is where it gets in. Look at these ults coming in.
DRX mode peperek, guys.
DRX mode peperek. Yes, takes down Zest.
Ya elah, nggak jadi
But
pitnya.
DRX still going to be standing on the side.
Knocking!
Aspas clearing on through. It's a one-man show so far. And Buzz, can he deny it? Yes, takes down Aspas, the opposing number. Paint shell popped. Going to be posted towards back of site, but Karanzine clears him. Lockdown in play, they have to respect it. Two still standing, and Stax is one of them. Spike, you gotta look towards it. RB trying to buy the time. Les is taking down Stax, it's all on RB.
ente parah anjing itu. Gila rusuhnya.
A little close, but Loud gonna break the trend. Get themselves up towards 5.
Ngobar di kereta,
make this half
asik.
almost
Gawe
look
bang, gawe.
respectable.
I mean, if DRX can buy a couple more seconds here, there's a chance they can dig themselves into that deeper position after the lockdown comes through. But great decision making here from Loud. Flooding the site so early on. And again, actually removing the Viper's Pit actually relinquishes a lot of that control and almost turns some of those deep positions early on for DRX into real risks.
But you have to know, you have to say, was that just Aspas having a moment? But that's not for us to discuss. That's for the desk.
Thank you so much for that one, Pansy, as well as Hypoc. And yes, what started off as, I mean, it looked like Loud domination, quickly pivoted to DRX, showing why they are, as we said before, a world-class team, Sean. That was just an overall great half for the DRX squad.
It was crazy to see how DRX used every ult perfectly throughout the middle part of that half. That was immaculate, right? Every time they used a Fade ult, it got clear value on the C side. They had so much mound pressure at the start. Omen one way, Haunt up top. They would always get mound. And if mound was contested, they would immediately pivot over towards A and get A for free. This was a really tough half for Tui's, I thought, because they left Tui's on like the weak side a lot, and DRX was just abusing it.
Yeah, but these are actually, this was in the beginning of the game here when we ended up seeing
desainnya sebenarnya bagus-bagus aja, cuman rada kurang dikit lah untuk di pisaunya. Soalnya gini kan, kalau pisau apa namanya, pisau yang jet itu kan kalau misalnya di-inspect cuman gini-gini doang dia kan. Nah, uniknya champion itu biasanya kalau di-inspect dia animasi kan, animasinya infinity kan. Kayak Karambit muter terus, Butterfly juga muter terus. Kenapa harus pilih pisau yang jet gitu? Y-nya kan nggak terjadi apa-apa. Harusnya kan yang infinity animation gitu. Jadi kurang.
I mean, I'm gonna ask you, Tom. I feel like, do you feel like 5 is enough?
Mungkin kayaknya gara-gara lock-in udah ngeluarin pisau yang sama kayak Xeno Hunter ya, jadinya di champion gak dikeluarin.
And honestly, even though that felt so dominant, I don't know if it's enough to win.
That's the thing. 5 rounds, defensive side, it can definitely work, GB.
Yeah. Well, it is doable, especially with these two teams on the stage. Let's go ahead, though, and send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. And yeah, the proof is in the pudding here, right? Because I guess if you watch just the start of this game, you go, Loud, they look very real nice. You catch that end round, you're like, cool, no worries.
Korek dulu kupingnya.
That run of 7 was terrifying if you're a fan of maybe Loud here. But coming to the second half, where do your thoughts go towards?
I mean, really, a lot of this, at least at the start of this second half, rides on Aspas. He get himself a comfortable start here, being the driving force for Loud. So at least recoup this initial 2-round deficit. Hang on. Even kick things off at the pistol round. Three members of DRX here.
Ooh, the paranoia. Are they going to commit behind this?
Menurut gua ya.
Cancelled each other out, yeah.
Bisa kipas. Bisa yang kayak Xeno Hunter. Sama kapak.
Yeah, there it is. So noting the players, very, very good kind of heads up work here.
Tidur yuk, tidur duluan. Sok, mangga. Oh anjing, kenapa tuh rusak layarnya?
Final port of call for Loud.
So they've got to be careful here. It does have some reinforcements coming through now. DRX maybe, I guess, getting into position to force him out of that position, but now that Loud are ahead of the Viper wall.
There's no subtlety to this fight.
Exactly,
They're all here. There's 4 players, and Buzz wants in.
Gila si
Loud
Buzz
ready
anjir.
and waiting though in that smoke, and Loud hold them back. Not going to make that impact they wanted. Zest and Buzz go down.
Wah, gila di pick 3 orang.
I mean, falls to his fate really.
Teori kalah pistol kah?
Leaving it really in the hands of just Stacks and RB. Holding off from the plant for a second, trying to identify these final players. Not going to get it. RB last one. Not bad. 25 seconds now. Show me more. This would be magnificent. HP is a little low, and that shot was clean. 16 HP ain't much. There's a lot of Loud players left standing. It's what Loud needed though.
Gue pengen lihat
This is
lawan
so
Fnatic.
disjointed. They're trying to get ahead of the spike plant, yes, but it's 3 people separate.
Kalau pedang kayak RGX,
no complementary angles to take.
Gue kayak lebih suka katana deh.
Was it Buzz initially with a frenzy?
Kayak katananya Oni.
Inside the Omen smoke to try and find something, and then there's a further 2 investments in terms of putting bodies on. I don't know what Mako's thinking's going to happen there with all 4 members of Loud staring down that position. So yeah, not sure of exactly what call was made, obviously to prevent the spike going down, but I don't know, do they think it wasn't as heavily invested from Loud?
Yeah, I don't know if they thought there was not many people. I don't know, that felt like a bit of a misread from DRX, if I'm honest. But for Loud, it's an opportunity, a gateway back into this game after having that tear against them. The purchase here, Aspas straight on towards that Vandal. An early progress being made on the other side of the map. There is utility here, so it will be identified. So now attention's drawn. It's going to be Sadak who's going to be put to the test early on, if anyone. No one pushing further than this. But you can see the rest of them all coming back around. Buzz got to be careful, but
gue pengen Valorant ngeluarin dual knife yang lebih bagus sih,
one
guys.
Sheriff on RB. And that's about it. So
Ya kayak yang sebelumnya tuh kan rada B aja gitu ya, dual knife.
Real errors.
Sebenarnya yang Obelisk tuh udah bagus, cuman efeknya aja nggak ada.
Have a say in this. It's a little bit of a pump here, but DRX got 3 people behind this wall ready for it to drop. Ain't sure invested now.
I don't like them leaving it late.
No. RB's got a Sheriff
as
well.
Kalau skill OP sama Peso bakal laku nggak bakal lah.
Show me it.
No, RB lagi. Kenapa itu RB?
Play or not. I don't think they can beat the utility. Actually, they are beating the utility. They're here super early. If they can deny this palm, make it tricky on the cross, but it's down to Classics. They need a lot to go right for them, and Aspas doesn't want any of that. Once it's kept in hand, kept in check. Zest gonna do a little bit of damage, but not enough to write home about. 4 still stand. Plant gonna come in Loud.
Tadi tahun-tahun kemungkinan Phantom lagi, bisa jadi Phantom lagi.
You see how DRX going to approach the first buy round.
Odin kayak
progress,
gitu.
Nothing really for Loud to pin their hopes on. But do
Seri
come across, I mean, it's 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian, but rifles across the board at least. It's a very healthy bonus round. And all 5 stacking up outside rubble. There's 3 opposing this from DRX.
Is this going to be a bloodbath?
I feel like it might be. I mean, DRX were happy to take these sort of engagements in the first half as well.
Here we go. Let's see who comes out standing. Buzz goes straight in. It hasn't been a great first half.
Nice
But maybe this time he can come alive. Gonna find the first and Sacks with a fall. This is DRX.
Meledak, Basnya.
Tearing Loud limb from limb. Just Aspas alive, and he's down so low.
Aduh,
25 HP and maybe a
dikit
dream.
stack.
He's got 2 more to find, and they're sitting pretty, and they're both on the flank.
Dua-duanya flank. Dua-duanya flank. Gak tau lu Aspas, lu gak expect lu mampu 1, 2, 3 mati lu.
Oh my god, he almost had a damn good chance. When it's Aspas, you respect it a little bit more, but DRX get past that first test.
Kalau sama Star Wars mungkin aja sih dari skin yang konsep itu sih keren ya.
4 rifles sacrificed there. Beautiful utility invested behind rubble. I mean, you can see the nano swarm as well, just on top of that. Tucked into the back corner. I think the paint shield doing the majority of that damage.
Let's flush them out.
Showstopper going to be available for Aspas here, though.
Oh, it's going to be the same again, rinse and repeat, but this time more behind it. Buzz this time not going to have the perfect start. It's going to be 2Es. Takes him down there, isolated. Paranoid to follow, and they want to make the most of it, but they can't quite catch him. TP's away towards the site, and Marco going to try and play safe. Loud just picking up that pace, shifting gear. They're at 120. The round's barely started, and they're halfway towards the site. That's a little audacious to try and take towards 3, but Marco's in a world of trouble. Found. Aspas puts him down. And the 3 remainders,
I mean,
they're out.
Save here. Yeah,
they're out.
Zest has got a judge, but this one's locked in for Loud. This is the sort of confidence as well when they feel out that DRX are happy to fight for rubble here. Next round, happy to just balls to the wall, go back there, engage. And almost set the precedent here that, yeah, we're not going to give this up for free.
Yeah.
Kalau Agent Skin nggak tahu dah ya.
Yeah, attacking Odin. She said a little audacious, but pressure created.
Yes. The classic pressure play, let's call it. No, I mean, this is a nice little response, right? It's kind of loud, showing who they are, a little bit of that personality, almost bullish in approach, almost too stubborn to ever fall away from these sort of looks. Now, for DRX, this will be certainly a little bit of a reminder, a little bit of a wake-up call as they're going clearing. Keeping hold of these weapons would have been lovely. I don't think the other two will be found,
well,
but losing out on him was massive, because that's a judge.
I was going to say, the problem being, actually, I mean, if 3 weapons, albeit a judge being the third, carried across, there's a chance to at least reinvest something back into this. Now with RB losing the rifle, maybe a consideration that you're looking towards conceding around here in terms of the inventory available to them.
And if we go bigger picture here, Mike, if we kind of go back to what we were talking about at the start of this being that check-in, right? That kind of temperature check of these two teams after what was a very surprising result for Loud, you know, that 0-2 bomb out, and then DRX, highs and lows, you never know what you're getting. I still don't feel like I know anything else. Like, what are we making this?
Like I said, to start here on Lotus as well, which is a bit of a question mark for both teams. It's not as if we can go back towards some kind of trademark.
Sure,
or, you know, where's the barometer in terms of performance? Where do we really pin this individual case here? I mean, we go to Split next, and if we see the double duelist from Loud back on full form, then that's a better indicator for us.
Absolutely. So this is a bit of a question mark still. I don't want to take too much away. A really close game between these two. And I think DRX just trying to tune themselves into the second half. It has been an activation from Aspas as well. First half was mostly led by Les. He was doing wonderfully, doing very, very well for himself. Speak of the devil. But Aspas has certainly activated now. So we're seeing a little bit more form, a little bit more of that kind of impact that we know he's capable of, and he's stepping up to what we expect from someone like him in his position. Now, coming out of this, DRX need to have adjusted, but they don't have particularly a buy to do it with. Unable to retain that, well, I was going to say third rifle, but third weapon, let's say, coming in here. It's going to be a little bit trickier to make it count.
I believe it was Stacks holding the rifle across, though. We'll pass it into the hands of Marco. Put him in a position to be the hero in this round. Spam comes through from Sadak. No connection on the other side. Actually, the door opening will force Dest away. Pretty sure they would have heard that retreat, though. Yeah. Towards maybe getting the Viper's Pit available for a post plant here.
Looking how far Aspas has already cleared through this with no resilience. There's nothing on the other side. It's quite indicative, right? It's either maybe a stack somewhere, something else. They would have responded to this already, but you're going to have that Viper's Pit on. You were noting it earlier, it's absolutely what Sadak wanted to do, and Aspas, not respecting this by any means, going to head on in. Note no one on that way for the first couple of steps of Paranoia is so good. It allows him to stick around just a bit longer. Look at Sadak and Aspas mauling them here, and Marco, last one alive, he did have that rifle, but he's so far away. He's not really going to get much of a chance. A 1v5?
Mata, kalau sambal mata asli Bali mantap itu.
Big gap to close if he even wants to make a go with this sort of damage.
Udah lama sih gue nggak
give it up to him.
Gue kalau roti biasanya roti gandum kalau untuk sarapan.
This looks like he wants to challenge too, but we'll find the headshot.
Tapi kan gue jarang.
Seal the deal.
Si Ijo masih ngebet, biasalah, namanya juga ngantuk. Mungkin itu mimpi.
Solid attempt. Now, fortunately for DRX going forward, they will be able to get that full purchase in. They do have, I think, Buzz on ult as well, and a couple starting to knock on the door, right? They're very close to that first ult cycle.
The problem being, though, look at the finances for DRX and look at what's on the brink in terms of this ult cycle for Loud. Some massive, massive tools at their disposal. Need a response from DRX now. So we Loud on double digits. If they concede another, showstopper available for Buzz. One away from the lockdown as well.
Gak ada kode voucher apa di Pip Gaming Store? Kayaknya Apip belum deh bikinnya kode-kode voucher gitu. Tapi kalau di Fate Industries gua ada Farel. Fate Diki. Kalau lo mau belanja baju tuh ntar ya.
Oh, that was messy from both sides really. Buzz gonna lose his life for it. Not worth it by any means.
Especially considering the ultimate being available. Great plant denier. You could argue a great counter towards the Viper Spit and a post plant as well.
Tangkar wah, gua kemarin mau makan satu tangkar gak jadi anjir, tutup.
Space found elsewhere from Less as well. Now identify that should be the weaker side of this defensive formation, and the confirmation will come through.
He's in so much danger. 60 HP, tries to play it forward. Actually not a bad idea. Might give himself a chance, an opportunity. One got away towards site though, but they've been picked up.
Nice.
Gets found. RB, this is brilliant. Bold play from RB to push further ahead. Not fall away from that nightfall. Not be afraid of that night. And stand and hold the side itself. Sadak and Less, you got 30 seconds and 4 to get through. The spike is on the other side of that entrance. So this is now almost impossible, near on improbable. They need a freebie. It doesn't look like DRX want to give them that.
The spike in a position ahead of the smoke. Able to seal the deal here, but heroics from RB. I'd love to see if there was a Prowler sent as well on the back of that Nightfall, because it's the perfect play.
Yeah.
RB gets ahead, still capitalizes on decay from this poison orb in the choke point. And they just weren't expecting it at all.
Beautiful. Individually beautiful work from RB. That round looked like it could have been Loud's. Again, you look at that start. What happened to Buzz? Well, not pretty scenes at all. Let's watch this back again. Just stunning work from him. And yeah, I don't see the Prowler coming through. Maybe.
I don't know if it was a little earlier than this. Yeah. Obviously, the reinforcements came through at the perfect time as well. Nightfall actually not in a position to cut off catch anybody in rotation towards Waterfall or towards Spawn. But a bailout round from RB and gives them at least a cushion, one round cushion in terms of the economy here.
Buzz trying to thread the needle a little, but there's no one to challenge, right? They're going to leave. Who is it? Posted up Marco towards that A site and instantaneously hit the rotation button.
All three of them.
That's a lot of faith.
Yeah, it is.
Udah 3 map plus game semua, iya bang.
Curious here of whether or not Less is the one to try and make something happen towards B. Loud considering both sides of the map. No confirmation with the Prowler. With Marco's deep position, they can commit to this.
Yeah.
Especially now with the utility being dealt with.
50 seconds now.
Jess has still got a snake bite to slow this down as well, Lauren.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit worrying. Time-wise, you're looking at 3 bodies on this side. Here's the go-up. Should be the green light. The go signal. Aspas can be the first one forward. The others will be isolated. Can't quite make it through. TP now taken for 2Es. Aspas wants to try and control towards CT. There's that Viper's Pit we saw sitting in Sadak's hands.
But lockdown and showstopper for the retake here. Loud have to make a decision on how they want to play this. Spike will go down now. They can't find the lockdown.
Gak jadi, Les, gak jadi.
They've got to run away. They've got to try and escape from this one.
Berapa
you can
tuh?
see them detained here. This is an issue. Buzz going hunting. Oh, they're all so vulnerable.
Ya Allah, di-10 semua, lu mampus.
They are so unaware. Wait, hold on. Aspas desperate to try and do some damage back, but it doesn't matter. DRX destroying them with that lockdown.
The seize was absolutely beautiful from Stats.
Lu minta dibuatin apa emang
Loud keep digging
Kayaknya
deeper and
store-nya
deeper
deh.
to try and
Soalnya gua kemarin kalau sama Fate langsung nih kode ya ada sekarang gitu. Jadi lu diskon 5% kalau pakai kode gua, bro.
Crucial piece of utility usage from Stacks. Stack actually unnoted, he just commits towards being there, hoping that at least somebody else can do something.
Ntar lah nyari kaos polosan atau apa.
Loud pumping the brakes though. DRX starting to take a little bit more of a lead.
Hampir kocak tadi DRX ya.
Those rounds now back to back, 2 consecutive.
Bukan era lot lagi
Couple of ults
ya.
on hit for them as well. That
Tapi
Nightfall
Aspas
there, the
masih
Viper
jago
Spirit
sih
their
segini
own.
mah.
Yeah, TP's nearby, but that's
Masih
almost
beton,
irrelevant.
bro.
You got Showstopper for Aspas, Less with lockdown.
Ini yang bakalan improve terus nih harusnya Cawan Jin, Twist.
Double digits made for DRX.
Sampai jam berapa ya? Seberesnya nih sampai jam 7, 8.
Held on 9 for now. But this still feels like it's a coin flip.
Ukuran apa? XXL.
XXL-nya
Fate di gua tuh masih muat karena dia size-nya gede, over ya.
But lockdown one away for Less.
Oversize dia.
One for the showstopper in the hands of Aspas. Now tie things up now, because it certainly feels like DRX in terms of the maybe not the execution, but the approach to the rounds with great reads in terms of where Loud are going to prioritize. Especially here, reading that late C hit's going to come through. And maximizing value off those 2 ultimates available. We'll sort of adjustment do we see from Loud here?
LD, oh LD, astagfirullahaladzim. Karena ada gue lupa. Ada side startnya di fight.
Are they gonna fight this?
Pokoknya kalau di gua tuh pas lah.
The haunts a problem. Okay, has
Gak
to
yang kekecilan banget buat badan gue yang sebesar ini tangki drum ini.
Enough of a deterrent.
Yeah.
Yang worth OC ambil ukuran apa Ben kemarin? Nggak ditawarin gua doh sama OC.
Maybe the coupling of two elements, right? Noting that player, and then you've already got Sadak taking a lot of space here. Okay, Zest.
Kalau mau beli juga gua nggak akan muat kayaknya di OC mah.
They're already at the door and still above a minute. This is very quick progress from Loud.
Sadak able to slip back away. I mean, plenty of time to work with, and they've drawn out the pit, so basically removing A in terms of options.
Parah.
It's a beautiful play from them there.
But they did obviously read the presence outside mound at the start of the round.
Data kemarin perasaan ada elu, ada Ben, cuman saya belum keisi.
4 members of Loud looking to
tahu, Bang.
apply a little pressure towards C now. Lockdown going to be the one to open things up.
Lo GSTR mas nawarin enggak GSTR kan cuma sampai Excel. Gak mungkin
He's
cukup
already
sama
slipping
gua.
through towards B. What damage can he do, Lauren?
Love to see what Sadak can achieve here. Trying to cut through that B side. RB seemed aware of the possibility, but still going to lose his life to it. Sadak making wonderful impact already, catching him out. Off the back of that lockdown, forcing them deeper. Now that does facilitate the plant too. Nightfall going to come down. Buzz going to step back towards the site. The first man forward tries to clear through on that spike. Allow that chance of a defuse to even be had, but there's still so many bodies behind this. Still got that showstopper on Aspas. Zest has to be impactful to say the least, and actually that's
Ooh, Zest
coming out is out of this world. Stack's doing more. Oh, and he just wants to add to it. Insult to injury. Body on body. DRX.
Ini menang bro.
Doing Loud dirty.
Stax' utility is absolutely phenomenal this
map.
map.
Kan udah habis juga bajunya.
Again, not reflected necessarily in terms of the numbers here on the scoreboard, but undeniable impact, time and time again.
Look at it, there's no escaping him. Beautiful.
That's DRX up to 11.
Mantap si Jess eh.
Now it's getting tense though, isn't it?
Loud still comfy in terms of the finances, but now some of these ultimates are a little further away. Nightfall, missing 3 orbs. Still got the showstopper for Aspas. They need a response, they need it now.
Buzz, similar routine, right? Takes that space, plays a little bit closer towards that corner on this, but he does have support as well. Going to probably post up Marco, then fall away. We've seen this, right? We know this routine. Now it's RB, who went above and beyond on that Nightfall that came down not too long ago, but this time obviously not the case.
DRX are reading this perfectly though. Look at the pings coming through. They've already sent 2 extra players across towards this side.
Ketampo lu, RB.
He's probably not going to be able to get the miracles here. He's down on what? Sub 30 HP. They're going to go for the double pump.
Bro. Masih
Now they're forced into an audible call with only 60 seconds left here. No information towards Rubble.
Has Marco got another smoke? Yes, he does.
No paranoia for him though.
It's true, and he is alone. But has Loud identified this? Well, now they know. Marco, does he stick around here? Oh, dearie me, he's got to try and get away from this one. That's
Pinter nih Aspas itu kan. Pinter anjing tapi nggak mati sih.
He stays alive. On a lovely amount of HP, he gets to slip away to the back of the site and now put the problem back with Loud. They got 38 seconds and they got to make it towards the site. They need to get that spike planted. Now the support's here though. Now there's other bodies coming through this time, but Sadak takes one away. Stacks that removed, and Zest on the run. Loud are back in this round. 25 seconds ready to play with, and the B site might be theirs. This could be the ideal. They've even got less post up in a lovely position. Does he get found? Buzz considering it, but not finding him. And Les can play this out perfectly. Play patient, play calm. These 3, I think they need the weapons.
Yeah, DRX want nothing to do with this at all. You can see time and time again the game plan from DRX is to deny the spike even going down. Sometimes comfortable with the lockdown, maybe the showstopper, another catalyst in terms of how they can approach.
Yang baru bangun jangan lupa like adik-adik ya. Apakah streaming subuh ini bisa mencapai 500 like ya?
Marco on 9 HP as well.
It's just a gentleman's agreement to not go back to lives.
Yeah.
Hopefully no one saw it.
I think Les knows that he was low HP, so I'll let you go.
Game on now, isn't it? This is the game we wanted, right? Nice and close. Okay, Buzz. And Marco goes down.
Well, Les did find Marco.
Yeah, in the end. 10 to 11 now. Gap's starting to close back a bit, but
Kansas sudah 500. Jangan bohong-bohong.
I don't know where the momentum really lays in this game. It's constantly going back and forth.
A little bit of a curveball here because Buzz has actually got himself an operator in hand. It's looking like he might be the solo member for DRX towards C unless RB's headed that direction. He is. Maybe put some complimentary utility down. But this is a curveball. Loud haven't had to overcome this just yet.
It's a little bizarre, but maybe Buzz has something for us here. Forced away, has to respect the smoke. Loud's protocol list will at least address those early potential picks that you could have been going for. Secondary angle now needs to be worked with. If you look across the map, Loud aren't just working that C site, they're looking elsewhere as well. They're trying to maybe keep check on what the likes of Marco have been up to, right? Like trying to keep track of the entire map, which is easier said than done, but a slow creep forward. Zest will be seen. Sadak is extremely close by. A bit of an awakening for Zest there, has to be careful. They've crept very close.
Actually, Spike's coming across this direction as well.
Kenapa nih makanya? Kenapa kagak tuh di situ anjir aneh banget.
Just yet.
Scan
there was a
Mojo.
window of opportunity. This Kawanzine, Spike in hand, will retreat. But now you're concerned because late round they're creeping towards the site that Buzz has this operator and has that utility to slow things down as well in the choke point.
Okay, Buzz. First.
What's revealed now? They can just look to punish.
Yeah, Buzz is screwed here. But he's still trying to buy a bit of time. Aspas going to remove him with that pain shell. RB now has to take up that mantle. 25 seconds though. Loud getting late, and RB back to business. But look at the pivot coming out, taking that spike over towards the B side, depending a little on the progress made for the likes of Sadak and Kawanzine, and it's worked. Deep utility going to stop DRX from getting back towards the site as the plant is going to come in. A 3v4 now. Tough to clear, but Marco up for the fight. He's going to lose.
Ooh, RB.
Clearing through though. Sadak, Kawanzine, and 2E's full. It's all on Aspas. 21 HP. Position noted. How does he try and navigate any of this?
They can come off with the wall here. It's just come back up.
Satchel out.
That satchel could kill Zest.
It genuinely could.
Trying to slow play this, not taking the bait on the first tap.
Ya nggak di stick. Ya elah nggak di stick. Awas meledak, cok. Hampir, bro.
Was that retake from DRX?
How did they get those three? How did they get those three?
In the blink of an eye as well. Well, it felt like Loud, again, they figure out the operator's there. It takes a ton of utility to secure that kill, but they basically pull the entirety of DRX in that direction. Then Kawanzine finds a kill onto Stacks as well on top of that.
Look at this.
Bloody hell. That is ridiculous from RB.
RB has actually been such a monster in this game.
Ayolah, direct.
Bit of a heartbreaker, honestly, for Loud.
Bisa 2-0-in, bro.
And now they have no room for error.
They've got no ults, but they've got a full buy. One away for a couple of the ults, 3 for Buzz on this one, but it's going to be a brawl again. That bloodbath that we've seen before, but this time 2E's falls. Buzz is going to find him first. He's got Marco by his side. And it's going in. They want this one done, but Loud disagrees. Stacks doubles down.
1v1.
Who's alive? It's Aspas, the hero of Loud, up against RB, the unsung hero of DRX. And monstrous players.
And the crowd
RB, dengerin tuh RB.
RB, can he answer their call? That gun is glowing for a reason. Aspas nasty so far. But RB creeping closer. Patient play. RB has so much to check. So much to work through, but he's just going to gamble it at one point. Full HP, creeping closer on the corner. Aspas steps away now, spots the shoulder. RB's got to get a move on.
Aspas anjir.
Keeping Loud in this one. One more round to play out.
Aduh, ente parah.
What an absolutely mad round. At 1:25 on the clock, it's down to a 1v1, Lauren.
Of course it is.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, Stacks.
Which historically, I gotta say, you don't often see, especially across the map pool, DRX commit to these sort of rounds.
No.
It's very rare.
Felt like they were enticed into it, like, yeah, you know, take that ball, take it, close it now.
Thank you.
And they couldn't do it, and it's opened up chance, because look at the buy coming out for DRX. We've got Bulldogs, we've got Guardians. This ain't pretty. This could have been a mistake of Fumble, but what is this little setup here? DRX, hold on. They're going proactive again, but it's going to be punished. 2E's takes down Buzz. Falling for 12 now. Loud want to take this to OT, and DRX sweating in this one now. A couple of ults to play with.
That's so awkward as well. Zest was looking for Sadak there. He was looking to dig out the lurk, but forced back now, pit invested.
Okay, but can they find Zest though? Can he slip away? Does he get to keep his life? He's been found. He has to respect this. You already hear it, the showstopper pop, but he doesn't find its target. Zest still stands. Spikes on the site though. Taking so low. Zest is making this a problem. The support is here. Stacks. He's going to take down 2. He's a trade. Comes in. 2 standing Loud. And ripping it apart. It's just Marco and Zest. Make it just Zest. After all of that, can one man save them? They're on the run. He dips back through. He didn't expect it. Aspas waiting. Taking Loud to OT.
Beautiful switch up. As soon as the lockdown is invested, they pick the pace up, divert their attention away from the pit. And Zest unable to find the backstab, prevent that pressure coming towards Rope. What a crazy end to that second half.
Man, I feel for DRX in a way, because it's like that temptation to brawl with Loud is always there, right? But in my mind, Loud are the best at that. That is where they thrive when they have those like real chaotic moments.
I don't feel like DRX's hand has been forced into this.
No,
they've committed. Yeah, they've received some of these rounds and happy to do so.
Which, I mean, maybe learning their lesson now, but brutal way to learn it. 12, go back in.
Gue juga baru sampai nasi kuning.
A moment of respite, but barely, because look at this.
Panas-panas enak nih.
Now they're feeling themselves now, look at this.
Yeah, they want to make it hurt. Hand around the throat.
DRX 4 members of DRX.
Another smoke goes in, relax. We're good. Ish. Now we might not be good. Aspas tempted. Oh, he's gone down. Great find from Zest.
Nice banget.
But Tui's still here. DRX finding them. They can barely see him.
Look how deep that pick comes on to see. It's in the choke point.
They've got to work it now. RB giving them another huge chance here. Backfilled by Sadak though quite quickly, but he's ahead of the util. So he slows down the pace. He wants to be a little unnoted. Does he get away with it this time? Fight! He wins it. Sadak goes down. Cross can be watching. Cowanzi falls. Buzz flies in. Finds Cowanzi. And now it's just Tui's.
A 1v5.
Diselamatin anjing.
Lah, RB, halo? Will fall. What can he get done here? Paranoia available. 3 seconds off a smoke.
Jump spot still there, notes the position. Zest going to be buying the time. He's got his TP if he wants to use it. Can he draw him into a fight? There it is, takes it.
Di atas, pinter anjing
itu. Closer, but look at that late positioning from Buzz. That shooting surely. Tui's can't predict this, and to try and clear that would be almost murderous. And yeah, exactly. Let's him pass. We're going to catch him on the way back through.
Pagi Pabian yang baru join langsung aja like adik.
Posted in OT.
Put kagak, beli di komplek.
And finding picks on both extremities here. Just spreading out so thin. That was on the jump peak, yeah, less punished.
Trying
to find some information. RB once again the hero, though, for DRX.
You talk about the kind of impact alone he is having.
I mean, he's sat at 15 and 16. It's not even reflected in the numbers, but the value from some of his kills.
The quality is out of this world from him. Stunning. But again, job ain't done. We go again. Can Loud match? Or is it map 1 done? Sadak trying to test, trying to show a little strength here, but all of the intent from Loud is towards C. More players, a lot to do, and the man of the hour on the other side, RB. Utility tested and cleared early, above a minute.
We're not necessarily feeling the heat towards site just yet. Have 2 teammates coming in. That's a waterfall, but Loud already here, trying to capitalize on a window of opportunity on the other side of the map. Now, Buzz will be coming across to support Marco in this A-side hold, but is less rewarded for digging into this lurk now.
One key weight on this as well. There's 2 players being kept here, but Les is going to hear all this. You can see him walking, trying to relay that perfect. There he is. There's the reward. The Spike's trying to pivot through towards B, though. Now caught in towards the connector. It's a problem. Catch him the way back through. Stacks. Actually going to catch him on the heels. Oh, he went a little bit above and beyond, and now he needed to calm down. The touch Buzz down Zest in a 2v3, make it a 1v2. Zest, where are you? And what can you do about this one?
Got a snake bite to play with, but now with the nightfall in hand, 20 seconds away from the reveal as well. This one feels undoable for Zest. Early investment.
Very early.
Alhamdulillah.
Gonna highlight these not at least towards heaven just yet. Smoke gonna go in.
Dikit udah sedang.
Keep track of that one. There's snake bite. Can he get a freebie? Nothing connecting. Sees, brings him down. Decay is there, dragged through. The first tap. He needs a fair fight. Needs one. And Loud ain't gonna give you one. We go again.
Apaan sih ini hari pertama OT-OT-an, bro?
This is gonna be one of those games.
Another one.
Tapi ini baru sih Valorant champion bener. Layak ini, layak.
It's unlucky for Stax as well. He just can't pin down the second player on that transition towards 8. Wow, they're actually calling a timeout here. Ahead of round 27. You see the frustration coming through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, reset of the pace. I'm curious of what could be being discussed internally for Loud here, because there's been some real curveballs that.
Gue juga ntar sore kayak mau nelfon di Dom ini, speed gue nggak 300 ini.
I guess perspective of both of these teams, DRX shouldn't have been winning out. Whether or not that's actually thrown Loud off in terms of how they wanted to approach Lotus.
Yeah. It's quite hard to tell. I guess we have to wait to see if there is any, visible adjustments coming out this timeout that look very obvious. I mean, a little bit of space was found. You saw that opportunity that, I think, was it Les who was waiting on that very late lurk?
Yeah,
able to be rewarded from? Is it something along those lines? Maybe just feeling out the overall pacing here, but I'm curious to hit that timeout button here, but maybe even just to catch their breath. 13-13.
Jam 2, Mas Put.
Try and reassess the scenario. Don't fall too deep into that OT playstyle that can happen. But at this point, we go back through.
It's like the trend will continue from regulation at least. 3 members allowed over towards 8.
Yeah.
Saw commitment time and time again to this opening engagement. Only Zest on the other side of it.
Okay, gonna show presence. Similar on the other side. Near on mirrored, but...
Yeah, fairly standard. It's the 3-2 setup showing presence. Denying this, I guess, early opportunity from DRX to progress towards either side. He's on a deeper position this time around, though.
Well, Paranoia should bail him out, but they can creep quite close. Prowler goes through. Now with the Paranoia dropping, the paint shell to follow. Actually, could have been an issue there. It wasn't in the end. Did a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to write home about.
Could be a red herring, though, that the Seas didn't catch anybody that's deep off this choke point, because straight away, 2 members allowed across towards B site. Still with utility to clear out these very early positions. 2E's forced even deeper now.
Loud are really hesitant to commit further bodies to this, which, I mean, we have seen a lot of pivots through towards that B site here. But still, to not address that, and now the B pivot, of course.
Now.
Yeah, this feels a little mistimed from Loud on that. A misread and an opportunity for DRX. They'll take that with both hands. That's a plant coming in, but a 5v5 on the B site is brutal. Now retake, unpleasant. Look at the deep positioning coming out as well. Throw your mind towards Zest. Throw your mind towards the deeper positionings from RB. And it leaves your forward men to try and deal with that brunt that's going to come through.
Absolutely right. Zest still actually has this crossfire with Marco. Stax putting a ton of pressure. Punish less, all finding kills.
Yeah, that's back-to-back work here. Now going to clear through those first bodies, those close holds, and then Zest is found. He removes all threat. RB held too far away, and I think Loud might have just broken this one. They found what they needed. RB's gone down. Diffuse is on the way. They just absolutely demolished.
Force their way back on the side. The curious one is actually Marco falling ahead of that. I don't know if he does something on the side. Because Cowan comes late and cleans up Zest.
Oh, that catch.
Yeah, Stax just a pixel out of place. And that's the catalyst.
Nonton kefokusan makan juga nih gue nih.
For now to just flood their way onto site.
Okay, they've got the upper hand now, Loud. And they close the account on map 1. Does DRX have something to say about this? Get pacey off the start. Buzz going to get himself into the thick of things. Not alone, but Marco's going to have to make his mind up here. He's in a little bit of danger. Taken down quite low here, and Sadek looking to maybe catch, but he's not going to. Early progress towards B, and also a little bit of presence towards Mound, but Aspas is the one I'm looking towards. Always a threat in this, and Zest's got to be ready.
And now with the alarm bot dealt with, He's almost spamming him off the angle there, Zest. Not necessarily going to be rewarded for a play like that, especially as he's the only member of DRX to hold down towards B. Now probing on the orb retrieval. They're going to try and funnel them towards Aspas for that showstopper.
Just waiting now. A second longer.
And this is a little different though. It's very late for Cow and Zine to be on that side of the map towards Rubble and throw a Prowler out.
Wait and see when he does this. There it is, just gone now at 40 seconds.
RB-nya harus
ngejangkar
lagi nih.
Effect. Stacks leans back down towards CT, leaves RB on an island. This might have been the adjustment they were looking for. RB is still standing. You don't get in towards his side. Finally falls. Sadek takes his scalp, and now Loud bulldozing through the side, but Stacks wants in. And this man being different, like no less has his number. And it's Buzz and Marco. As Loud doing everything required of them. A 2v4. That's the first. Second, not going to be so easy. Les needs to be careful. Sadek will seal it. Now Buzz with it all to do. A 1v2 now after a 1v3. Quickly tries to get ahead to Sadek. Not going to happen. Loud. Make the most of this. Doing very well in OT. Taking themselves to 15 and taking map 1.
DRX pushing them to the absolute limit. I mean, both teams tested. Yeah, still we come away from this with some questions in terms of, is this a return to form? This in terms of the pedigree here, a 15-13 scoreline does reflect that.
Map 2, so ngayon.
A few things I would say feel like anomalies in terms of looking at this matchup.
There's so much head-to-head in this. This is very hard to review.
Wah, dikit lagi gopeng guys, bisa ini kayaknya.
A great map now for Loud. Is actually that really good for DRX? Is this enough that has potentially fixed some of those worries that we had, or is this simply what we expected of maybe an unknown? Still, we don't quite know those answers of all the bigger questions we were coming with it.
Gak meng-YouTube short lagi nggak sih guys? Oreren. Bentar, aku lupa. 6.167 tambah 2.800.
Wow, good. Sorry.
Hey, wait.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So,
since the last time we talked, you haven't got a girl.
Yeah. Do you know why?
What? No. Don't come with any. Yeah.
I've been waiting for you.
How many times do you have to say that today?
Only you. Yeah. So what are you doing here? I mean, you two.
Udah habis ya. Nih. Jelas.
Berhentiin polisi buat ambil dokumentasi anti korupsi.
Jadi mereka itu pakai papan tulis mini kayak gini ya, papan tulis di belakangnya ada kantongnya untuk kapornya atau spidolnya. Jadi nanti kalau foto gap itu kayak gini. Karena lagi mengukur, polisi pun dihadang. Tadi kategorinya waktu menghadangnya pakai hormat. Alatnya datang pun dia dokumentasi, kelihatan di papannya, nama proyeknya, tanggalnya, tuh dia foto dia punya nopol.
Anti korupsi ya, proyek ala Jepang, iya sih.
Jadi dokumentasinya juga lebih rapi, ketahuan gap apa yang dipotong, apa pekerjaannya, jadi ada nama proyek, ada tanggalnya, wah, tuh ada kakinya juga, jadi bisa ditaruh pas mau foto. Gitu guys.
Kita lihat dulu komennya dong. Di Indonesia akhir bakal cakal. Ya.
Fly me to the moon.
Apa nih?
Siapa yang tahu dessert satu ini? Ini dessert kesukaanku dari kecil. Dulu suka banget dibeliin sama kakekku di pasar. Teksturnya lembut dan dimakan panas-panas pakai kuah gula jahe, comforting banget. Nama dessertnya tahu fufa atau kembang tahu. Jarang-jarang ada yang jual sampai nagih buat aku. Tapi aku ketemu sama bapak ini yang jualannya keliling. Punya bapak ini enak banget. Tapi aku bingung describe enaknya itu gimana. Yang pasti aku selalu tungguin bapaknya pagi-pagi dan beli sama dia.
Gak pernah cobain dah. Tapi nggak bisa semua orang suka sih.
Hey, what's in your hands?
There's nothing in my hands.
What's in your hands?
Nothing.
Open your hands.
All right.
Nothing.
Oh, what are you, a comedian?
Actually, officer, I'm a magician.
Okay, up against the wall, Houdini.
Yes.
You hiding something?
In a matter of speaking.
You hiding something?
Possibly.
Oh, we got something here?
Something.
Listen, I'm gonna give you one chance. Show me that bag.
All right, officer, if you insist.
Slowly bring it out. That's not the same bag. What's in there?
All right, here we go. Just a backup.
Oh my God. Oh my God! Oh! Oh my God! Dude, how did you do that? That's amazing!
No, it's magic. Excuse me.
Bacot banget. Ada sakit. Wah, mantap ini. Semoga aja nggak keblok ya videonya guys. Copyright dikit mah nggak apa-apa lah. Udah gabut. Wah mantap ini mie sosis.
Bumbu putih dan bumbu merah.
Kayak pagi by Mac. Bumbu mie goreng. Buh. Buh.
Bismillah.
Permisi. Es podongnya bisa bikin pingnya aja nggak? Jadi berapa harganya? Emang kalau normal harganya berapa? Normal 10.000. Si pingnya itu namanya apa sih? Kalau gitu kenapa namanya podong? Putar. Kenapa putar? Karena bijinya putar-putar. Wah sumpah, seumur hidup gue baru tahu kalau es podong tuh diputer kayak gini. Coba buka bang. Emang podong bahasa apa? Ini lu muterin kayak gini berapa lama bang? 2 jam. Gak heran sih tangan abangnya jadi. Kayaknya gue harus muter es podong aja kali ya. Udah jualan es podong berapa lama bang? 9 tahunan. Lu jualan 9 tahun dikali 365 hari per tahun. 3.280 hari. Liburnya kira-kira 280 hari itulah. 3.000 hari dikali setiap hari lu muter-muter 2 jam. Berarti lu total udah 6.000 jam bang muter es podong. Berarti kalau dibagi dengan 24 jam per hari, ntar lu udah 250 hari muter-muterin itu. Keren bang. Dari 1 sampai 10, seberapa males lu sama pekerjaan lu bang? Gak ada malesnya. Selalu? Iya selalu. Karena lu gak ada malesnya bang, ini 500.000 buat lu, tapi nggak kita kurangin apa-apa bang. Thank you bang. Jangan lupa follow dan lihat pedagang apa lagi akan kita datengin. Es podongnya.
Jadi guys mungkin nggak banyak yang tahu ya, bahwa GT Man yang bikin kolor buat laki-laki di Indonesia.
Kolor gue, guys, kolor aing. Ini otak gue kenapa tuh?
Indonesia itu bentar lagi mau bangkrut nih guys.
Ya!
Ya nggak tahu ya, mungkin karena makin banyak cowok yang pengen jadi cewek, jadi kemudian populasi cowok berkurang, bisa jadi dia jadi ikut turun. Nah, lu tahu nggak sih sebetulnya perusahaan ini rugi terus nih di tahun 2023 kemarin ya. Selisih antara laba bersih dan laba negatif yang ada adalah senilai 85 miliar rupiah. Kalau dilihat pergerakan sahamnya 5 tahun terakhir sih sahamnya udah minus hampir 28% lebih nih guys. Sementara piutang usahanya juga terus bertumbuh mencapai 426 miliar atau setara 29% dari total asetnya. Nah kabarnya mereka merugi karena turunnya permintaan tekstil serta harga kapas yang tinggi. Tapi GT Man guys bukan satu-satunya perusahaan tekstil yang terus merugi nih setelah pandemi. Masih ada yang namanya Sritex, masih ada yang namanya Dunia Teks dan dua-duanya juga ikut merugi. So menurut kamu bakal ada lagi nggak ya perusahaan tekstil yang akan ikut menyusul? Jadi guys mungkin nggak banyak yang tahu ya bahwa GT Man yang bikin
taruh di sini.
Oh shit.
Buset.
Sensei, tulisan Jepang di restoran Zenbu ini bacanya apa ya? Mana? Coba lihat.
bacanya Tokyo Kindai Tekina Shokuhin. Kalau artinya Sensei, Kindai Teki itu modern, Shokuhin makanan. Mungkin maksudnya mau bilang makanan modern Tokyo. Bahasa Jepangnya bener gak tuh? Secara tata bahasa sih bener, tapi ketika pertama kali lihat ini, saya langsung tahu kalau yang punya itu pasti bukan orang Jepang. Emang kenapa Sensei? Ada yang salah? Salah sih enggak, cuman agak aneh aja. Kalau orang Jepang pasti bahasanya nggak gitu. Biasanya Kindai Teki itu modern untuk bangunan, kota, kehidupan modern, dan sejenisnya. Oh gitu. Kemudian Shokuhin itu juga sebutan makanan secara general. Kalau untuk makanan yang melalui proses masak disebut ryori, jadi beda. Naruhodo. Oh ya Sensei, makan itu bahasa Jepangnya apa ya? Taberu. Kalau teman, tomodachi. Kalau gitu teman makan teman, bahasa Jepangnya tomodachi ga tomodachi o taberu. Tenaru kai. Shineo sonna ikata. Sensei,
ngangkat palutor yang lagi viral. Palu ini adalah palutor Indonesia yang dipopulerkan oleh Bang Aji Suganda. Nih orangnya nih, badannya gede banget, orang terbesar di Indonesia tuh. Nah sekarang Chris akan coba angkat palutor ini tapi menggunakan satu tangan. Sebelum itu Chris minum ini dulu, Prevo dulu untuk nambahin tenaga saat latihan. Oke, kita minum dulu ya. Chris dry scoop nih, minum langsung. Beratnya lumayan nih guys. Yuk kita coba ya. Nilai nomornya. Katanya ini kuat diangkat oleh Bang siapa tadi ya? Mas Tri ya, Abang Tri ya. Oh di Rawor ya, di tempatnya Bang Haji Suganda. 40 detik teman-teman. Dan Chris sudah nyoba ngangkat palu ini tadi 45 detik. Alhamdulillah ya bisa apa namanya sama lah ya. Nah sekarang Chris akan coba ngangkat pakai satu tangan teman-teman. Doain ya, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wow, berat banget guys. Kasih keras. Ngangkat palu.
Why?
Pengen ayam McD nih.
Mas, beli saya aja mas, saya jual ayam goreng.
Nggak mau saya mau ayam McD.
Mas, ayo mas, ikut saya mas. Udah lama dicoba dulu mas, sama ayam gorengnya juga. Dibeli nggak? Saya di sini ada paket panas 1, paket panas 2, sama fish and rice.
Apa aja itu kok?
Kalau paket panas 1, nasi ayam, paket panas 2, nasi bebek, fish and rice, nasi lele.
Wih, ya udah aku beli ayam aja satu. Berapaan kok?
Murah mas, satu porsinya 10.000 aja.
Nah, boleh deh satu ya.
Oke.
Kok tapi pakai bungkus McD ini aja, biar kayak McD beneran.
Oke, siap. Nasi bebek ya?
Ya.
Nasi ayam.
Yuk.
Nasi ayam, oke.
Ada paket-paket kayak McD.
Yes. Langsung aja bro.
Yeah, it's gone. They went away. They're like, nope, no double duelists. We're not doing that. Instead, we're actually going to get
tidak double duelist, bro.
Interesting. So double initiator for
Nadaknya pakai bridge sekarang, bro.
Yeah, they have Aspas playing the Raze. I like these changes from both of these teams. I like the breach coming out. I don't know about Killjoy, actually. We haven't been seeing a lot of her lately on Split, and when we typically see the Sentinels, it's Cypher more often than not.
Yeah.
So both of these teams picking the Killjoy against the Raze, they could be struggling.
It's an interesting one because a lot of the time you're going to have that Cypher, especially on that A site, having a lot of information, just basically watching in towards heaven as players look through. You have a lot of info on that whole site. You can lock it down and sort of switch things up in terms of your defensive side. So I am intrigued to see how on Split that Killjoy is going to be utilized as well. Obviously, lockdown's always going to be very powerful, though.
Yeah.
I think the key thing to look at here when you look at Loud's comp, they don't have the second controller for the A pressure, right? Whereas DRX did. They have the Viper they're running. DRX could run into some serious problems actually running A defaults if they can't have success in the first like 10 seconds of these attack rounds.
Yeah, and that's a great point to bring up that I think viewers at home and everyone in the arena should be keeping an eye on. How do they tackle this? How do they approach A? And then how do they try and like get themselves in these winning advantages here? It's going to be quite fascinating, but it's now time to jump into the action, which means we're sending it right back to your casters, the one and only Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much. And again, when we looked at Split, Mike, the main thing that really excited us was that there was a very polarizing playstyle between these two. However, this is a different affair now. That comp switch up has caught our eye.
Yeah, the only time that Loud have actually deviated from the double duelist here was, week 1 and 2, I believe, running the Gecko. They've never run a Sentinel.
Wild.
This year. So it's a big change up here from Loud. And potentially a bit of a curveball in terms of the prep here from DRX.
What do you do now? You've planned, you've prepped, you've considered that you're coming up
jam 8 kan, Agustus 8 loh. Berarti Navi.
That's going to take you out of your game plan, but let's see if it's executed well enough to be even be a problem. Loud on the attack, DRX on the defending side. First map is Loud's. Map 2, well, let's find out.
Stun actually does connect onto RB. Aspas desperate trying to pin it down.
Nice RB
with the right
dijangkar, boy.
click will find it. And the explosion comes through. Stacks finds two.
Picking up where they left off. DRX looking dominant here. Less down pretty low, and Tui's desperate to find someone to punish, but DRX all in the right place.
Alhamdulillah.
Beautiful work from RB already. That Flash gonna note where these players reside. Tara gets taken down, but no one going to take the bait. DRX playing patient, disciplined Valorant. We know them for, right? This is what they've been historically noted for. Less down to 13. And nothing lucky happened from this.
Trying to isolate Buzz in his corner, but just can't pin him down.
Oh,
potentially.
He's he desperately tried to get away, but does get caught up, so trying to do what they can here. There's a lot to ask of them, though.
Marco will be the first obstacle here with the spike towards Hell.
30 seconds left.
Trying to play in.
Yeah, Les is repositioned. Very risky. Oh, he actually found that headshot there.
Yeah.
The ridiculous shot. Do an awful lot of damage. DRX find themselves the pistol. Another round that echoes that brute force that we saw demonstrated on Lotus. I mean, Aspas gets so deep, but it's the Nano Swarm that really splits up the attack, and finally the right click comes through from RB. You can see there on the X-ray. DRX then have bodies to throw at the second wave of this execute. It stopped at the front door. I mean, Spike unretrievable at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Very committed from Loud.
And it really is what the Doctor would have ordered for DRX after a very close game on map 1. Losing in OT can be a bit of a gut punch, but picking back up well here. That pistol under the belt in the second map. It's only going to do wonders for the confidence, at least to begin with. Erase some of those memories just made. We look at how it really comes into this round. Sheriff, Ghost, odds and ends, but completely outgunned by the Bulldogs, obviously, for DRX. So they can make anything happen. It would be quite surprising. Maybe Aspas gets some godly timing, but you can see Heaven. It's got a lot of presence towards it.
Ooh.
Oh, belting shot from Aspas.
You're not going to connect, but Buzz able to cycle the weapon across, so preventing any further value found off that pick. Now drifting back towards RB's setup here.
Yeah.
Information gathered on the back of the Nano Swarm being removed, but big gap to close it. RB gets
RB, aduh, kena ding
It
duluan.
falls to pieces and Loud break towards the site. Yes, Aspas low, but he's got the Bulldog and he can buy time with that. He can be a problem. And look at the positioning towards Heaven as well. Less in a good spot for this too.
Jarang dicek nih kanan nih, anjir.
This is in a beautiful position.
Buat lu bang, kanan bang.
The Flash should note it. You might start seeing him begin to
kanannya
find that
nggak dicek
impact
udah
soon.
fix ini mah.
Buzz, those next steps could be deadly.
Kan, nggak
And
dicek
they
kan?
are. Less going to make the most of it. Going to note
Kelihatan,
Marco as
anjing.
well. He's overwhelmed and Loud. Flip round 2 on its head. Get rewarded with the weapons.
Lalu
Prove
tuh
exactly
angle
why
gitu.
they are so deadly.
Isn't RB able to get ahead of the fault line? Finds the first, but overwhelmed by the pressure from Loud. Aspas finding a beautiful second with the Sheriff. A thrifty conversion here.
Oh, that was so good from Les, though, just to make sure he's still focused towards CT. He doesn't get tempted to look towards site, leaves them to their own devices. Because, again, if there was that freedom towards CT, that would have been 2-3 kills found, and that round would have been quite simply DRX's, so very well played by him. And now, kind of a flip of the script, right? DRX down on towards those Sheriff's odds and ends. Harder to hold here, especially on that defending side. Spread across the map. Aspas looking towards adult as early as he can.
Conscious of it's a possibility of DRX finding value off these Sheriffs.
Teh pucuk itu pagi-pagi sehat kagak? Kagak lah.
Slow, cautious approach.
Kalau
from
kebanyakan
Loud
kagak.
First
Yang
exchange.
banyak-banyak, bro. Si kamu belum tidur salah lo. Emang lu bapak
Will
gua.
be spotted on the jump peak here.
So far, they've been able to kind of withdraw the information of obviously one on pillar, that being Marco. Yes, they noted one either towards mid, be it vent side, or be it towards Heaven off the back of the Flash. So a little bit of info being put together. I'm trying to feel out if there is that stack there. Stacks going to be held back by the smoke for now. Takes a bit of a peek and loses life. Less.
The alarm bot gets put inside the smoke as well. Just
lovely.
No opportunity for him to retreat away from that.
It's a very patient round from
seconds left.
Loud.
It is. We did see this executed on Lotus, and a couple of concerning examples of it, but 20 seconds left now. You're looking for Loud to make a move.
Yeah, getting a little worried. They need that presence to make its value from heaven, and it's starting to fall to pieces. Zest's going to make some serious damage. 13 seconds, the plant should not be contested, considering how far away RB
Wah,
is.
coba di restart dulu modemnya, Kak.
But it's RB.
Had a phenomenal performance on map 1.
Absolutely.
DRX's hero in some regards. Actually does get that.
Beneran itu.
As it wasn't noted initially there, but Les will clean up. Now 2-1 to kick things off on split. DRX will come back in with the purchase now.
Aman nih gue India, gue juga India.
Key ultimates.
Cuman bedain nih.
Touching distance very early on for Loud. Lockdown, showstopper, and also the Cosmic
pindah, tapi
Ride.
di sini coba ada IndiHome. Nah, coba ke Jakarta langsung tuh banyak. Pagi baru bangun, yang baru bangun jangan lupa di like adik-adik ya.
Stacks and RB
Bikin
potentially
500
tested
kayak
in the
tadi,
early
dikit
round
lagi
here.
500 like guys.
It almost looks like a little bit of a bait here. The fault line should set things in motion towards
Pada
heaven.
berangkat sekolah tadi adik-adik subuh.
And it's so pacey. We're at 130. They've already got towards that ramp control, eyeing up heaven. There's no subtlety to this. They're not being quiet. But look at the split. Still a default in play, a 1-1-3.
I mean, I doubt every time we see this alarm bot up towards heaven, I doubt we really see DRX commit a player towards ramp. Doesn't really suit them and have to respect the double initiator. Actually, I was going to say Zest
Timing tuh dapat.
does catch Sadak on the cross. Nearly slips the net.
That was so quick as well. But now identifying what Loud might have been trying to do.
Marco taking a ton of damage there, actually. Has to TP away.
Timing!
Oh, they're playing with such precarious timing. Zest slips across.
Actually retrieved his poison orb, yeah. Able to reposition a little deeper now. That's so brave from Zest.
And away we go. Loud going to take the space that was given to them, though. Still looking to maybe end towards A, but the problem is that RB sitting deep. You still got one CT and the additional player, Zest, now sitting to be able to check towards heaven. RB's got to play this perfectly.
RB, dijangkar.
Stacks has to hold the ground, spots the barrel. He's going to know they're in heaven. And now we're down to 25. This gets a little bit precarious for Loud. They've got to get a move on. They've got to clear that side.
Ya, mati langsung 2 orang.
He's got so many players coming his way. The cavalry is here. DRX the bodies, but look at the pressure from CT. Aspas already down towards it, but Buzz, Spike, it's gone loose. Can he buy the time? 2 is clears towards heaven. 7 seconds.
5
Stacks,
detik,
can he
no.
He has to try and stay
3, 2, 1, kanan.
HP.
Yes!
What a bit of work.
What a ridiculous round.
Dulu. Apa?
DRX again executing a similar game plan from map 1, trying to get ahead of these executes, prevent the spike from going down, punishing these late round hits from Loud. It's 11 HP versus 3 as this round concludes.
What a bittersweet moment for Aspas. That was his 1000th. That was the one for him, and it's the one that's not quite in time. Less than a second either side. Hey, who knows? But Stacks played it just perfectly. 2-2 now. Brilliant game in front of us. Now, ult's there for Stacks this round. 1 away for Zest. 2 off from Buzz on the other side. Aspas has his ready. Less ready. 2Es ready. They are locked in for this.
Yeah, those 3 big ultimates we're talking about here in terms of the split attack.
Tung like bro.
We're going to smoke off. Seeker's invested as well. Loud looking to change the pace up.
They've been rewarded. Zest goes down. Buzz held back by the lockdown, and Karen's going to be grateful for the space that he's been given. Aspas backfilling this, but wants the fight. Dives on in, he's got it. Buzz now down. That's a 5v3 in a plant. This looks almost impossible for DRX to turn.
13 HP on Aspas, and DRX again showing that once this spike goes down, I really want to throw in these.
Langsung push rank bos
Now hold on to these rifles once again. It's only a Bulldog and 2 rifles, should say.
Anjing band 300 jam bete bener.
Will find their 3rd. And what's concerning is if they do continue with just basically preventing or attempting to prevent the spike from going down, how quickly rounds can be decided by just early round aggression from Loud.
Which is so good for them too.
Yeah.
It's like you look at how compounding of a problem that actually is. I wonder if there is going to be a timeout to address that at some point. For now, they go hunting though. They want those weapons gone.
Kelihatan.
Les going to claim the first. That's Stacks removed. Marco, can he stand? Yes. Fully blind, obviously. Takes down Les. Desperate to keep that rifle.
Lanjut
And he
follow
does.
Ben habis nonton. Apa?
Still got a Cosmic Divide. Obviously, some ultimates invested here. So DRX not going to be able to string together much aside from these 2 rifles carried across. One off for Showstopper, though. It's a potential to maybe find a kill.
So where do I guess by all rights, Marco and RB have been playing opposing sides of the map, so that's one benefit for them to try and spread the wealth here, but it's what can Buzz achieve? Can he get himself ready to go with that Showstopper? Is that even a potential, or does Loud even allow it, right? Look at the pace again. Willing to challenge and willing to fight. DRX, 3 players in middle this time. Aspas, the first to try and find it. Vulnerable, gotta be careful, it's less to punish. Claiming stacks and falling back. Buzz taken so low as well. DRX left intact as his shot from Marco. Aspas punished.
Beautiful adjustment. This brings us to a 4v4, but that rifle not recoverable. Loud, just feeling like they've created enough pressure here to draw a rotation, but we can see otherwise. Still 2 members of, that's the thing, 2 members of DRX, one being Marco with the Vandal in hand.
But the timing could be atrocious, right? If he goes too far, if he gets caught on an island, they were completely unaware. Cow and Zine just walking backwards into it. Buzz trying to buy a couple of seconds. Pain Shell coming in, but now they are down to 3 here. But look what remains. You've got to have RB in the position to find impact.
So say a moment there where you think Sadak's considering the rotation. This is on DRX's side of this. Will spot Buzz.
Flashed up, slowed down. Zest to try and get in. He's done it. He's taken down. This could be turned on his head. They've just got classics. Surely not. Sadak now in a 1v2. This has gone absolutely atrociously. Player left, player right. He's got the spike, but only 15 seconds. Tries to spam through the smoke, and Buzz barely breathing, but still standing. So close. Up and over.
Mantap.
Nasty on the site. What a way to make it up to this score being all even.
We saw in map 1 as well, a thrifty round being the catalyst for DRX. To string together, to find some comfort. This one was fairly ridiculous as well.
Absolutely.
Even with that, I think the punish comes with Cow and Zine, I believe, just outside Garage. That trade comes through so quickly, and then, it's a classic in hand for Buzz with sub 5 HP.
Yeah. And now rewarded with all of those ults coming in. The pace, sure. Aspas trying to punish. And look at Buzz, he barely gets out of there. Gonna pop the Showstopper.
Dapat 2.
Tell a lie. Buzz finds both. Aspas and let's go down. Marco's in on the action. And Loud. Surely. Yes, Sadak's gonna get Buzz, but okay. Wait,
hang on.
Hold on.
And they removed the pit.
Yeah, wait. Sadak's made a mountain out of a molehill, and now RB is here though. The saving grace from Alvin.
Nice!
And he wants to do it again. So consistent, so valuable.
Enggak 20 hari juga sih ya, pokoknya tanggal 7 sampai 27. Nanti ada istirahatnya sekitar 2-3 hari.
Loud able to get bodies ahead of it, but the Showstopper finds 2 in the choke point of Mail.
Bersihnya kayaknya 2 minggu deh kayaknya ya.
What's that done to the money of Loud though? Is that they still got to buy here?
I'm seeing how they actually settle here. Sadak still on 4K. Yeah, we'll round this out with 2 sheriffs. Gonna make something work, maybe on the back of these ultimates.
It looks fairly simplistic towards A so far. There is no default spread. This is looking like it is their end destination. 3 players already here. Stack's going to position towards CT as per standard. RB on towards the site. And then one towards those vents. You can see it already. Zest waiting poised. It's RB to draw first blood though. Less going to go down.
No, Buta!
The flash, but how is he alive? How is he alive? How is he still standing? No right to do that to them.
Ajaib.
And Loud have nothing to say about this. It's next round. I doubted him before and they almost turned it, but this one so far out of touch. Position noted. Players on the way. He's about to be put to his grave. Huge round.
The follow up here with a flawless round as well. The economy will swell for DRX.
Masa nggak timeout, Bang Lot?
See an answer here from Loud. So they might actually call the timeout. This is just going to look... Yeah.
He did just go out.
Aspas is still behind the wall. Yeah, Loud have called a timeout here.
Yep.
Talked about the Thrifty in map 1 being a catalyst to string together some rounds. That's already starting to happen here.
Wah, Aspas turu lah tuh, turu.
These two teams here on split.
Wah, udah nih, minta tolong ke Mbah
After
dulu,
this, we'll
Mbah.
see where the funds actually lie
Ayo
for
pengen
Loud.
toprek.
So we'll be sitting on full loss bonus at least.
Pagi Ben,
With
pagi.
Aspas down at 100 and I think with Sadak's purchase
Anda
coming
seru poin
through.
aja, bye-bye.
Not far
Kenapa
behind
my
that
point
either.
itu?
Just wondering what the answer is for Loud here, because the pace, I mean, they've tried that fast pace, right? It almost suits DRX to catch him in that. They've been really good at kind of mirroring it pound for pound, but then they can't
Wah, yang
match those
ngantuk kayaknya
rotations.
lu,
They haven't
Bay.
been finding...
Padahal yang sarapan gua.
Don't we all? Relatable.
Couple of key ults, yes, but I'm just curious if there is like an overall answer for Loud. I don't think there is, like just that one gear shift, which can work against certain teams, but it's like DRX have shown their willingness to brawl, their willingness to get a little bit down and dirty, which is something they didn't really do before. Maybe their downfall on map 1 a little, but
This is a contrast, so it's looking way more coordinated, I guess, structured or
Yes.
refined on the defense here from DRX.
Absolutely.
And Loud struggling, really, to find a response to that.
Sarapan
And this
yuk,
comp
santap
really
bro.
Bespoke towards enabling Aspas
Timing
with
si
the double
Aspas nih.
initiator here.
Masih menang.
Doesn't even need any utility.
What a
Walks
fuck.
up dry, finds that one. Buzz will fall.
he's going to be gutted with that buzz. Does Marco do a similar thing? Tui's tempted. Marco almost caught there. Does get out. Now DRX have to be careful, a man down.
But the adjustment around like this, I mean, look at the previous approaches towards Mayo. It's been a stun coming through from Tui's, the fault line to set things in motion, a flash from Cowanzine. A completely dry opener here. Catches DRX off
Enggak
guard.
ngantuk, enggak.
Loud now have time and
Gua
space
rada
to work
sakit
with.
badan aja, mata mah aman ini.
Put in so much faith in RB.
Badan nih,
Just the
punggung
lockdown
sama
utility.
paha gua lagi sakit.
It is just him. And Tui's
Hang on.
paranoid didn't hit.
No,
he's
Mako
still here.
kabur.
No target noted, and they've pivoted. They're going back towards that B side that does have the vast majority of the players towards it.
Wah,
Not gonna come in.
di-OLT
Marco,
itu si
he's
Mako.
forced out. He is screwed. How is he still alive? He's finally found.
Ya
Back of the
Allah,
site
kayak
cleared.
pedak
Sadak's
situ,
got
Bang,
Zest down. This is the green light. It's taken a lot, but it's perfectly coordinated. Plant going to come in. And the last two push very far back.
We were healed up, and no surprise to see Stacks. And well, as I say, I didn't even spot Stacks still entertaining the possibility of showing some presence. RB a million miles
Aduh,
away from this.
timingnya ya Allah nggak ngelihat.
But
Ada
they've
biji
passed
nggak
each
lihat,
other,
Les nggak lihat.
Leicester going to have no idea about this reposition. Stacks being hunted elsewhere on the map. Now at least the information will go across towards RB, but shouldn't be able to find him.
No. Surely. Took pretty much everything. Okay. Pretty much everything
There's
that
one of the
Loud
sewers
had.
as well.
Yeah.
Cowanzine's here. And the gap a little too large.
He's good.
Alhamdulillah.
That'll be the rifle cap to close affair now. Loud, as said, using a great deal in that round.
But just to come back to that, in terms of what are early signals for DRX, that there's no utility invested towards this opener for Aspas, which with this comp adjustment, you expect it to be. For Aspas to just contact up mid and find that, it's potentially going to force DRX into deeper positions now. Again, if we have examples of utility being
Ini
invested.
tuh kalau nggak salah.
Nice answer as an operator.
Yeah, I was going to say, Buzz can tuck a little deeper now.
Yeah. Now you have to use that utility
Oh,
to
berarti
clear
pas
through,
ininya ya?
otherwise...
You shouldn't be contacting into mid now. As soon as this operator is revealed, Aspas still dancing.
Berarti EG berarti.
So confident.
EG NRG berarti.
He's starting to respect it now by falling away, but he was willing to challenge for that.
Kan ini DRX apak 2 kan. Apak satunya
Now,
Paperex.
again, similar
Kira
scenes
waktu
here.
ininya anjir.
Taking over ramp control. We know it's something that they traditionally do. Buzz maybe looking to try and catch someone on the way through, but they've already fallen away from this.
And we mentioned previously, this ramp engagement for DRX is
Lah.
very awkward. RB.
Lah.
Head Stacks with the backstab as well.
Much more proactive, not allowing the likes of Loud to kind of determine how the round folds out, getting more involved. DRX matters to own hands. Now, Aspas still patrolling in middle. Still a chance, can't get it that time. Stacks out, does it. Left alive on 32, but still standing, leaving Sadak and Tui's with no real progress made.
Bebas. AWP bebas.
Buzz
Mantap,
still
Bas.
waiting, back to target, back to the duty in middle. The flash is there, he knows there was an additional player. forced off. Fancies it.
Oh no.
Oh, hold on, Sadak. Lovely shot. But 4 is a large ask of any player.
Tour champion dari Pasifik siapa aja? DRX, T1 sama PepperX.
Marco slipping back deeper towards B side as well. Making it harder and harder. Yeah, just going to look to hold on to this rifle. Less down at 900, but the purchase is possible in the next tier for Loud.
Asik farming
See though, DRX will find their 6th here. We have to see what the adjustment is now, because it's going to force Loud's hand now to invest that utility once again off the rip. It's another curveball demonstrated here by DRX.
But can we just take stock of this beautiful back and forth game, right? Like this is why this map, especially these two opponents in particular, are so exciting to watch.
Orang udah di video kok.
Lovely approach coming out from Loud. DRX find that little bit of a counter, that later round, not really late round aggression, but taking the space away from them they thought they had so freely. Now we have to see if there's that next step.
I do feel like DRX, even map 1 included in this, have benefited coming out of the adjustments. It hasn't been Loud. They've been constantly playing on the back foot. To try and recover, and that's even to say, map 1 was 15-30 in their favour. Stacked up now for Loud behind this lockdown.
Sorry, satu lagi Jetta ya, soalnya menang
wants nothing to do with at least pressuring towards the choke point, but they do have a lockdown on their own.
Okay, lockdown. Not going to find much, but it does open up chance, so they should be able to cross towards the site. Smoke should be still in towards CT, and it is. Now, still being diligent. Nice open plant for them here.
There's nobody up towards heaven here, and the concern being this lockdown will clear most of sight. At least force them back towards main. It actually gets put on the left side of the screen, so an opportunity at least.
Denied. Should get taken down here. It
no,
doesn't.
There's nothing.
Okay.
There's no paint shell to follow up.
Oh, but Sadak going to catch RB on the push through, so there's still a little bit of resistance. This Buzz trying to hold the line as well. Going to backfill the space. Isolates one, sprays on the second, 2 he's down. Does Buzz still get another chance at this one? The smoke keeping them safe, but it's Aspas to walk on in, and Buzz obliterates all of them. Down to Sadak and just now less. 1 2 halfway through.
King!
Dives on in.
King bro, banting ke bawah
He's
tuh.
got the defuse, and DRX have a 7th.
Absolute madness from Buzz. Comes swinging out with the showstopper as well, denied. But Marco with a beautiful trade. That was absolute insanity.
Show this again. Oh, Buzz. Beautiful work from heaven. Yeah, Marco, look at this.
Such awkward timing for him as well.
Oh.
Just slipped through Les's fingers.
What a game. This is the opening game.
Map 3
really,
lagi guys
for
ya.
these two teams, it's ridiculous. We're in the group stage.
Kalau map 3 mantap ini.
I guess this is champions. Makes sense. 7-4 though, Buzz back on that operator.
That's available off the rip in terms of ultimates here for Loud. One off the showstopper. Aspas again toying with the idea of getting aggressive here.
Lumayan.
These two just dancing
Apa
around
kalau
each
map
other.
3 kita nonton sendiri-sendiri aja, gue juga ambil tiduran gitu.
He slipped a little bit deeper than maybe
Terlalu
they expected.
parah dah.
Does Zes get caught? No. Here the Seeker's going on past. His
Kalau
position
masih
will be
menebar,
revealed.
gue
He has to get
jabanin.
ready. Luckily his teammate deals with him.
Pagi
But
Ben,
it does
pagi
at least
bro.
allude to the
Ini
presence
grup paling
in middle
beton
now.
ya, lumayan grup
First
neraka ini
contact
untuk
truly
DRX.
made. Angles theirs.
Zes has got a backup judge though. Force deeper by the paint shell, so we'll have to concede some of this space. But the setup is
Ben,
beautiful
gas,
here.
berangkat.
Buzz is that second layer, second line of defense, and actually Zes gets back into position with his
Bas,
judge.
mantap.
Is the operator to greet with a smile. Buzz going to connect that one. Aspas gone, tip of the spear, blunt. And now the rest have to try and get past. Juggling it on back through as well. Back up in case he needs it. The split's coming in.
Cut
The
ke,
judge is waiting.
bengong dikit kayak Bang
Avoids
Ocean.
the sentence somehow. Les is alive, and now there's problems. DRX could get crunched on this
Okay.
one. Marco goes up and
King.
actually takes the fight. Doesn't get affected by the flash. Gets it kind of readjust. Doesn't get punished on this. Now we're down to 20 seconds. Kawanzin and Sadak, what are you going to do about it now? Your options are dwindling, and you're losing the fight. Buzz is going nuclear in this game. Marco's by his side.
Dari
DRX
Pasifik yang berangkat siapa
holding
aja
this
Ben.
lead
Wah,
firmly.
baru aku jawab
Put on a
tuh.
clinic here in terms of the
DRX, PepperX, T1
defense
sama
here in the
Jetta
first
Bang.
half. And come back to that same point, Loud, I guess, unable to really pin down one solution to how DRX have
Banyak abu, lu
adjusted.
juga abu, entot noh. Hilang lo dari lane. Halo guys, menghilang dari lane.
10.000 dari Faza Andri.
Pagi yo.
Berangkat Ben.
Berangkat Faza, terima kasih Ceban. Halo guys, kena lagi lu. Abu.
Coming back into this, I think the desk will be potentially talking this one through.
Thank you so much for that one, Pansy, as well as Hyde Pock. 8-4 as DRX is up in the half, and a lot of people here at the Shrine are quite happy about that one, but we'll have to see if Loud can bring this back. Now, that being said, they want to give everyone an update. 1,000 kills he has earned at an international event. The only player not in, what was it, Optic?
Devin was party pagi-pagi ini.
Fnatic, DRX, and DRX. The only player outside of those three teams to do it for a different squad. Massive stuff there, and obviously you got to give flowers to Aspas for his incredible performance.
I think he did it quicker as well, right? Because they were playing at an earlier time. Lau came into the scene a little bit later on.
That's true. His first international game was in 2022, so that means, you know, and he has managed to do something
GTA Oblok. Itu apa sih Oblok sih bro?
For achieving that.
Kok diganti namanya gitu jadi Oblok bro? Tadi nggak nonton aja.
1,000
kills on international event.
With the way DRX is playing, they might need a couple more thousand. You know what I'm saying? Because they're actually pounding out there. And let's talk about DRX real fast because Sean, I mean, this team is looking immaculate right now in Split.
They really are. Their utility usage, again, just like Lotus, is so phenomenal.
Kecilan nggak sih suara maneh? Apa?
It's so difficult for Aspas to carry this team through on the attack half. I mentioned it. I thought their A control would be a little bit weak, a little bit lackluster. They came out the gates. They got quite a few rounds early on in the first half, but they fizzled out. I think this should be their stronger half.
Geng dong, Oblok.
I mean, they have quite the lead going into this attack.
Was 5 enough? That's the question. Or 4 enough, rather.
4. I don't know, actually. I think a lot of teams nowadays are getting more rounds on that attack side. We've seen some very strong attack sides out from DRX in the past as well. I don't know. I think we might be going to 3.
Well, let's see how this one all shakes out as we send it back to your casters for the second half on Split.
I'd love this to go to 3 if I'm honest. Like, I think from what we've seen so far, it'd almost be a shame to not see it go the distance. But
perlu diingat, tapi 4 di attack itu udah bagus ya.
That would be spectacular in its own right. Mike, where's your mind right
now? Tapi deg-degan dikit.
I mean, I do want to see the adjustments built around less on the kill play here, how well they can actually, I guess, employ this to be able to act one side or the other. Really take the fight to DRX. Yes, on the defense, but historically, that's what's looked great for Loud on Split.
DRX was so deep on the site already. This is a freebie.
I mean, this was Loud invested towards a trap play elsewhere on the map, so it'll be a full 5v5 in the post plant here.
Dreamy for them. You can ask for a better beginning. A little bit of util left as well. Buzz goes pain shell too.
But because it was a trap play elsewhere, tons of utility available for Loud on the retake.
Kelihatan bang pemainnya bang.
The side, 2 of them caught there. Nice little bit of stall from the Nano Swarm coming in from RB, but how much more can they hold? They've at least navigated away that first layer of the util put in to facilitate this pushback through. They're clearing through the site now, but they have not cleared the back of the site. Zet's still going to get away with daylight robbery. Buzz is there as well.
Abis pelor.
The trade's going to go back and forth. Tui still
Wih, masih dapat.
How is he evading this? How is he still alive? Finally goes down, and it's Quarantine and Tui's in a 2v2.
Aman, King Mako berimob, ada di Heaven, adik-adik, aman aja, tenang.
Wuih. Has run away.
0 pelor, mampus.
But it just wasn't close enough.
I'd be curious to see what happened at the follow-on invested towards backside. I believe the aftershock also, but 2 members of DRX able to survive in that position. I mean, like I said, a trap play elsewhere on the map from Loud means they have all of this utility at their disposal, but it didn't feel like there was much pressure or value found off that at the start of that retake.
Well, I feel like even though they all kind of came through CT, that one Nano Swarm basically saved their
ass,
exactly. Right? Like, that's wild. That one Nano Swarm stalled out enough, came out of the stuns, everything. They were good to go. So now that scoreline's looking even worse, right? Insult to injury if you're a Loud fan, if you're a Loud player.
Desperation starting to show. A stinger in the hands of Aspas to try and make something work.
Yikes. Not easy. Bulldogs galore, 1 rifle.
Play range on this.
Yep.
Even if they don't identify early on. Deal with the turret. And no flank set in motion already. DRX have their sights set towards B. Tui's with a classic.
How long can he dodge and weave this already? The site's being taken over. A valiant attempt. Gonna take down Buzz, but again, DRX just overwhelmed massively. The other three still pretty far away, can't quite pounce towards the site itself. And this is where that range factor truly comes into play.
Yeah, classic Ghost and a Stinger. DRX tuck themselves into very comfortable positions now. So that's caught. Yeah, headshot lands as well. Just a formality to clean up now. Just Sadak left standing. Only going to be Buzz, I believe, as the casualty. Sadak can find something on the exit here. No. Tagged up, forced away. Have to give it up to the spike. DRX now double digits found. And a 6-round deficit for Loud to try and recover.
Dimajuin lagi.
Very worrying. His first purchase needs to look phenomenal from Loud.
Ini dong bantai dikit ya kan, jangan close game mulu.
Infallible throughout this entire half if they want to have a shot.
Close game awal-awal kayak tadi nggak apa-apa dah. Udah pagi bang.
Stuff for DRX. But I guess this is the first challenge to pass, right? Can they be competitive here in the bonus round? DRX come in with a decent purchase. We noted the amount of Bulldogs and just that one gone. So again, it's not exactly a bad buy coming in. Yes, Zest will be on to just that Sheriff, but with a buffer this big, you're willing to even get a little risky on this. You don't have to be too reserved. And that's Bass. Let's get involved early on.
Bass nyala ya. Pagi Ti.
Trailblazers should clear the way for Buzz. Actually setting up for the paranoia up into
Siapa yang jadi
the Trailblazer was intended to go deeper into heaven. Would be a little bit of a gamble if they throw it out, but maybe slowing things down just to catch a heal. Aspas chomping at the bit here. The reposition, trying to greet DRX into Mail, but forced off the angle very early on, Lauren.
I'm looking at the pacing coming out from DRX, and it's just purely patient. They've given up a whole lot of space, but considering how deep that dog just came from, I think they're aware of how far Loud's control of B main is going to be residing. Now, where do they go with this then? Do they then turn attention towards A? Do they try and filter elsewhere? Don't fancy the odds towards that B site, and that looks to be the case.
40 seconds left as well. Loud don't necessarily have a solid understanding of DRX are making progress towards, and dealing with the turret here, feels as if that might have drawn the rotation. I mean, Aspas has come across towards the A side of the map.
That B main control is still going to be an issue.
They've got to stay alive, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, they can't challenge now. There's 0 point in this. They just have to play for that retake and make sure it's damn well worthwhile.
A good read from DRX as well. The plant actually on the spawn side of default.
Yang kaki sisi yang parah-marah.
Push even deeper. Zest punished though.
Apakah bisa mendapat bonus DRX?
Clear. Zest goes down.
Ayo D.
Careful on the next steps. Needs those next layers to come into effect. Cowanzi, 2-E's need to become effective in this. He can't make through CT on his own. Marco gets dealt with up towards heaven. Another step taken down to now the 3. The one is Buzz, and he's looking pretty deadly. Towards the back of the site, though, he's got to deliver on a massive amount. Gonna take another with him, but now it's just RB in a 1v2. A tap on the spike and his commitment. It's gonna be him trying to stick towards his
Aduh, ente. Tapi ini kalau kata Lapchat mah mahal.
Just one rifle.
Andai bisa
comes
closing
out
udah
of a round
2-0 iya
victory
anjir.
for Loud.
2-0
Not what you want to
palong-palong
see when they still have 5 to find.
Oh, he said it had to be meticulous, right? This was meant to be one of those almost infallible halves that one rifle remaining probably is not going to be enough for that, but we'll see how it kind of boils down, right? We've got a buy round coming in for DRX here. They're going to have that showstopper with Buzz. 2 away from the lockdown for RB. 2 off the Seekers for Stacks.
Anjay, Brokul 15 bulan. Terima kasih Brokul.
Almost got that showstopper to the best off the rip. Early work.
Lumayan, men.
Eyeing up that B site, but again cautious.
Mata mah sebenarnya kagak berat-berat amat. Badan gua nih rungkat.
Flash will confirm presence. Deep investment actually of utility from 2E's. Was negated here off the rip, and Buzz pops with the showstopper. Will clear sight. Loud have to respect this.
That's
a ton of information.
It's massive. That's going to allow the plant to come in. No one's going to deny from heaven. The smoke's still in play. Marco gets to fall away from this. Paranoid about middle, but you can see how late RB is playing this from Sewer. Very, very late. Considering how deep they cleared CT, that actually could be key to this when RB decides to strike. But Aspas going to get towards the side himself. Going to eat that sun, though. Slow down now. Marco, Buzz, Stacks, again, the stall is fantastic here. Trying to negate all of that presence from the utility from Loud. They can't
lari semua.
It's messy, but it works for Marco.
Anjing, Bang Messi.
And they still haven't dealt with RB. He falls, but it's irrelevant, as Les would have to just go and clear everyone in the split second at this point. How much can one man do? Simply put, not enough time.
Yeah, not
No
enough
time, let's go.
Stacks
Mulus
does fall,
Ben,
but
makasih
Zesta
sebelum-sebelumnya
Marco
nih.
able to slip
Coba,
away.
tadi gua ngomong apa? Emang ini sampai map 3? Loh, itu kan biar
DRX
nge-jinx ya,
are doing
biar jadi
so
map
well,
3-nya.
like you said, stalling things out in terms of the retake,
punya ini ya.
slowing things down.
Ya rambut.
Loud unable to really follow up on the stun, the gravity well, the pain shell to clear out these tight positions. Marco with 2 huge kills as well to Kaunzina 2Es. DRX feeling pretty good about themselves here with a 6-round lead. Loud will pump the brakes a little bit, call a timeout.
Dulu timeout.
Because they're at a crossroads right now. Showstopper available, Seeker's available,
Nonton lu dapat itu drop gak dapat
this sort of position.
Drop syndrome.
They concede another without investing here. DRX on 12 leaves no margin for error.
Yeah, do you go in for it now on a
enak
weird
banget
purchase, trying to make it count, or would you try and fight back from 12?
I mean, it's Loud. It wouldn't surprise me if they do, to be honest.
It's like there is a 50-50 in my mind for a rough timeout to be had. I mean, even if you look at the trend of this half, 3 rounds to the 1.
Wah,
Loud haven't found their footing yet. Now, if we talk about the success of the adjustments, then let's kind of roll it back to the start of this map, kind of discussing that both these teams, I think, historically had their own say in this sort of look that they come in with, very polarizing, yes, but so far, you've got to say DRX outperforming Loud substantially.
Yeah, and I think with this comp adjustment, you almost want to see Loud doubling down on what this is designed for, it feels like it's designed for, which is aggression and proactivity, but maybe here 3-1 on this half, they haven't had a chance to really get a solid footing to achieve that, especially with the finances. So I wouldn't be surprised. A Stinger and a Sheriff to round out 3 rifles. A Showstopper available for Aspas.
Look how deep Zest is sitting, though. He's seen him, he's like, hello. Aspas is going walkabout.
Ah! Sorry. Buat gua bukan aneh.
DRX, their defaults are so meticulous. They're very well drilled. Good work on them consistently. They're not a lazy team when it comes to
And it's another example of just a great read from DRX, anticipating what Loud want to achieve coming out of the timeout.
Might see the first row look towards the A side. We haven't been seeing them exploring it too often as their initial goal, so this could be quite a nice little glimpse. Seekers would be incredibly helpful as well towards Pillar, where 2 players are stacked.
I'll be one off the lockdown as well. That could be a huge tool in the post plant.
Beres ini Naraka sampai main trip
do
gak sih?
have-
Apa?
I guess a trap play set up here with the fault line. It'll be denied here. Buzz has got ahead of it.
Yeah, Buzz is so far ahead. They have no idea of it. Marco not too far away either, going straight up towards those rafters. The perfect start. They find the first 2 picks. The site is clear. Didn't even need the ults to come through. Still had Stacks there with those Seekers. Still now got RB on that lockdown as well. The other 3 are pretty far away. This is not pretty. What are you meant to do with this? You've got a Sheriff, you've got a Stinger. Yes, Kaunzina has the rifle, but finding the first, but you're going to be able to clear this corner? Maybe. Considers it.
Wah, anjing dia clear corner dong.
They're making a go of it, but can they clear the site here? Upgrade found and they're away. Kaunzina going to try and lead this one through. Marco was blinded for a second. TP's away. Got to get out of danger. Now there's problems.
Si Marco gelo
anjing. Connects. Marco goes down, and now it's just all
Wah, trippy guys. Kutukan 11 kan?
How on earth did Loud turn this one around?
That is outrageous. A 3v5 with DRX have all the comfort in the world.
They had a Stinger, a Sheriff, nothing to play with. And what a bailout from Kaunzina.
Who's had a very slow day so far, but what a time to come alive.
Look at this.
Surgical.
Oh,
the first 2. 2E's gifted the first by Marco.
The young guns giving them a lifeline here. The new blood keeping them breathing. But do they have the chance to go again? They've broken the buy from DRX with just that one.
And DRX rounds to play with. They don't need to risk an overinvestment. They have 2 rifles to play with, Zest and Buzz, the power players here in round 18. Almost to Loud's detriment, it gives DRX a round in hand to build towards what will be a snowball round. At least this ult cycle looking very healthy. The longer this is drawn out.
But the two big boys with the rifle up towards heaven, shoulder to shoulder.
Aduh, mati dong si
They're
Bas.
very close by. Aspas can remove one. That's a rifle dropped out of Buzz's hands. Can't do much to retrieve that. That's fallen deep within the enemy territory. Still trying to look threatening towards middle, but really Loud are having none of what they're trying to sell.
Problem being as well, that kill comes through so deep in heaven. I was going to say, not retrievable. But Aspas has left the back door open. Kaunzin at least peeking the cross here. It'd be huge if they can retrieve that.
Oh dear.
No,
Ooh.
miss.
Too easy.
Nearly.
Got a little nervy on that. Zest and Marco. Now Marco did pick up the rifle. And it is a 2v5.
Caranya ini 25.
Flash doesn't catch. Zest gets a second lease alive.
Oi!
Hold on. Wait. This is Marco in a 1v2. It ain't over yet.
Winnable ini.
Trying to bait it out just a little. He's got his TP and another one in pocket as well. Going to get closer towards this. Smoke just goes up. They have no idea where he currently resides, so they consider the smoke. They certainly do.
No way.
Ding, Marco!
Marco!
Anjing,
What
2v5,
the hell
bro.
was that?
That's a 2v5. 2v5 just
Anjing, Zestnya sih gila tadi ya, ngambil
Response to
B-man.
a 3v5 from Loud.
Dapat 2, bah.
Marco with the red ball clutch here. What an absolute lunatic. And an absolute heartbreaker for Loud.
Walker M.
Madness, Lauren.
What are you meant to do now?
And look at the knock-on effect here. I mean, a Sheriff, a Judge, a Bulldog in this round for Loud, but it gets DRX so close to having 5 ultimates. Buzz, the only one missing orbs. 3 away from the showstopper. Some big playmakers. Lockdown to clear a sight, Viper's Pit to secure, Seeker's there for information as well. Lots of options for DRX here.
Recovering it. I'm barely recovering from that last round. I don't know how Loud are going to do here, trying to steal themselves, kind of calm the nerves after a devastating blow. And surely map 3 on the horizon. Surely we get that gift and maybe we get
drifted
a
into
brawl
this.
here. They're all on the other side. The flash goes in. Buzz comes out on top, at least with the first. The trade comes out for Aspas. Going to even the score, but they want to burst on this. Seeker's going to go in, but the Paint Show will deny the burst. Slow it down. But do they continue forward? You can see the temptation.
Lihat si Arby, lihat si Arby udah defend.
RB actually with a chance to get ahead of Les there, but
Sementara itu semua
Ops to
sibuk.
slip back into ropes on the back of the divide being invested. Sanak is
Lihat remnya dulu nggak sih?
He looked back. He had just a bit.
No, nggak ngeliat rem.
Yeah, he's not challenging towards vents.
He can oh dear. They aren't going to
Kadaknya nggak
go
ketahuan.
switching up to the classic, but maybe he can catch the cross. But it's all a fake. It's all a fake. The TP's come over. Plants come in, and now there's
No!
He's denied it.
Udah
Second
TikTok.
one denied. I don't know if they can get towards the site. They got to clear through him fast. Zest makes quick work of one, but still towards
Plan,
the site we
okay.
go. RB is he again going to save DRX here? 2v3.
Ini sih, I think.
Another opportunity, another chance. Man advantage for Loud. Surely you don't drop it again, but look at Stax' position.
Oh my God.
Let's go!
Unbelievable. Stacks behind them. They had no idea.
Ini udah.
And forced in the grave was just 2. He's the last one alive. An absolute masterclass from DRX here, but they want to seal it now. The crowd is calling for it.
DRX.
Chewy's got to get past the turret, but now he's got 2 more players to find, and the time is ticking. You can hear it faster and faster now. Map 3 is calling too. He's desperate to connect, but he ain't gonna have it. RB seals it. We're going the distance.
Mantap anjing, Derek. Dari tadi kayak begini, bantai.
On split, Lauren. Let's start things off on Lotus with an overtime. DRX come bouncing back in map 2. And everyone for DRX stepping up here. A little top heavy on Lotus, sure, but firing on all cylinders here in map 2.
What an absolutely epic series we've got.
Jadwal
The
di mana
starting
di
group stage
VLR, Bang?
games between some of the greats here coming out. I mean, DRX put on
besok
a
nih.
clinic in that map.
Navi
There's no two
DRX
ways
sih
to
asik
say it.
nih jam
And
8.
Ascent, wow, I cannot wait to even just consider that map's in front of us. Again,
Besok FUT
that's
T1.
neither here nor there. Let's quickly
EG
look back at this,
FPX.
Mike. Quick thoughts.
I mean,
Benar
Buzz
juga
just
nih EG FPX.
running away with things on split here, having a fantastic performance. And a number of times, DRX just able to apply pressure in rounds that we don't expect them to. Yes, we see them being a little passive sometimes when they give some rounds up, they give first bloods away, happy to save. But in the others, when they dial it up a notch, they look lethal today.
Yeah, that's terrifying. They look A1 and vicious in some of these rounds. Some of those
Nonton
individuals.
Bari bangun, iya Bari
had the
bangun.
map of his life in this. Some of those clutches coming out were monstrous. Start to finish. I mean, it's basically his highlight reel, right? And Buzz was still top fragging. That's a wild part in this. Stunning performance coming out from DRX, tying up this series. And I can only tell you how good Ascent is going to be. You have to stick around. You have to watch that one.
Tidur 5 menit bisa? Ah, sih bisa tidur 5 menit babi. Jadi kalong 2 minggu, iya. Baru gue pengen lihat Discord. Iya. Sudah tidak ada orang. Oh, ada Macleod sama Decul Bandung anjing. Battle beat kayaknya. Oh.
Everyone talks about C-pubs, but how did you find C officials compared to competing in West Europe?
Before you answer, what is the thing that you continue telling me? If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything. Yeah.
I'm blind again.
Okay, what you doing? Searching butter for satisfying, right?
Butter?
I'm not making butter today. Making sesame dango. Sudah tahu water. I'm sorry, I mean what? 5 minutes?
What?
We're using 2 sesame today. Black sesame, white sesame. White sesame is sweet, black sesame is salty. It's like cat food.
Butter. Kornet mantap deh guys. Mau bikin dango. Ya ini namanya onde-onde sebenarnya guys.
Dango is ready. Wasabi desu. Okay. 10 minutes and then break. Mochi. Kimochi? Again. Dango is ready. 完成いただきます。Try this.
Kamu bisnis nggak?
Nggak mau.
Kenapa?
Belum mau. Aku mau jadinya istri pebisnis aja.
Anjay.
Mau enak ya? Hidupnya mau enak emang. Oh, pengen dilamar. Oke. Oh. Pengen jadi aspri Bang Otman Paris. Ya kan gini.
Iya juga.
20.
Kanotop kan 2000 toh? Iya. Iya.
23
Aku 2001. Ya 23 tahun ini.
Ini 22. Kalian tuh umur segini udah kepikiran nikah belum sih?
Iya.
Kamu udah?
Iya.
Pengen nikah?
Mau.
Pengennya umur berapa nikah?
24, 23.
Ada cowok datang nih, tek pacaran yuk setahun nikah. Taruh boleh ya terserah.
Tapi aku Kristen.
Ya nggak apa-apa.
The lobster is market price, which is, I'd have to check. Is that some sort of rich person thing to order without knowing the price?
I'll have the lobster.
Okay, 1 lobster.
No. We want to know the price first.
It's based on the market.
What market?
Yo, Kenny. Hello? Guy wants to know the price of lobster.
Tell him it's market price.
Yeah, he's a little slow. What's it at now?
Market's been crazy today. It's at $298. No, now $300.
$300?
1 lobster.
1 lobster?
No. 300?
Now it's $305.
It just increased.
It's the market. Now it's at $306.
Okay. I want to lock in that price.
Okay, 1 lobster at $306.
Oh no. Market crashed.
We've lost your lobster.
What?
It's how the market works.
So I'm down $306?
Could give you an off-the-market lobster, but it's not from the wild.
So farm raised?
City raised.
Organic?
Genetically modified.
Sounds tasty.
No, it doesn't. Can we just see the lobster before we buy it?
What's up?
Ew. Let's get out of here.
Bangsat konten. nih.
Sirop. Fruit. Max the fruit. Powder sugar. Powder sugar. Perfect.
On my head, it's better most of mine. Ente, coba kita cek dulu. Kenapa aku nggak suka? Soalnya aku sukanya polwan. Kenapa? Aku suka polisi soalnya aku nggak suka polwan. Kenapa? Ya makasih Gus.
Ambil bar, ambil Bob. Ho. 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 Ah. Kena kau ya.
Apa tuh? Oh? Oh?
Sama. Lu lihat jempolnya lihat tuh guys. Jempolnya agak badik sedikit ya. Lebar. Lihat sama guys, lihat cara megangnya juga sama, lihat cara megangnya guys, lihat cara megangnya. Lihat cara megangnya.
Ini video apa sih?
Guys, gue merinding guys.
Roster ini Onyx ya?
Fix. Cara megangnya lihat cara megangnya guys, sama guys. Cara megangnya sama ya, Bang.
Tinggal sih saat bayi.
Gua kasih tau kalian ya, emang ada orang megang koin, cara megang koinnya gini guys, cara megang koinnya begini.
Gulungan daun kayak gini dibiarkan aja. Lo, nggak bahaya tak? Ya bahaya lah.
Turunin BB 3 kg hanya 2 jam.
After months of training, this bodybuilder finally got to have a cheat meal and went all out for it.
Hintot.
What food would you pick for your cheat meal? After months of training, this bodybuilder finally got to have a cheat meal and went all out for it.
Ya Allah, itu kasihan banget donatnya. May I see ada nih.
Lagi pada nongkrong nih.
Woi, ngapain sudah lama?
Join.
Sokin.
Join ngap.
Gue buat cewek gue tapi ya.
Yaudah. Sini kak.
Wow, itu yang di belakang.
Jalanis.
Wih, yang di belakang, gue nggak lihat.
Sayang, kamu skip aja dong, nanti aku nggak bisa ngebantai, ya.
Ya udah deh, skip ya.
Kasih ya sayang.
Bentar dilihat.
Poker.
Wih, hebat banget.
Iya dong, pacarnya siapa dulu?
Oh, pacar aku dong.
Bubar.
Seng katro.
Udah tau aja.
Iya, jomblo sih.
Lanjut.
Kamu mau kata apa?
Mereka nggak bisa berdua.
After months of training, this bodybuilder finally got to have a cheat meal and went all out for it.
Ya elah monyet, gue sih nggak ngeliatin ya.
This is military gum, which was made to help the military be more alert and stay focused. And I took it for 7 days to see what would actually happen. But how does this little guy actually work? Well, it's loaded with caffeine.
Wah, ini nih masak-masak gue suka nih. Wow, hotdog nasi. Wow. Wah, udah kelihatan nih agentnya. Let's go.
Okay. Now we normally don't talk about agent select when we go into a game of
Apa nih bridge?
Basically, you see what's on the left? I was expecting to see that also on the right.
I mean, sometimes you do see the Viper, and that was something that I thought we would see, but you usually
Meta Korea is back tapi dipakai Brazil guys ya.
fade combo. I don't think I've ever seen this particular comp run. And Loud as a team, like we've been saying, I mean, you said they've only lost 4 times in this map. They really know the fundamentals of this map. This is a hard comp to get to work.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting.
This is going to be crazy.
Like, especially like losing the Sova on this map. It's something we see so often. Not maybe even sometimes paired with either the KO or the Fade, but not having either of them, it just seems like madness.
I also just got another stat in as well, a record that has not been beaten at a global event.
Baru 60 orang adik-adik, halo. Bangun!
Bet
bro.
Lasted 694 days.
So what you're saying is a record.
Baru 60 orang.
One way or another.
Either way, they're going to lose their first game, or Loud is going to lose 3 times in a row for the first time ever.
That is staggering, to say the least.
Breach. What is going on?
What would you do with the breach, Sean? That's what I want to know.
So their main controls are going to be insane, right? They're going to be able to take A main or B main whenever they want with a breach fade. Now, the problem for Loud is when they switch halves.
Now, I was going to ask, how does it look on the defense? You know, because I think on the attack, they got a lot of tools here.
They have a lot of tools. With the double controller, they'll be able to block a lot of lines. They could potentially use the Viper wall to cut across mid and block the short line. They could use the Viper wall to fake an A hit. You know, there's so many things the Viper can do effectively on the attack side. The problem is I feel like on the defensive half, they might have to aggress a little bit. But we're not there yet.
No, we're not there yet. Right now, they're going to have that attack side, and we'll see how this plays out, obviously, but a lot of fascination regarding this composition. Do want to let everyone know as well, we had a little bit of a lobby remake. I think we have to get that sorted on the main stage.
Once they pick the wrong agents?
Once that gets sorted out, we'll jump right into the action, because I know everyone is just chomping at the bit to jump into this game here. None more so than, you know, our players and coaches that are on pins and needles waiting to jump into this one. This is a stressful game here, Tom, for both of these teams. And there's a lot of opportunity to really just stun your opponent on Ascent here.
No, I respect the goal of Loud as well, though, because that's the thing. Like, going into a match that ultimately is going to send you into a lower bracket versus Team Liquid, like, to pull out a composition that they could have easily just gone back to the comp that's on the other side, because both these teams run that all the time. And in fact, we were even talking about, I think it was like lock-in since they last run something a little bit spicy. So they have been running a very sort of basic comp for a very long time. They're taking a risk here, but I like it. The thing is, though, DRX, especially when it comes to their defensive side, they are the kings of creativity. Like, they have always been willing to do ridiculous executes surrounding Buzz, and I think with Buzz in rather than Foxy, that's actually going to work better, because he is so good at positioning himself perfectly wherever that utility is going to land. For example, as I said earlier, the screens push that they basically invented. Even though this comp may be the same as the one we see all the time, I don't think it's going to be as simple as that. They're always going to have cool ideas.
I couldn't agree more with DRX's approach, but there's only so many things you can do with this base comp. And when Loud designs a comp like this on Ascent, it's to counter the default.
You know what you're playing.
They know exactly what the strengths are of the default comp on Ascent.
It's wild.
And they're not running a Killjoy, so they won't have that lockdown in play. But they will have tools to deal with the lockdown, right? Maybe saving the Rolling Thunder to push into it aggressively when it's at tree. You know, there's so many options.
Udah jalan tuh 26 25.
Let's see how this one all shakes out. Shrine, I'm gonna need you to make some noise as we get ready for map 3. The winner will move on to face Na'Vi tomorrow. Here's, of course, Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Wow, what a game we've had so far, and adjustments throughout. Our expectations have been changed from map 1 to map 2, but absolutely, but now map 3, Mike. What do we make of this comp switch up here? What does this mean?
I mean, I've been loving some teams kind of adopt the breach more and more in Ascent. We've only seen a couple of examples. M80 fans who are watching, I've loved what they've done with it. But how to lean away from the sky here, which I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. It feels like another attempt really to put Aspas in a position to succeed here for Loud. Wide open A site, start things off. Not much chip damage done.
No.
DRX respecting this initially.
Channel kali ini nggak ada dapat reward dari channel official. Ada. Gue dapat tadi, dapat title.
Delivers though. And this lurk tucked into short.
So very clean. Does go down in the end to Marco, but look at the post plant. It's all tucked towards like under sight. Very, very dedicated towards this. And the HP is pretty low. Kaunzin, Sadak all low. Aspas sitting pretty, but DRX suffering a little here.
Not going to come through, dealt with immediately. DRX unable to find a steady footing just yet.
They got
Time ticking away.
They haven't got a kill just yet. They need to get a...
Oh, RB!
3! And now it's down just 2s. And he's kept back by the smoke. Oh, he got a classic. RB so low. Oh, RB!
Oh, dapat RB-nya. Let's go.
Can you believe it?
Gak dilepas loh, gila si RB.
Finally finds a knife, but it's too late. The defuse comes through.
10.000 dari Vincent. Pesan. Selamat siang.
Siang Kak Vincent, terima kasih 10.000-nya Kak Vincent. Gila RB, pede gila.
What a ridiculous round, Lauren.
1, 2, 3, anjir.
Another in a pistol round as well.
I don't know what to make of that.
Populasinya boleh juga tuh.
Nice little high flash to allow Buzz just to peek on that corner. Looks like DRX want to get proactive here.
BT moment.
Sheriff's in hand
BT
though.
sih begitu sih.
Allowed, and we've seen this wouldn't be the first conversion of just those pistols. So DRX do need to be
aneh-aneh King
cautious
Mako,
about this.
Brimo.
Have made decent progress up towards Cap. Gonna node Sadak. Send the paranoia. But we can see where that spike is. This is all just testing the waters.
Despite not committed anywhere, you're right. Well, not really given a chance at an opening engagement just yet. Stacks and Zest set up to receive any pressure towards mid, and Aspas does find one. Stacks will fall.
Oh dear.
He's trying to equalize here, and
yes!
he does.
Ah!
Not awarded any further though.
Bang!
Give me that funny feeling that we've seen this before.
Does lightning strike twice?
Marco, this is so
Aduh, ya Allah
dangerous.
sakit.
No, he's not going to get punished nor rewarded. Actually, yeah, he's going to get punished. He absolutely is. Trying to get proactive in these scenarios just feels almost too deadly. It puts it all down to RB here. And allowed to have the biggest opportunity yet. Buzz on the other side of that.
Yeah.
Salak finds him. It's all on RB here. Has to do wonders. Cowan's low, but Salak now has that bulldog. Isolate 15 seconds. RB, this readjustment is out.
Oh no!
Yes!
Kalah lagi anti-ikonya ya guys ya.
Gets Loud a second.
Terjadi lagi 1v1.
This only won't be the last.
Just 37 HP left on less. Another 3K from RB. But Loud tie it up. Response here in round 2.
Berarti teori anti-iko kalah langsung ngebantai nih.
Yeah, a couple of members of DRX, like I said, I made this comment in map 1 a few times. DRX
RB-nya udah gacor itu.
doing things that are just uncharacteristic.
Waalaikumsalam. Habis ini main game
Now
apa bang?
capitalizing here on Ascent.
Apa?
A little overzealous. Hang on. Right off the rip here, Buzz. All the way into tiles very early on. The pinch from B main comes through. That's on red alert right now.
What is going on? I've never seen DRX just pushing out wildly like this. Going pretty, but Les does get it done.
Ton of damage done by Buzz.
Yeah, but it need RB to be the one, or
yeah.
I mean, maybe the classic. Who knows at this point? But it's just very messy so far. Les the only vulnerable one, really. Everyone else sitting quite healthily.
Ya, jam 2 bang.
Stacks, does he get the ample opportunity?
Hang on.
He absolutely does.
Okay.
That's a big upgrade as well, huge. He's got himself a Phantom. Are we going to have this right back at him now? A 2v3. And look at the double pump. They're not far away. Loud have come back around towards the B site. RB's going to get an eyeful of this. Spots him. Oh!
Bengong dikit,
Biggest jump scare of his
ngambil
life, but Stacks can
OC.
maybe make it here pretty well. It depends on the
Padahal udah
timing. Does
kelihatan.
he respect it? What does he want to do with this? Gonna hear the steps, and he wants to try and get ahead of this. They have no idea.
Les is not holding it, yeah.
Stacks has gone so close. This could be out as well.
Aduh,
Oh my god!
ente.
Deadly on that first shot, but kept in check by Tui's. Now be Loud, making it out of the gauntlet here. The second to their name.
Damage done, so mitigating some of that value from flipping the thrifty. Thripping the flifty. In round 2. Loud looking very comfortable in terms of the first ult cycle. One off the pit. Rolling Thunder available for Sadak. Odin in hand for Cowan's, so nobody actually in position for DRX to maybe be caught off guard unless we get a reveal over the top, but not going to happen.
Aspas blistering pace to the space he wants to take on this, but does get slowed down by the util coming in, but he's right back to it. Again, it will be Marco on the other side. Util in the way should at least keep that paranoia from building in Marco's head. Knows that if anyone does try and progress further, there will be at least a warning. The eventual A piece, it looks like, is going to be coming through.
And there was a chance there because the drone actually only confirmed one member outside B main. Allowed to really step up the pace, but slowed down by the paranoia. Try and re-hit here.
Nice clear of the util. And here comes that ult. This should be almost wraps for RB. He looks dead to
Wah, si
right.
RB udah
Dealt with so
kestan itu.
quickly. Aspas wanted more.
Yes, KR!
Zest with 3. The triple.
Ace! Ngomong. Amen. Oh, yeah.
That's the last one alive. 3 to find of his own here. Pit to hand. Flash does connect to the
Buta
door.
tuh, Bang.
Broken.
Mantap.
Looks vulnerable.
Berangkat,
Put to
berangkat.
the knees.
Sama nih kejadiannya, 2 sama nih.
Tie up the score now, 2 apiece.
Beautiful response from Zesty. The Rolling Thunder clearing all of A site out. Loud, unfortunately,
Wah, live chat
only
YouTube error
finding 2
kah?
kills on the
Bang,
back
halo
of it.
Bang.
The swing is, I mean, you can't fault the swing here from Loud, but Zest just lines him up. Response in kind from DRX ties things up 2 apiece. Hunter's Fury here, lockdown available for DRX as well.
Udah nggak error.
3 rifles, 2 pistols here.
Tiduran ya, udah pernah tiduran.
Loud, the swing
Oh,
on Buzz
berangkat.
rewarded. Tui's and Sadak fall off the rip.
Stellar play from Buzz. I'm loving seeing this proactive look to DRX. We've
Oke,
seen it
enaknya
across
makan
the map
apa?
now.
Makan uang,
Not necessarily out of
Rat.
character, but seeing how much they're willing to commit to this against Loud is just
Ketupat lah, enak lah kayaknya.
lovely to see. And
Dan
now it falls
apa?
down to the likes of Aspas, Kaunzin and Les to create an opportunity out of very little.
Upset,
Yes,
sering
they
error,
have mid
kata
presence,
Awi,
but
YouTube
far
lagi
from
kotak.
control. Utility from RB, gonna note the presence.
Oh,
And Aspas with the shots to follow.
nasi kuning
But
udah
look
tadi
at,
gua
again,
nasi
look
kuning.
at how deep RB's cleared on this. There's only so much. They've got them boxed in on this map. It's going to need one of these Loud players to break through.
Don't need an overstep at all from
Ih,
DRX.
ngumpet si Les,
Les
babi.
has got ahead of the wall though. Buzz was
Look at the
not
spike.
aware of the possibility.
Hello.
Oke, mantap. RB dapat spike.
Almost went wrong.
Now
that
these
spike
Buzz
going
will
down.
figure it out. Should really decide things. There's not much time for Loud to really recover from this position.
Pagi.
And RB slips even
Ah,
deeper.
Jess, jangan Jess.
Yeah, 30 seconds left now. Less on his way
Jangan
towards the
bikin
spike.
Aspas
but
menyala,
2
awas.
solo missions here from Loud.
Yeah, they're banking on Aspas finding that pick on site. Maybe freer than
Aspas pindah
expected.
bener. Iya,
Now RB should be
begitulah katanya kan nggak
noting
mau
this. And
kontrak
might
lagi karena
catch him in the back on the way
kemahalan.
through. He doesn't, but that should call red alert to
Ngerti
Zest.
gua.
Who should know what's coming his way, and it's a scrappy
Jadi
round.
ntar
13
diambil
seconds down, the
Sentinel
store going to
buat
come in.
gantiin
Stax
tank.
takes a little bit of a look. He's going to
Oke,
find
nice,
enough. That spike
SKR.
going down should seal this.
Mati
There's
kau,
nothing more to
Aspas.
be done here.
Oh.
Aspas can try and do damage.
Oke.
And he ain't going to do enough. Buzz and Co doing very well here. DRX holding on.
Nyandar dulu dikit.
Pull one ahead. Obviously, previously, a couple of pistols to round out the purchase. Loud. Now with the Blade Storm in hand. One away from the Nightfall. Some ultimates to invest potentially.
Ben, pagi bro.
Yeah, DRX so happy to commit to early round engagements here. And everybody stepping up. I mean, I said this at the end of split. Everybody delivering for DRX. In a number of situations. Oh, Buzz dashing right through here.
Aduh, ala-ala Koreanya gagal, guys. Sekarat.
And it ain't just one of those guns. We got 2 here. Let's takes a look. What a wild game we're seeing. Aspas looking for that surgical precision. The rest, brute force. Eyeing up the A site.
RB does have the lockdown, so DRX has 3 going to explore middle
Gak
here.
ketahuan, guys. Udah stuck, gak ketahuan. Santai aja, stuck.
Another Odin kill
Apa,
comes through.
bait temen
Stack's
kamu,
not
bait,
noted
bait.
just yet. Could be played in here by Marco. I think he has
Ih,
been.
gak dilihat tuh, gak dilihat Stack.
Stacks a ton of information here.
Oh, the timing! He just about catches one. Takes down Les. Flash goes in. That's the spike to the right. Keep that in mind. That's on counter.
Ooh!
Oh, catches him. The nade goes in as well. He can do so much with this.
Nice!
He's out of this world. 3 big picks. And
Aduh,
he's doing
1v2 aja
serious
susah.
damage to Loud. He's gonna
Wah,
look for the fourth
susah
one.
bro, temennya mati.
Too far. Even for
Coba
him.
King Mako tidak mati
But he
itu.
almost had him then.
He almost willing Stacks on in that situation. But the response comes from Loud. Operator in hand now for Buzz. A stack of ultimates. Yeah. Another situation where DRX happy to be proactive, take the fight to Loud. Not rewarded here. I mean, it's 8 HP from Kawanzine to survive.
Ridiculous.
Same setup with the utility from RB again. I'm going to try and prioritize short control here to make sure that lockdown does find value. But Loud, I mean, they've been splitting this with 3-up catwalk primarily, so definitely doesn't feel comfortable to rely on that lockdown and commit towards a retake.
Here. An operator coming out.
Nggak ketahuan.
Could be interesting.
Oke.
Absolutely is. Les goes down.
Anjir kelihatannya padahal agak lurus ya
Now,
OP-nya.
with that noted, do Loud try and pivot quickly, or what do you do with this information now?
It does weaken the catwalk side of this split. I'm saying usually 3 members to funnel through here. But with RB committed towards site, it doesn't feel like a retake setup. Marco slips across after
Marco bermain gila di
utilities invested to clear wine.
Pasti di clear gak sih ini sama si Twist nih?
It's going to be played in here.
Yeah, the paranoia is so good. That's going to catch both. Finds the first. Does get flashed up. Doesn't quite find the follow-up. He's going to note it. Now falls too. He's still standing. It's Kawanzine to break through towards the side as well. Making the best of a bad situation. They've at least got the site here. TP, toyed with, but taken towards site.
Yeah.
You can hear that. I don't think the information has been relayed, but Hunter's Fury here to...
kena lu, Kawanzine.
That catch. Kawanzine.
Aduh.
Doesn't find the kill, though.
13 seconds. How's that nade?
Mati lu.
Pretty decent.
Aduh,
Tui's got to back away from that. Just drift away slowly, cautiously,
11
carefully.
HP, Lauren.
They're so low.
Was,
Both of them can be feeling this one. Oh, the shock dart. Got to be careful by every single aspect. These two players feeling so vulnerable. Spots a pixel. Kawanzine does damage towards Stacks. Can he control towards Heaven? The pressure coming in from short. Dash taken. Isolates the first.
Let's go!
Down to Kawanzine. He can't deal with Buzz. The two left alive. This close affair between these two will break ahead for DRX, making it up to 4.
I'll be down at 200. I mean, Loud could invest back into this. We have seen him a couple of times in this series already. Happy to proceed with 2, potentially 3 rifles. Beautiful cleanup from Buzz here. And the bait with the dash. Zest, the sacrificial lamb. I will call a timeout here, just ahead of round 8. It's been difficult to really pin DRX down, honestly. Even in the round
DRX watch party udah jam 10-an.
It's that mid round that still felt pretty comfortable for them.
The real orang ngantor, watch party dulu sih dia jangan lu ngantor ya kan.
The traditional standard I've seen from DRX. I mean, they've always been very solid here, but it feels a little unique, maybe a little out of character.
Nanti kerjanya habis makan siang aja ya watch party dulu.
Where do you think this falls on the scale?
You could argue this is rolling back to the early flash and dash meta that DRX themselves kind of famed. But it's interesting to see, like I said, in some of the rounds where you don't expect DRX to be the aggressors, to be the ones to really take the initiative, they are. And that's really surprising because Loud are ones that usually thrive in those situations.
Exactly.
They're great at receiving aggression.
Oh, that's the wild thing as well. As a team like Loud, they were always good at kind of, be able to flip the switch of pacing and be able to either be the aggressor themselves or receive it and kind of play around it perfectly. They knew how to play the game style as one of their best looks, right? It was one of their biggest compliments. But here, struggling a little to get a grip on DRX. Not completely. I mean, once we've gone into the swing of things, we'll have to see how it settles down a little. Bear in mind, that second round flip certainly turned the scoreboard, so don't get mistaken just yet. Pay attention to these buys as we go back in. Operator still with Buzz.
Mantap. Minum mulu gue nih.
Still got that nice timeout music playing. It's banging.
Gue kira baru live. Baru bang, baru bu.
It's gone now. As we do have an A side here, that should catch both players. And now Marco and RB trying to stand up to the task here. Lots of pressure their way. Beautiful reveal.
Oh my god, Marco ulti ke situ, gila.
He was unbelievable.
Oh, what?
What on earth? The spray connects perfectly. punishes 3, but now look at this 1v1. He gets ahead of it. He's playing with expectations and timing, but he's 21 HP.
Needs to make use of this time though. Buzz still looking towards A site. Now the penny has dropped. But Les does have the pit. He can secure this plant perfectly on B site. Notoriously difficult. If Buzz doesn't swap out this operator, become even more problematic.
For Buzz to swap it out, he's got to go quite far. He'd have to have gone towards the site. So now he's working back in with an operator to hand, no knives.
What's the secondary?
Let's find out.
21 HP.
Unless
You're almost looking towards him using the secondary.
Shot in the dark. Okay, the shorty comes out. Hold on, Les is 21 HP. Buzz has a shorty.
Aduh, sorti guys. Oh no!
Les got him. What a round from Les. The Red Bull clutch coming out big. I want to see that spray again. Show me what he did to them. Because I thought Marco had him on the ropes.
Marco's TP was...
Itu Marco TP-nya bagus sih anjing.
This.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Cuman si Les tai sih spraynya.
Come on. Come on. That's ridiculous. Jeez. That's broken the buy for DRX.
It felt like we're firmly in control, even where it was getting scrappy, a back and forth exchange.
Bagus.
Gonna have to relinquish some of that control. Buzz, actually on the dash.
Ini baru nih Korean power.
They don't know when they're done. They don't know when they're beat. It doesn't matter the weaponry all around. They're still there. And
please, saya jangan mati dulu, please.
Calls out for support. He's got Zest here. So they can no longer progress forward comfortably, but they've already slipped through a little closer here. RB not feeling on the side though. Zest got to be careful. He's the one now taking all the attention, but he's seen one, he's seen two.
Wih, ngedi gitu. Aduh, ya Allah, 2 HP loh.
Well, they're keeping hold of this, but here comes the cavalry. Here comes those rifles. The big boys have made it. High flash to facilitate, and look at the HP. Aspas is on 2. He's standing guard. Kawanzin connects, and now a 3v3. Aspas going to try and readjust position, but the time is fast check. Yes, he does. Aspas goes down, flies in. No trade comes out. Held back by the smoke, by the seas. Now there's problems. It's all down to Kawanzin. He's on the
yes!
Oh, he's gone down. Stacks. Pins him down. Forces him to the next round. And DRX, look at that start. Tell me when we've seen that sort of stuff from them. Absolutely sky-high confidence. Look at this. Doing this to Loud.
It's a stinger and a ghost, Lauren.
That's what turns it.
DRX elevating in some of these rounds where the odds are stacked against them.
You shouldn't win those rounds.
And it breaks the bank of Loud. Loud done the hard work to rip away that financial advantage that DRX had.
This is a heavyweight matchup between these two, right? Every punch that is landed has such knock-on effects. As soon as one round's gathered, one's answered back, but it breaks the bank. One rifle on 2Es. Hero potentially needed now. Couple of ults, yes, but not the ones to maybe invest into this round. Imagine if he had the knives here, that could be a lovely little addition. But a creep up towards middle coming out. That's what Loud wants to do here.
Oh no!
Got to be careful here.
He might get closed down. On does get gun out in time. Aspas, oh my god, he still lands the shot. Zest.
Oh no!
Oh, Aspas! Stellar shot comes in. RB trying to fall away. He's down to 23 as well. But it's going to try and catch the cross. He's there in time. He should be able to punish.
No!
He doesn't get the shot he wants to. Aspas with the second lease of life here. Flash again. It's all this pressure mounting. Finally they cross with a spike.
Nice!
Hand. Buzz catches Aspas, but they're flooding the
Whoa! RB! Let's go!
And DRX hold on again.
Anjir, lagi kena stun loh itu.
So difficult
Odin
for
sama.
Loud to apply pressure to a single member of DRX after Zest falls. Great coordination to find that. But then further, what do they pin down? DRX just make it so difficult for them.
Aspasnya udah mulai ngiri-ngiri betul.
Get out of here. What are you meant to do?
It's again around where it's just one rifle, but they find the opener.
Yeah.
They find at least a
Gak kena kali bang.
gap to exploit. See another flash and dash maybe.
Looks like it. There we go. That's 2 players down there this time.
No, kamu kenapa smoke?
Kawanzin ready and waiting. But
Ternyata smoke-nya Aspas itu guys.
To double down. He joined him. It ain't just one. You don't fight one of DRX.
Tapi ward,
there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. And now you got to find your way back in. RB. No access to the site today, folks. Aspas and Sadak, what are you meant to do now? Left adrift, left alone at sea. Sadak up short with the spike, and then you got down towards middle, Aspas.
Lagi ada yang minta duit nih, 1.
Allow was so well poised to receive this early on, but
belum.
Marco goes above and beyond logic almost.
Absolutely. Oh, but it is Aspas and Sadak, right? So it's like there's that little air of caution. And it's not just us feeling it, it's DRX too. Look how deep they are. Full respect. They know these guys can be deadly. First fight, it ain't clean enough. Stack sends him away. Sadak trying to shut this down.
Yeah,
but I told you once, I'll tell you again, you don't get fair fights on DRX.
Ya lu cobain aja jadi bapak.
Round 12. The purchase not going to be comfortable for Loud. But no option but to invest. Beautiful stuff from Marco. An insane series. I'll say it again, firing on all cylinders from DRX. Everybody stepping up to the plate.
Yes. Oh, keep in mind, Marco is their bottom fragger right now.
Right?
And he's doing that.
Exactly. Just keep that in your minds. Loud are facing a demonic level DRX. And Buzz isn't stopping. He's still doing this damage to them. Aspas is already gone. This is on a broken buy. Everything's been seen and read.
Buset. Ini jadi rusuh banget
First time they've drawn blood, and there's no instantaneous trade here. Now look at the rest of the map.
Ngeri gini PRX. Iya, ngeri banget nih PRX.
And sorry, excuse me. A main. They've already taken a lot of space
Gila,
away from this. If Loud want to readdress the rest of the map, they've got to clear meticulously. They've got 1 minute and 12 to do it.
Problem being, if they do drift back into what we have seen, the late round option being up catwalk or splitting 8, RB will find the weaker side of that split, but...
Stacks?
Does he go exploring here? He's tucked
chilling.
into logs. Is he re-cleared?
I mean, Buzz might bait him in, you know what
Rasanya
I mean?
belum tidur, lu
Fun.
Ben.
Who knows? It's TP time. Hello. Spots out Marco. That's about it.
Planted the seed of doubt for Buzz. He was considering rotating there.
Yeah, but it still just keeps playing in Stacks.
Nggak ketahuan, nggak dicek. Oke.
Forget about Stacks. Gonna punish less. Notes no one else on the push-up. Paranoia gets in too. He dives in. Takes him away.
Nice, Buzz.
Played back in on this. Beautiful synergy, but the adjustment, a quick pivot from Loud, eyeing up that A site. But look at RB's position. Look at where he's gone to. They can take all this space. They're feeling.
They clear him.
No, of course you don't. Of course you don't. You're dreaming of this. This is ideal. This is a dream come true.
Okay.
It's a nightmare. The
Ngomong-ngomong
lockdowns
si Zes
come in.
matinya kenapa sih?
Quarantine. Pick
Di
your
lane kan itu?
poison. Do you try and fight it? Do you
Ya,
accept your
kocak
fate?
lu.
And fall to DRX.
8-4 lagi guys, let's go.
A beautiful game.
Another A4 half for them as well. A similar situation, Loud unable to really pin down a response. There's no tangibles for them to work with.
Sendiri, Bang.
No weakness to exploit.
Laki dikit lagi 600 tuh.
In this
Sungai lah.
DRX defense.
Dibikin setong, guys.
RB topping the board once again.
Load watch party anjing
Loud are one of
kayak
those teams I still will always put
KP gitu
warnings with, danger with. They are deadly on all accounts, but right now DRX are in perfect form. This is terrifying as now we sit at that 4 to 8, that second half looming. This is going to be a tough nut to crack for Loud. They have to turn up in the second.
Indeed, they do, Lauren. If they want a chance here, and oh man, I wanted to read that one, but someone wants it.
I read it.
You did? You're not going to share with the class, are you? How dare you? How dare
I think she just left her boyfriend because didn't get her a riot gun buddy. So there you go.
Jam
Good on you,
berapa?
girl.
Baru ini baru, Bang.
Let's go ahead though and talk about
Baru 6 jam setengah lah.
like DRX, Sean, are we said it before, they keep doing it. It's just immaculate Valorant that we're watching right now.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I thought that the Breach would be able to get the main controls.
Jangan jumawa, maaf Dev, iya sama kayak split tadi ya.
Aggressions on both A main and B main and the tiles play, the shark play that pushes tiles. They were so impactful throughout this game, even withstood some of these crazy rounds. This was a half where, you know, Loud stole the second round and Les stole that clutch that we just saw. That was the most insane spray transfer I think I've seen in Valorant. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, they had a lot of spray downs on this one, man. It was actually pretty nuts. But Tom, now you're Loud in this position. What do they possibly do?
Ngejar 1000-an gua sekarang.
now it gets even harder, especially with the composition that they have.
Well, that's the thing as well. Like, we've spoken about those defensive side executes for DRX, where they're going to push you and take that control.
Yeah.
Firstly, that now has to be done by Loud. Their composition doesn't really allow them to
Demi
just sit
Valorant
back and stay
Indonesia,
passive.
gue nggak semulia itu, tapi
It doesn't
oke.
really work that way. And DRX are excellent at their executions on the attack as well, so you're going to have to be ready for that. It's going to be a very, very difficult second half for them. But it's Loud. It's Loud on a stem. There's always going to be that part of me that believes they can do this.
And that's what Pansy was saying, right?
Disuruh
It's
beli
like
dari
it's
kapan
Loud,
tahu,
so there's still plenty of
ampun dah.
opportunity for them to get back into this game. Was 4 enough? We're going to find out as we send it back to the casters
Jam apa
for
lagi
this
sepatu?
second half to decide who moves on.
Oh, come on. This is a group stage, first game. Map 3 here, 8-4.
Apalagi tas,
And there's a
dompet.
reason we kind of talk about Loud as having that X factor, right? There's always a chance with them. They get fired up, they get something going. But DRX are playing above their station here.
For sure, but I want to hear something that Tom's just touched on, which is they need to double down on this composition now. Yes, sure, no Sentinel, you can maybe play less into that sort of same role, the same sort of impact in certain rounds, but we need Aspas and Sadak to really be the
Terima kasih Dompet punya Buffy.
of this defense for Loud. Currently both sitting on 3 kills. Have mountains to climb.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it.
Anjing, mantap gitu. Empong-empongnya.
A rare underperformance from him. Chance to make up for it here, though, in the second half.
Bang, jajan bang.
DRX creeping slowly towards that
Betul apaan? Pakai HyperX bang.
Focusing towards tree, towards short. No one actively holding. High Flash will set this in motion. These executions have always been historically wonderful. Sadak forced away, and the sight's theirs.
Nearly caught off guard, but not going to be any flank coming through. Majority that's coming through the doorway, actually. DRX have got 2, potentially 3 guns trained on their Stacks. Will find the first, less will fall.
Nampis Toron sih asik nih guys. Kayak tadi.
Who's the next lamb to the slaughter? Who wants to walk in? Stacks will get forced away.
Oh,
Dash
Aspas,
goes in.
aduh,
Aspas needs to
aduh,
connect.
aduh,
He does.
aduh, aduh.
Down on it too. Taking away Stacks from the equation opens up chance to a 3v3. HP low on Buzz and Zest, but Zest already looking a little warm.
Aduh.
Oh, belting shot from Aspas. Finally warming into this matchup. Doubling down on his
Aspas
initial
dikasih
score
nyala,
near on.
jing.
The
Kalau
view's
gue
gonna
punya
come
yang
through
kanan
and
ini keren.
Loud. Make the impact we knew they needed.
HyperX yang mana?
A couple
Cloud 2
of bits of
wireless,
utility
wireless.
missing there. The C's going over the top. Fortunately landed on the rooftop. Didn't matter too
Yang
much.
wireless.
Aspas able to pave the way. Even this smoke, DRX was in a really disgusting post plant here. Loud have the time and space to sit behind it.
Bang Asbes nih bahaya
That
nih.
smoke to expire. Looking for a string of rounds here to kick off the second half, Lauren, to give you any hope. Loud recovering on the decider.
I mean, good to see an activation really of Aspas as well. Just a confidence builder in its own. A good start to things. And already, initial intent going to be denied. Tui's going to hold them back here.
Ada di
careful, though.
semester berapa? Udah semester 6.
DRX not
Masuk
coming
7,
in
masuk
without
7
at
bro.
least a little bit of threat. Going to see the Ghost, 3 Sheriffs as well. Kit for Marco, but the rest really not bringing too much forward. Just testing the waters here.
Here.
Not much for DRX to really act upon. Loud actually taking a lot of space away in terms of the deep positioning in towards Wine. Be tough to really pin down an opening engagement, but Aspas, a little bit of space between him and the next teammate, maybe.
Hard to police that weapon if he did fall, but
Buzz dealt with very clean.
Aspas, this is dangerous, but it's fine. Okay, it's Marco to succeed on towards Tui's, but Aspas is really taking some very brave fights, which fortunately for him, the rest of Loud are there, so there shouldn't be a threat of that rifle falling away. Will be kept, 3 stand, the Vandal remains.
Ticking the box here, at least look at Loud start here to the second half. See any investment behind this, or just Sheriffs to round it out?
No.
Aspas actually with this start, 1 away from the Blade Storm already.
Abang lu semester berapa?
It doesn't look as if they're going to set up to really contest an orb.
16.
And Breach actually in that regard, very good at clearing out those sort of choke
Makan
points
ya,
towards
makan bro.
both.
Santap.
Now DRX, they have a response here in round 15.
Aspas given that rifle again. First opportunity beckons. Tag, no frag, gonna fall away. That's gonna be Buzz on the other side then. Taking a little bit of that space towards middle. But again, caution being aired here by DRX. Trying to protect this first bite, not to fall to any of the naughtiness that Loud may be up to in this bonus.
I'm curious, it's another round where it looks as if Sadak and Tui's, in terms of the application of the breach, are just there to slow things down. Paranoid and the fault lines are really...
Emang nggak nonton aja. 2021 apa Final 2023 ya, tetap 2023 lah, desain baru.
Aspas in a position to succeed.
Oh, berharapnya operator anjir, fuck lah.
And this is going to compound that, right? They're going to be feeling quite confident. This leaves Aspas very alone. He could get overwhelmed. He has support.
Aduh, Aspasnya bunuh.
Favorite's Aspas, but the paranoia is good enough. Bang, to keep his life. Desperate for it. 5 HP trying to find his way out.
Ya Allah, masih dapat loh.
Excellent shown. Aspas.
Woi! Udah.
5 HP. How is he still alive?
Udah, itu bunuh bang.
And now Stacks is all that's left. And Aspas just has
bang.
The prime gaming flawless from Loud. DRX first purchase here in the second half. Just one round away from tying things up. It's just ridiculous how he's still isolating individuals.
Reminds you of that safe moment.
Yeah, it does, you know? Yeah. From B main.
Gak jelas. Kan kalau udah dikasih nyala begini Aspas nih.
Allowed some sort of comfort. Which has been absent through this series, even with a very close map one. It hasn't felt comfortable for Loud. Talked about them being on the back foot. The recovery factor being tested. Buzz looking to get ahead of this aggression though.
Yeah, gonna pick up a pair.
DC.
And the rest on Sheriff's.
DRX thrifty, shortly.
Well,
OBS
I feel like there might be a weird chance. Now, we'll find out. I mean, there should be a lot of utility left with Loud considering the pace that DRX took towards this, but does Zest get some timing here?
He's missed less.
Yeah, he has. Oh, Zest didn't miss that. Zest goes down. Aspas steps on in. Maybe not another round like this time around.
What
Aspas
the
has something to say
fuck?
about this. Starting to heat up here. When they need him the most,
Apaan
he is
tuh,
responding
Ajik?
to the call as RB. Not going to get it this time around. Loud
Gak jelas.
tying up the scoreline. This is
Ya,
the third map we
8-8.
wanted here.
Resilience being shown. And already Aspas, I mean, ended the first half on 3.
Gak ngerem kan Aspas kan, udah dikasih nyala bang.
Definitely
aja.
the deciding factor, yeah.
15.
Up to
Time
15.
out dulu dah bang. Rem dulu
12
bang.
kills in 4 rounds.
That's, what, I mean, they need someone.
Yeah.
They need a spark. Now,
And to come back to the same conversation that Tom was starting on the desk as well, it really is him. With this sort of composition, another
dikit
example
lagi
in this
600
series
guys
where
like-nya,
it feels
ayo.
tailor-made to put
Boosting.
Aspas in a position to really be victorious for Loud as a whole.
it's quite bizarre though, isn't it? Because sometimes it doesn't seem as though they're trying to play him in that regard, but we're yet to see the full depth of it, I guess, right? That bespoke look that they have just for Aspas, and you can see why they do it. It's highly valuable. The guy is one of the best talents in the world.
Mako some noise anjay.
You guys having fun?
Wah STY pusing guys.
Beyond that though, he's got the knives. Full buy.
It's a good shout.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm a fan.
Yeah, but you're a huge fan. Now what does DRX do on this, right? Timeout hit.
Di
Is
mana
it
adek lu?
deal
Di
with
Bandung.
Aspas? Can we identify where he is, considering where Sadak is, or where any of the others are? It doesn't feel as though that's the case. How do you get a beat on someone like Loud right now?
Well, Aspas actually donning the operator now.
Well, new looks.
Yeah. So another set of protocols for DRX to overcome, or at least adjust. Said previously, been pretty good for it. Is this a stun into the TP, maybe on the back of the reveal?
Think? Let's see. Looks a little like it, doesn't it? They're being forced away deep.
DRX is just so aware.
Yeah.
Look how quickly Stacks and Marco can disengage.
This kind of pendulum swings into Les's hands, really. How much time can he hold on to this, or does he just have to kind of give this one up? I feel as though he has to accept that his sight is no longer his.
Yeah, especially after being tagged by the drone, he can't really re-peek onto that. It's going to be an open sight here for DRX.
Cosplaynya please, yang benar.
Set up as well from RB to maybe slow down any progress towards lane, but blades popped. Aspas looking to get aggressive here.
I was going to say someone nullifying the value of that operator, but then again, It is Aspas. Oh, the paranoia though. Hold on, that could actually be a real problem here.
Mampus. Nice Max.
Takes down one and the second.
Aduh, Bas,
DRX
kamu
get a little
kenapa
active
tuh?
in this post plan here. Tui's forced to fight, takes down Stacks. He took down
Jangan
Buzz as
kocak
well.
RB
Don't
ya.
forget that. And now into the 3v3. We look at the site itself. Shock Dart does connect.
Nice RB. One
Trying
more.
to play it out quietly in the
Nice.
strikes again. Taking down more as Cowan seeing the young
1v3
gun.
masa iya.
Free to find and so little time to do it. He's
Ah,
running low on
mampus.
precious seconds. And RB's had enough.
Berangkat,
I feel like I've said this
dapetin
20
dulu
times
12
now,
nya
but
bang.
a 3K from RB. It's actually outrageous, the performance he's had today. And like I said, so quickly DRX able to be in position to feel out the aggression on A, and then look how quickly, look how decisive they are to progress on to B. And it's just the Aldrone tag, honestly, that prevents Les from having any say in the matter. Can't
Deadlock
repeat,
belum
can't
ada yang
bank,
pakai
a
dari
snake bite
Metrafi,
into the
belum
choke point.
ada.
So we'll find their 9th.
First real strike in the second half, though. Loud have been really determining the outcome. Still able to fashion quite a strong purchase here, of course, as well. It's RB being forced quite deep further away. In the meantime, though, DRX looking to at least kind of present the concept that they might be working towards middle, but we can see their end goal. You can see where that spike is. You can see where they're slowly and quietly heading towards. And it's patient work from them.
Less in a position to really split this execute, though. 2 snake bites and the orb set up in main. But he's actually not in position there if DRX catch the timing. We have the null command. That would prevent any stall coming out if Stacks decides to pop that.
Oh, you can see the side take in motion once again. And it is meticulous. It is beautifully crafted. So respecting that, Loud going to sit pretty deep towards it already. Going to give up the side.
No one walks away.
He can kind of catch and make sure no one can count comfortably go up towards Cat, but he might have that late lurk as well coming through. That could be huge. And in the post plant, Stack's going to pop the ult. Make it even harder on the way back in.
Going to buy a lot of time as well, but allow Loud to fully reinforce and set up.
Potentially
to explode on the back of that ult expiring.
And it is really only 2 towards the site currently. This is a lot of strain on their shoulders. Stacks is down at 37. Dependent on the support system coming on in, that late presence from Cat will have to be critical, but the time is starting to run low. If Loud one back in, they got to go now, they got to go fast, or they're going to lose out in this one. And they have no idea. Marco not getting checked on, does eventually fall to Aspas. The spray and the pray not going to work out this time. Tui's on the connection, but it's Zest who can't make it work. But the
No time, bro.
DRX going to make it to 10.
Enggak lagi main, Pak.
And that's crazy because Loud is in a position to explode on the back of the null command expiring. But they can't pin down enough players at DRX to actually get the half defuse coming through. I mean, the open plant saves DRX there.
Yeah.
Is anywhere different. Let's look at the kill feed here. A crucial kill from Zest. Aspas is just
menurut gua pro,
less than
Bang Porang
half a
main
second
enggak.
away from
Pro
finding
kegedean.
that half defuse.
See the frustration now as well, but
Yeah,
look at
immediately,
DRX.
yeah.
Look at the ults they've got here.
Tapi bisa
That
jadi
could be
sih.
almost the killing blow.
Cuman
They're going to
menurut
have
gua
a
rada
snowball
kurang
round
sih
in
kalau
hand,
di pro.
excluding Stacks' ult, sure, but the rest all very much there.
Jangan wangi lu OP lu Aspas sih.
Need another round to really break the funds though.
Bomb grenade out.
Dedok bisa di champion, harusnya sih bisa.
Another one slip. Hunter's Fury invested here.
Oke, mantap JSKR.
Full.
Nah, Cawanji nangis tuh. Digituin.
So it puts it on this map.
Fraktur. Oh ya, fraktur bisa, fraktur bisa.
And he's come
Itu
alive.
alarmnya berguna
Brought back
buat
from the grave the
apa yang
first
di
half.
drop,
Now it has
buat
to be
yang
his time to
masuk
shine.
cepet.
Cautious on the clear, but he's
Adungen.
still going to deliver the first bullet. Perfectly placed towards Buzz and falls
Fraktur
away.
bisa, fraktur.
Expecting that pressure to come back. Special playing with your life. So he did spot out Stacks.
But that should put Sadak and Tui's on red alert because it's only one spotted. They actually...
They're looking towards middle.
Yeah, they're giving up some space towards main, and that's where 3 members of DRX are. Recon Bolt maybe going to give away some info.
You should run. 30 seconds left.
Lockdown will clear the site. They're looking to tuck into hell though here. Everybody from Loud here nice and early. The snakebite will prevent progress.
Really nice stall on this, and it's going to be 17 seconds. They're down to the wire here. Going to TP through towards the site. Can they get the plant down uncontested? Looking for it. Zest's going to try and...
Nice, Zest!
Zest on the follow-up as well. Les has gone down.
Ya Allah timingnya. Itu si Mako. Aduh, stop lagi Mako!
For a couple of seconds, but he's trying to find that player in towards hell. It's Marco on the other side.
Ih, cakep Mako. Rikosnya cepat.
Marco is a criminal right now.
Ow!
Nice,
It's
Mako!
a new smoke criminal. Marco makes light work of two. He's leaving just Aspas alive in a 1v3, and he's surrounded. He might not even get out of this one.
Lagi belum ini map 3 soalnya.
Take the fight, beckoning him in.
Mati.
Oh dear, has to creep closer. The
What?
He tries to run away, but you can't escape the clutches of Marco.
Absolute
Jangan
poltergeist on A's side.
How's he doing that?
That's ridiculous. I mean, you can see as well, too, he's like, wait, hang on. Who the hell's that?
He was here.
Who the hell's that that slipped into hell?
Look at this. Like, watch this back. Zest as well. Obscene round.
All 4 members of Loud were either up in the smokes or down in hell. And they're punished on the swing out. This has been such a crazy series, Lauren.
Obscene. So timeout comes in for Loud, and I think rightly so, right? DRX now on 11, and they're starting to get into the weird and wonderful sort of rounds, right? Where stuff's going a little out of expectation. Starting that kick-off in form. Aspas alone isn't enough.
He's popped off
He's
the
tried.
second half.
God damn, that man has tried. You can't say he hasn't. He has been pushing limitations.
And just to come back, it's not in the way that you'd expect with his composition. He's not being set in motion by Sadak. He's not really playing alongside Cow and Zine.
Yeah.
He's able to stand on his own 2 feet and deliver here, but...
My grilled friend doesn't know I'm here.
Which is asking so much, right?
I mean, the gap was so big at the halftime. Yeah. They've done the hard work, right? They found 4 unanswered to kick off the second half, but now DRX on 11.
Deep breaths now.
I mean, the only person coming away from this round with money is Sadak at 24.50.
Oh.
Ultimate's on the brink. 2 away from the pit, 1 off the Rolling Thunder, 1 off the knives as well for Aspas. They can't let another one slip.
They can't. And is this just give me an A piece? It's going to be less than 2 to try and hold on to it.
First time Sadak's not been here as well. The only stall they have is less snakebite.
Tadi ada kabar Ijul mau ke Bandung. Kayaknya ntar gua sorenya harus keluar dulu, guys.
Clearing deep towards B main this early. There is the turret there, but that's about it. So again, they could try and cheat over a player early, but it looks like DRX still want to go back to this. Little adjustment on the execute, and this time Les going to try and find that fight. It's Sadak to bail him out. Takes away Buzz and gets to keep his life. Sits deeper on the side. They've weathered the initial storm.
Bassnya mati, guys.
Respond from this now because RB doesn't really have any space to work with in the lurk. And you know today, Aspas.
Telat 6 jam, bagus.
Very deep
Jangan lupa
position.
like.
Was here previously, did catch Buzz, I believe, in a prior round. Is the awareness there?
This late as well.
Stax doesn't have a knife to really clear this deep information. Are they going to invest a flash to clear out B main?
No one's on this side of the map apart from him. It's on Aspas. We said someone else had to join him. He has been monstrous, but he has to be perfect here. 4 players on the other side. The knife does not connect.
Oh, nice RB!
RB does.
Kaget tuh si Asbes. Awas Odin, awas, awas.
Cowan team just about making it back in time, but I don't think he can do much about this. Tui's with the TP, hoping for the best. Maybe he's got a little bit of a spot.
Oh, mampus lu Tuis. Mampus! 12 guys, knockers.
Just demolishing Loud.
Sadaknya punya ulti, nggak mungkin dipakai sekarang dong, nggak mungkin dong.
Nothing's working.
Udah apa lu Sadak?
So Sadak, unless presented the near impossible feat.
What do you throw this? You got the Rolling Thunder, but the purchase is going to struggle behind this.
Look how deep some of these players are sitting. Zest, miles away. Yes, there's 3 on the side, but is this the round you try and pull that trigger on? They got to try and get there fast, but there's so much in their way. You can see it. Losing that hold. Marco's taking away Sadak and Les. Now has to face the music. Do you try and take the fight? Get away with your life. DRX making it to 12. Loud held on 8. This is where the nightmares truly begin.
DRX have looked clinical in 4v5s today.
Yes, sir.
Another round, they concede Buzz. I feel like he's had a number of first deaths, but it hasn't really mattered. Bigger picture-wise,
Tapi si RBC gila juga loh, flashnya belum nyampe dia udah ngepick anjir.
And it's players like RB, like Marco, like Stacks to really swing things back in their favor time and time again. We talked about the finances, Blade Storm available, but Rolling Thunder invested off the rip. Nothing on the other side.
And they're just running, they're making a dash towards the A site.
Loud might even still get ahead of this.
Yes, he's going to make it there first. Smoke goes up, but he could get ahead of it. He knows that he's got less there. He's going to respect that smoke and sit behind it, but not hearing anything on the cross. Going to hear the outdrone now, going on through. It's going to be DRX going on in. They have the players there. Here comes that bloodbath, though. Marco might want to shut that door. He can't keep him out for now.
Nice.
The rifles can.
Okay, nice.
And now they've got the site up towards Heavens 1, 2 towards short. It's a 3v4, and the plant's going to go down. Yeah, Stacks is low, but does that even matter now? Buzz still standing. Static taking a step forward. Looking for the first couple of victims to find. He's got to step towards the site. That's big.
posisi mati.
Still wait. Great shot from Static. Looks towards hell. No swing.
Bantuin Bas.
No!
No!
Buzz. This is
No! RB power.
But it's RB, the final boss from DRX. He has been a god for this squad, and he might just be again. Oh, he's still got the turret. Tui's is screwed, and I think he knows it. Pops down the smoke.
GG!
Bullets. It's all he needed.
DRX bro.
Bullets to seal it. DRX god tier performance.
Wah, sampai batuk gua nonton.
For DRX in the final round of this series.
Aspas
another 3K from him.
Oh my word! If it was anyone
we got
else,
RB power, guys.
I'd have said Loud had that one, but RB not letting it slip. Watch this one again at the very end. 3 bullets.
BT itu kena smoke sendiri.
He's trying to bait this out as well. He gets the smoke down, doesn't get the half defuse, looking for the peak, but
nih ya adik-adik kita lihat ya.
On the right side of the smoke to swing out of. Heartbreaking way for it to end, but DRX today respond with a sucker punch. We start on Lotus, arguably one of their weakest maps, and they flip this 2-1.
The conversation about Loud is going to be so difficult because have we just seen the best version of DRX we've seen in a while? I mean, they look unbelievable today.
The streak as well, the opening games for DRX remains.
Yeah.
Loud suffer their 5th series loss this year, 3rd on the international stage.
DRX.
A lot of support here for DRX coming out with a blistering performance already.
Nah, ya guys ya. Kamu mau tahu nggak apa yang mengejutkan? Coba kita lihat pick Wow, dua-duanya benar. Nah, ini harapan gua guys ya. Besok jam 8 pagi DRX akan menang. Dan Navi akan dikalahkan oleh Laut ya adik-adik. Kita lihat ya, ini dua-duanya sudah benar ini. Wah. Coba kita lihat dulu match besok itu ada FUT1, Evil Geniuses, FPX, DRX, Navi. Udah, kalau begitu live-nya sampai sini dulu ya. Terima kasih yang sudah menonton. Kita lanjut lagi nanti malam. Oke adik-adik, semoga nanti sore bisa live. Kalau misalnya nggak live ya kita nobarnya subuh. Oke, terima kasih. Selamat menjalani hari Senin guys ya. Selamat melakukan kegiatan kalian. TTD yang tope. Terima kasih yang sudah nge-like, yang sudah join member, yang sudah donasi juga. Jangan lupa join Discord dan seru Discord sama follow Instagram gue biar gak setak. Oke, kita ketemu lagi di streaming selanjutnya. Dadah. Selamat istirahat ya, silakan yang mau tidur juga.